Welcome to the October 28th, 2021 meeting of the City of Miami City Commission in these historic chambers. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the City Attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing for this meeting are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Jeffrey Watson, and me, Ken Russell, the Vice Chair. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. Mr. City Attorney, would you please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreements to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to Section 2-8 of the City Code. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. If any Commissioner thinks that the documents supplied to the City Commission fewer than 7 days before merit a continuance, the item may be continued by the City Commission. Pursuant to Sections 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the Chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the Chair. Public comment will begin when the Chairman opens the public comment period and will be closed by the Chairperson. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit miamigov.com for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials and the city's administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected official up until the time the Chairperson closes public comment period. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued to rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for the meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at today's City Commission meeting, pursuant to Section 286.014, Section 4, Subsection C of Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, Commissioners have generally been briefed by City staff and the City Attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Planning and zoning items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Code as temporarily modified pursuant to Emergency Ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914, parties for any planning and zoning items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may be either physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Section 286.015 Florida statutes and Section 7.1.5 of the Miami 21 Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring City Commission approval, the applicant will present its application request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff's recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code, providing the appellant shall present first. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. This meeting may be viewed live on Miami TV at miamigov.com/TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will have closed captioning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of the city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you're sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the city attorney's office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the city clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules of procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes.
Chair, may I administer the oath?
Yes, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, that's PZ1 and PZ2, the planning and zoning items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer by Commissioner Reyes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Let's pray to the Lord now that He has given us this privilege of serving the city of Miami. Let's pray that He guides us. He guides us and He enlightens us so the decisions that we make here are most beneficial to those people that need it the most. Please, Lord, help us help those that need your help. In the name of the Father, the Holy Son, the Holy Ghost, Son, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And we'll now have presentations and proclamations, starting with the City of Miami Fire Department. Chief, did you want to do it down below or up on the dais?
We're going to have a video. We can do it here because they're going to run a video, a live video.
Okay.
You want to start? Are you ready? I mean, it's you. No, I mean, you want to speak first. No, you. It's got the bigger truck. Yeah, he does like the bigger truck. Bigger truck on there. And the more handsome uniform on the more handsome. Even though he's not wearing pants. Guys are stepping up. They are. Pink. Yes, sir.
My name's Alex. I'm with Metro. The people who did the
Yes.
Do you mind if I mic you up before we go out there for our video?
Sure, if you can do it quickly.
Yeah.
Closest I have.
Decisions and priorities. Sorry about that. Is that the same? Yes, it is.
Click this underneath, like right there. Do our best to kind of hide it a little bit. May I look at it really fast? All right, perfect. Is it a little bit too tight? A little bit.
Wow.
Hot mic.
Impresionante.
Hot mic.
Good enough. Can we get the video? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to thank the manager, the commissioners, the mayor for giving us all this opportunity to address you here today. And thank you all for being here. As you know, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and together with our police partners, we have been doing our part to try to get around the community and let the community know that we recognize the battle that women struggle with as it relates to breast cancer, and we want them to know that we fully support them as their public safety agencies. Now, yes, absolutely, please. Now, I would like to personally thank our police partners because they began this initiative and they had identified Romero Brito as the artist that we were going to use, as well as Metro Raps as the company that was going to do the work for us. And if it wasn't for their assistance, we would have had some difficulty in accomplishing this. So from the fire department to the police department, we thank you. Now I'm going to ask Chief Morales to speak in a few moments, but I would like to address a critical piece of our rescue truck. As you walk around the truck and you look at the truck, you will also notice that at the top of the vehicle it says "In memory of Kristen Jordal." Kristen was an employee of the Department of Fire Rescue. She worked within our Division of Emergency Management, and she battled with breast cancer for about 12 years. Kristen worked for us for about 20 years, and her primary role was to provide Homeland Security dollars to frontline responders who needed equipment in order to do their job. She did this for us for about 20 years and dealt with hundreds of millions of dollars. Not many people know this about the City of Miami as an agency in the City of Miami Department of Fire Rescue, but any regional agency, if you are a police department, a fire department, a hospital, an emergency management agency, and you reside in Monroe, Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, you go through the City of Miami for those Homeland Security funds. So she was critical in placing hundreds of millions of dollars into the hands of first responders in our 4 counties. And throughout most of that period of her career, she was battling breast cancer, and she finally succumbed to her disease. So we felt it appropriate to honor this vehicle in memory of her. And whenever we go out, whenever we take this vehicle to events, whenever we showcase the vehicle, it gives us the opportunity to speak about her. And we also have her family with us here today, and we're very honored for that. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll ask Chief Morales to say a few words.
Thank you, Chief C. And I think you put it best when you said the job of public servants is to go out and build bonds and ties with the community. And what better way to bring awareness to this horrible disease than to have our vehicles wrapped by a world-renowned local artist, Romero Brito. Our guys have a great relationship with him. He even autographed the vehicles. So we look forward to having all of you go outside for a little bit, take a look, take pictures, and spread the word out on social media. And we appreciate you guys being here today. Thank you very much.
After you.
All right. Since I'm wearing a pink shirt for breast cancer awareness, where's your pink, Commissioner?
Well, I was wearing it a little while ago. I didn't know that I was going to come here, but you know that I have come here wearing a pink tie, and I'm very aware of breast cancer. You see, my mother battled breast cancer, and I know the toll that it takes on the patient and the family. I mean, it is devastating, devastating. Although she came out a winner, I will say, but she was a survivor. And there is always that fear. I mean, I know about that because I'm a cancer survivor myself. There is always a fear, or it can't come back, you see. It could come back. And you have that always on the back of your mind. And I live it through my mother. I'm not living it now through me. And I know that we have to be aware that this horrible disease, you see, that attack mostly our most precious individual in the world, which are women, the best creation of the Lord, that we have to do whatever it is needed, whatever it is within our power to support any I would say, any program that will find a cure or will find a way to prevent this horrible disease. So, I'm always, must congratulate your initiative. And we have to let people know that in the city of Miami, we are very much aware of what this terrible disease is, and we are here to help.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'd like to get a photo now with all of our first responders, our police, our fire who are here today. Please come on up. We'll do a photo together with our police chief and our fire chief. Thank you. Gentlemen, please.
Let's give him a. We can sit down. Thank you. And we can. Oh. How are you doing? Is that right? La práctica, pero creo que te va a gustar hoy.
Sí.
Son unas expresiones que quería leer hace mucho tiempo, pero la última vez no la pude leer porque lo hice el alcalde. Entonces, anyway, it's fine. Pero esta vez sí lo pensé. Entonces, pues quise, lo tenía. I do, Commissioner, good morning. You're welcome. Para que sepa que se cree de corazón. Well, sure, I have it. Yes, we'll do this one and then.
Should we bring the students up so that the art isn't blocked? So we'll do it on the back?
My wife, I defer to my wife and all the artistic stuff, so I'll defer to you on that one. Actually, would you like the students to be here or better up there so we can see? Better up there? Okay. So the students that we have, and then I'll explain a little bit. If I can ask. Oh, everybody on the dais? Okay. Okay. Let's, I guess we'll call them one by one. Do I have the whole list? Yes. Yes, I guess we'll move up there. Okay, good morning. We have a special occasion today because we're going to celebrate the people that participated and won in the Latino Art Beat. For almost 2 decades now, this program has been running to facilitate and to encourage young artists to help the community and to help instill this art. I have the privilege of sharing the floor with obviously our fellow elected officials, but also with Don Rossi, if I pronounce that correctly. Okay, thumbs up means okay. That he has been, I think, without collecting any remuneration, he has participated free of charge to help run the program and help this young artist for many years. For some time, I've wanted to read this quote that I think explains the importance of art, but also the importance of education. So I take an opportunity to read this because it's better to defer to great men than me attempt to do this, and I'll do this in Spanish and English. I'll start with Spanish, lengua materna mía, and then I'll tell you who wrote this. Educar es dar al hombre las llaves del mundo, que son la independencia y el amor, y prepararle la fuerza para que lo recorra por sí, y con el paso alegre de los hombres naturales y libres. Now in English, to educate is to give man the keys to the world, which are independence and love, and to give him strength to journey on his own, light of step, a spontaneous and free being. That's one and only Jose Marti. If you know anything about Cuba and outside of Cuba, he is a prolific writer and someone that brought his vision and died putting his vision to have an independent Cuba. And with that, I recognize that professors and there were parents as well that participated. I think some of the students are here and we're going to recognize them. It's an opportunity to recognize your teachers that do this, and also that you could have probably been online playing games, but you actually decided to put some time and effort and create art. So thank you. And if you would like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Miami. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush it that way. My name is Don Rossi Nuccio, and despite my Italian name, I'm Spanish, Puerto Rican, Italian, and I have some Cuban inclinations. I've run Latino Art Beat for 23 years. This is going on the 24th year, and as Eddie just mentioned, I do this as a humanitarian. I don't draw a salary. I don't take 1 penny out of the organization. It's non-for-profit. Thank you. Go ahead. It's nice to be recognized in City Commission. When we started the program, 24 years ago, being a Latino was not the most popular thing at that time. Music really brought a focus on our collective communities. Enrique Iglesias, Ricky Martin, on all of them. So I decided, you know what? The music industry is starting to come up. Let's focus on the visual arts. So many young people have tremendous talent, but they don't have the resources, they don't have the money, they don't have the financing. So I created a program where we do a competition every single year. We do it here in Miami, we do it in Washington, D.C., in Chicago, in Houston, in Los Angeles. We're a national program. But I have to say, the Miami participants are probably the most diligent out of anyone who participates in our program. In Los Angeles, I'm sorry if you're tuning in. To date, we have awarded over $5 million in scholarships, $5 million, and I raise all of that money. And of the $5 million, over $1 million has gone to your kids here in Miami. Un aplauso. So by recognizing the students' artistic talents, we award scholarships, which enables them to go to college and higher education. In many cases, you know, most of our families are lower middle class or middle class, and an education today can cost $100,000. It's very difficult. Now, I know the administration is trying to do free education and all of that, and I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with giving money so these talented kids, especially the Miami kids, can go on to college. So now we're going to present the winners of the 2021 Miami Latino Art Beat competition. I first want to thank the city of Miami, Mayor Suarez, who's diligently recognized our kids over the past year since he's been mayor. I also want to recognize Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Without the teachers, we don't have a competition. Here in Miami is unique. The teachers present the program as part of the curriculum, the Latino Art Beat competition. And then they submit the artwork to Miami-Dade County. They select the winners, and I'm sitting in freezing cold Chicago, and I get all of the notifications from Miami and the palm trees, and I figured, I have to go there in the winter. So I plan my visit every year during Hispanic Heritage Month. I mean, this is a little late for Hispanic Heritage Month, when we actually award the prizes. So today we're going to recognize students from New World School of the Arts, Miami Senior High School, Doral Academy, and MAS, correct me, Zelda Glazer. And those are the schools that produced winners this year. So without further ado, now we're going to present the winners. Now some of the kids are already off to college. Why? Because we give them scholarships, all right? So you'll see some of the students that are still here, and the ones that are not here, the teachers or the parents will recognize it. I also want to give thanks to the Lowe's Hotel, who have been one of our supporters this year. That's it. Now we're going to start calling the students. And as you come up, you're going to come up here on the top of the dais, take your artwork, your particular artwork, and then bring it up there. Okay? Shall we call them from up there? Or? I think it's easier. Good morning, Commissioners. So
Let's start.
Yeah.
You read them?
Yeah. Our first honorable mention for film and animation is Esteban Rodriguez from Doral Academy. As Esteban is coming up, Isabella de la Grana, honorable mention, film and animation, Doral Academy. If Isabella's not here, the teacher can accept. Now, Miami Best of Show for film and animation goes to Fabien Lillevoix. And Fabien is actually now in college, out of town, but his parents and his teacher is going to come up and recognize him. By the way, this is the first year that any high school won first place in art and first place in film. So congratulations to New World School of the Arts. Mia Bermudez. Honorable mention, drawing and painting, Miami Sunset Senior High School. I'm sorry I got the name of the high school a little confused, but it's Miami Sunset Senior High School. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. These kids are so talented. Thank you. Juliet Rivaron, third place, drawing and painting, Miami Art Studio at Zelda Glazer. That's better. You see, you must have had your coffee this morning. I haven't. Kaylin Aguilar, second place drawing and painting, Miami Sunset Senior High School. And I'm going to call up the teacher from New World and the parents of our first place winner, drawing and painting. She's actually out of Miami on a scholarship. She's going to college. Mia Rodriguez, first place drawing and painting, New World School of the Arts.
I think we're missing one person, but I think he cannot recognize himself. So he wanted to recognize the architect, Don Rossi. We're issuing a certificate of merit for your years of dedication. If I may, I'm going to read it. In recognition of his excellent service, the City of Miami issues a certificate of merit to Don Rossi Nushu. Thank you for your continued efforts to support the arts in our community, particularly our young artists and the future generation of artists. Don Rossi has diligently performed his duty as president of Latino Art Beat, which holds an annual art competition that awards scholarships and monetary prizes to its winners. Thank you for your service. We're confident that you will continue to excel and to serve in our community to advance our quality of life and contribute to Miami. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm usually never honored in City Hall. This came truly as a surprise. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor Suarez, and thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners?
Well, now I can hold out my certificate.
We have two more presentations and proclamations to give. This next one, I'm very proud. As the City of Miami's first Asian American elected official, it's very important to me to share other Asian American cultures, and it's my pleasure today to proclaim Hindu Heritage Month in the City of Miami. If you are here to celebrate Hindu Heritage Month, please join us on the dais. You're very welcome. And I will pass the mic. And as people are coming up, I'll just read it from the proclamation. Whereas Florida and the nation have been influenced by the extraordinary cultural, ethnic, linguistic, and religious diversity of its residents, whereas Hinduism is the third largest religion in the world with an estimated 1 billion devotees worldwide and 2.23 million in the United States, whereas the year 2021 marks the 128th anniversary of when Hinduism was officially introduced to the United States by Swami Vivekananda at 1893 at the World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago. Whereas most Hindu immigrants have come to the United States as students in search of better economic opportunities or to unite with family members, while others have arrived in this country after facing religious persecution in their countries of origin. Whereas the Hindu heritage, culture, traditions, and values provide invaluable solutions to many of life's problems and often serve as a source of inspiration, reflection, and contemplation for the millions of individuals who look to the teachings of Hinduism for guidance. Whereas Hindu Americans now serve in various levels of government across the state and nation, including 4 members of the United States House of Representatives. Whereas South Florida Hindu temples, organizations, and individuals actively engage in seva, a Sanskrit word for selfless service towards their fellow human beings through charity, public service, and the provision of free medical and legal services. Whereas Hindu American community has contributed tremendously to the vitality of the state of Florida by enriching the lives of its citizens. Whereas Hindu Americans have also contributed to many of South Florida's economic sectors and have particularly excelled in the areas of business, law, politics, information technology, medicine, and science. Whereas during the month of October 2021, the Hindu community across the state of Florida and across our great nation will collectively celebrate its heritage by focusing on its culture and the diverse spiritual traditions rooted in India. Now, therefore, Francis Suarez, the mayor of the city of Miami, pays tribute and celebrate Hindu Heritage Month in the city of Miami 2021 by virtue of the present proclamation, Hindu Heritage Month. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Suarez, Chairman, Vice Chairman Russell, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Joe Carrillo, I know, forgot his name, sorry. Reyes. We really appreciate it. I have served the city as a code enforcement board member for a long time, and this is something really proud that Hindus are being recognized. Yesterday we had a proclamation from the mayor of Dade County, and today city of Miami, which is my really true home. So thank you so much, the member of commission and the Miami community, for recognizing Hindus. Thank you. God bless you.
I just would like to say my name is Lakshmi Hariharan. Soy de la India, pero corazón latina. And Somos Unidos, we're united in all that we do. And so we're very grateful as a resident of Miami with Commissioner Russell. And I just wanted to say in Hinduism, Ganesha, Lord Ganesha starts off any new endeavor. And so I'd like to say a few words from Lord Ganesha to celebrate this moment. He's the elephant god. You might see him sometimes on photos, but I'd like to just start with this prayer. Om Ganana Antwa Ganapati Gum Avamahe Kapim Kapinam Upavastramastavam Cheshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anas Pranvan Nutibisita Sadhanam Shri Mahaganati Patiye Namaha. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Manolo Reyes and Commissioner Watson. I know his first name, it just slipped out of my mind. Thank you so much again. We really appreciate this.
Can we get a picture?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we have one last one. Commissioner Carrillo, you have a proclamation today.
This certificate of merit is for one of our own, one of our finest in the Miami Police Department, one of our Sergeant of Arms that has served faithfully, professionally, with a lot of valor, courage, and integrity for many years to this commission and to the mayor of the city. Wayne Tillman is what some might call a good old boy. He's originally from North Carolina, a man that I've never heard anyone say that they don't like him. The minute you meet him, you see the big heart that he has, how friendly he is. And he moved to Miami. He lives here in South Florida with his family. He's been a tremendous contribution
to our police department, to our city. And he's also a great loss that he's retired. It's very difficult to make up for such experience when you lose police officers like Sergeant of Arms Tillman. Having said that, I'd like to read the following certificate of merit. In recognition of his excellent service, the City of Miami issues this certificate of merit to Wayne Tillman. Wayne Tillman was born and raised in Waynesboro, North Carolina. He honorably served 10 years in the U.S. Air Force and rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant. While at the City of Miami, he was assigned to patrol Model City in that area, and later named as a member of the Model City PST problem-solving team. He also served as a member of the crime suppression team. He was also assigned to Special Investigation Sections, Narcotics Unit Task Force officer with ATF. He was assigned to City Hall as a Sergeant of Arms, where he ultimately finished his career. While serving the Miami Police Department, he was awarded City of Miami Officer of the Month for December 2006, and Officer of the Year for 2006, as well as Miami-Dade Chiefs of Police Officer of the Month for January 2013. Thank you for your service. We are confident that you will continue to extend and excel, to serve in our community, to advance our quality of life, and contribute to Miami. Sergeant of Arms Tillman, can you step up? Tillman's a prime example that sometimes you could bring him from out of Miami and they work out real, real good.
I'm overwhelmed. I like to try to keep the focus off me and keep things where they belong towards the designated elected officials, so you have me taken aback. I know my guys in SAS won't believe that, but it's true. I'd like to thank my wife, my family, my superiors, chief, assistant chief here, major. I'd like to thank all the wonderful people I've had the pleasure of working with and for, starting off in Model City, my PST crew, crime suppression, SS, so forth, and especially my squad 3. So, Commissioner Corollo, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Watson, and all the elected officials, you guys have really got a country boy choked up. All right. Thank you again.
I must say that this is a great loss. The first time that when I was elected and Sergeant Tillman drove me around, immediately when I started talking to him, I immediately realized what a professional he was, what a human being he was, because besides being an excellent police officer, he is an excellent human being. And I'm sincerely, the only thing that I can say is, I'm going to miss you, Sergeant. I'm going to really miss you.
Now, there's quite a few of our officers that have worked with Sergeant of Arms Tillman for many years that would also like to have a picture with him today. So maybe if we could all step down where there's more room and we could all gather and all of you could join us. Thank you all for being here. How are you? Good, sir. Hi, how are you? We need you back here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate this moment.
Chief, how are you? Good. I'm meaning to call you and I apologize. You know, someone that I also have to mention here today before we finalize this is Mrs. Tillman, Mrs. Toni Tillman is here. Please give her a big round of applause because she like every wife of a police officer or husband of a police officer knows better what they go through, the emotions they have to live with every day, just how much they sacrifice for us. So, Mrs. Tillman, this is for you too, because you've been a big part of this big City of Miami, Miami Police family. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you could.
And one last art recognition, who wasn't present when we awarded earlier, Isabela de la Grana, if you're here, please. Honorable mention, film and animation from Doral Academy. Isabela. The Vice Principal is accepting on her behalf. All right, let's get to work. Now, those of you who are expecting a long day here today, please know that we have early voting going on in the back of City Hall. If you're a resident of the City of Miami, you'd like to make your voice heard in this election, you can just make your way around the back hall, and early voting is taking place in the back hall. Good morning.
One, two, three.
I can help you. Yeah, because this is the same school. Let me help you. Let me help you with something. This is the same school. Let him. That's my mom's. That's mine. So you might use. Okay.
All right, as soon as we have a quorum, we will take up the order of the day. Mr. Clerk, are there any mayoral vetoes? No, I'm still. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.
We have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, are there any mayoral vetoes?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any items that the administration would like to see deferred, continued, or withdrawn?
There are. So good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. This time the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. RE5 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting. SR1 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting. DI1 has been a request to defer the item. We just distributed the report and the recommendations from the Miami 21 Task Force. So in order to better allow for the commission to absorb and actually process the information, there's also a request to workshop it as well. So we're requesting a deferral with no time certain. At this point, it's an indefinite deferral. so that we can allow for the scheduling of some workshopping and some formal presentations, and then we'll bring it back as a discussion item in the future.
Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Yes, please. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I thought we was only accepting the report and not just, we were just accepting the report in order then to move it to that process.
Agreed, but since the report wasn't really distributed till a few days ago, the request is just to allow for the opportunity for the report to be read through, and then we could properly workshop it later. It's, you know, there's a lot of logic and common sense to that, so, you know, we certainly would have no issue with that.
Any other items, Mr. Manager?
The last item is PZ1, which is the request is for it to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
Mr. Clerk, could you repeat those for the commission, please?
Yes, to defer to November 18th, RE5, to defer to November 18th, SR1, to indefinitely defer, DI1, and to defer to November 18th, PZ1.
Thank you. Are there any items that the commission would like to see withdrawn, deferred, or continued? Your microphone, please.
Mr. Manager, did the administration defer PC1?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any items that the commission would like to add as pocket items for this agenda?
May I ask, because I was distracted.
Your microphone,
Can you
please.
repeat? Could you repeat the items that have been deferred?
Mr. Manager?
RE5 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
Okay.
SR1 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
Okay.
DI1 to be indefinitely deferred.
Okay.
And PZ1 to be deferred to the November 18th meeting.
I thought that I was missing something. Thank you.
Commissioner Watson, you have a pocket item?
Yeah, actually a pocket item on, thought it was here. Pocket item on Sawyer's Walk. I need to read it. And also, Mr. Chair, I want to get the board two additional pocket items. One is a directive. I don't have it, but one is a directive as it relates to inspections on properties that people are living in that are moldy and the like. And so I know that we've dealt with the issue of recertifications and what happened in Champlain, but there's also some abysmal living conditions that people are living in, and I want to try to find out, at least have the manager come back with Mr. Marrero, something that allows us to deal with it in a way that helps folks who are living in pretty bad conditions.
Mr. Manager, are you clear on the directive?
Yeah, no, I'm clear on it, but you're going to bring it up as a pocket item?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So we'll call that, so PI1 was with regard to Sawyer's Walk. Mr. Clerk, you have it for the record, the item? This is authorizing, directing the manager to approve and execute joinders as mortgagee pursuant to that certain Miami Forever Bond mortgage and security agreement for Sawyer's Walk by Block 55 Residential LP related to Miami-Dade County Affordable Housing Covenant. So that's PI1, we'll call Sawyer's Walk.
And then
PI2 is the directive on, is it substandard or
yes.
Minimum housing standards?
Yes, yes. And then, of course, last but not least, Mr. Chair, an offer of, I don't even know what to call it, an offer of solution, if you will, regarding the issue of our homeless issue, as opposed to homelessness, but homeless issue, as we go forward in our discussions.
So it'll be a, PI3 will be a discussion item or a
It will be
a directive?
a pocket item directive, maybe.
With a potential action?
Yes.
Okay. So discussion on homeless. We have two items on this agenda also relating to homeless.
Yeah.
Are there any other pocket items that any commissioners would like to add?
Sir, I want to ask for
Absolutely. Can we do it right after the order of the day? We'll set the agenda and then we can, because you want to stand up and take a picture and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if with your indulgence, as soon as the order of the day is done, we're almost done.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I do. If there are no other, I've got one pocket item from District 2. This is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing and directing the city attorney to take all actions regarding the repeated discharge of silt plumes into the Miami River and Biscayne Bay, resulting from the Florida Department of Transportation's roadway construction projects throughout the city of Miami. And further urging Miami-Dade County Department of Environmental Resource Management, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency to take any and all action to ensure full compliance with the Clean Water Act. We'll call that PI4. Urging enforcement of the Clean Water Act and authorizing our city attorney to take action. All right, if there are no other continuances, deferrals, withdrawals, or pocket items, I'll look for a motion on the order of the day, please. Moved by Commissioner Carrillo, seconded by the Commissioner Watson. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We have an agenda. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to public comment. We've already sworn in. Is there anyone here for planning and zoning items who has not been sworn in yet? The one remaining PZ item. Is there anyone here to speak on that who needs to be sworn in? All right, we've taken care of that, Mr. Clerk. So if you'd like to speak on any of today's items, including the pocket items just mentioned, the planning and zoning item remaining, and the morning's agenda, please come to both of these lecterns up here. Everyone will get 2 minutes to speak. I'd like to be very clear. We have 2 items on the homeless issue. One, we opened public comment. Oh, I apologize, Commissioner. I apologize. We're going to, of course. We have one last proclamation, certificate of merit from Commissioner Reyes. Here's your microphone.
Let me get the signature from my brother. Sir, please sign this.
I am starting to lose it.
You know, we have a person here that had received the Louis P. Science Engineer of the Year Award as an exemplary professional civil engineer. This award is presented to individuals who represent these ideas by achieving great status in the profession by being appointed to positions of importance in the civil engineering profession. Thank you for your service, Mr. Iekawa. Could you please come to receive this certificate of merit, so very well deserved? And thank you for your service. It is my pleasure. My pleasure. Although you're gonna change your name to Reyes, but it's my pleasure to have you.
Actually, this is a big surprise to me. Not just today. Oh my God. That's my wife, Judge Chiaka Ihekwaba of Miami-Dade County Court. This is a big surprise to me, not just with my wife. We left the same bedroom this morning. She told me she was going for an errand in Coconut Grove. Little did I know she was going to pop up here. Quite a big surprise. I pride myself in identifying as a far Cuban-American engineer from Nigeria. So much so that when the Cuban-American Association named me as their Engineer of the Year, I was pleasantly surprised. More so, as I've always told Commissioner Reyes, that probably changed my name in my next life to Zeri Reyes. And I really appreciate this recognition, and thank you, commissioners, and of course my boss, Mr. Adner Rega, for the support and the encouragement, and as well as all the engineers in the city of Miami. This came together as a collective accomplishment. Thank you all.
Look, Zary, you got a standing ovation from your residents. All right, for public comment, I'd just like to set some rules for the road to keep decorum in City Hall and keep everything very, very civil. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak on any item on our agenda. Please note that we already opened public comment for SR2 at the previous meeting. So if you spoke on SR2 at the last meeting, you will not be speaking today on SR2. We do have now 3 homeless-related items, PI2 from Commissioner Watson, as well as RE4 and SR2 from Commissioner Carollo. And of course, you are welcome to speak on these. 2 minutes. When you hear a beep, that means there's 30 seconds left. That's your signal to please wrap it up. When you hear the final long tone, that is the end of the 2 minutes, and we need to move on to the next person. I appreciate you all coming. I appreciate your advocacy, but I also appreciate you speaking through the chair and not directly at any commissioner or other person in the audience. There will be no name calling. There will be no derogatory language. We're going to keep things very civil with decorum. This is an open forum where it is your opportunity to petition us as your government. The commissioners have their ability to bring ordinances, and we are here to listen to you. But we are going to keep things very civil. So thank you very much. I will open. Yes, Commissioner?
Chairman, if I may ask, we used to...
A little closer to the mic, please.
We used to request of anyone that wanted to address this body, besides identifying themselves, obviously, if they would give us an address to know if they're City of Miami resident.
They can't hear you, Commissioner.
Let me try to get these mics closer. Let me try to start again. We used to have as part of our procedures, besides individuals who wanted to address the commission, identifying themselves as to who they are, they would give us an address also so that we can tell who are the City of Miami residents. I would request if we could politely request of individuals, if they could let us know their address so we could see how many are City of Miami residents, how many are not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner. May I speak on SR2?
Did you speak last meeting on SR2?
did.
Then you may not. That was the opportunity, but you can speak on any other item on the agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Ape. I'm a resident of District 2.
Chair, I'm sorry, I
located-
just cannot hear.
The microphones are bent. If you could straighten them and bring them a little closer to your mouth, we'll be able to hear you a little better. Thank you.
There we go. Hi, my name is Abby Ape. I'm a resident of District 2. I live at 244 Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. I want to thank you for adding noise to the commission agenda as a point of discussion, which is DI2. Establishments have continually broken the code. Some establishments like Riverside have continued to get violations after violations, but then there is no follow-up or aftermath to it, right? Like what's next after these violations? So I think that our city code most definitely needs to add some teeth to the noise ordinance. I think that it's possible to live amicably with establishments like Riverside. They do it on Miami Beach, right? You have booming restaurants next to residential facilities, and they somehow have managed to work and live amicably. I think that that's possible for Brickell and downtown as well. And so we ask for your help. Commissioners, please help the residents of District 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail, before you leave, could you pass by my office and leave your contact information? Because in the future, once we have openings for code enforcement or nuisance abatement boards, et cetera, you're the kind of person that we would like to consider.
Thank you. I'm in communication with Will. He's
Good.
been very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. One note, as you finish public speaking, please exit the building if you can't find a seat, because we're at full capacity, but there are people outside who'd like to come in to speak, and they can't come in until current speakers are out. So once you finish speaking, either find a seat, or you can go in the back of City Hall and vote, because we have early voting available right now. Good morning, you're welcome.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. My name is Derek Holmes. I'm speaking on behalf of Transit Alliance Miami. I wanted to speak against FR1 and in support of the scooter program. We've made this point before, but the program has been a huge success. We have people using these things all day, every day. It has created millions of dollars in revenue for the city. It's created hundreds of jobs, and it really just represents the future of mobility. Yes, challenges have arisen when we're talking about the scooter program, and I would like to point out that the bulk of these issues are not necessarily about micromobility themselves, but really it's about the fact that we have, pedestrians, cyclists, e-bikes, scooters, skateboarders. Everyone is sharing this tiny little sliver of space in the sidewalks. They're fighting over it. And the reason why people are fighting over this tiny sliver of space, because that's the only space where people feel safe. If you are not in a car, that is the only space you have to travel where you feel safe doing so. So when we're thinking about the program, how we can make it better, how we can improve upon micromobility in Miami, we should really be thinking about how we can provide the proper infrastructure to support micromobility, to support the future of mobility in the city of Miami. What that would look like is providing more dedicated, safe spaces for people to be able to use these things to get around. And that's going to look like, widened sidewalks, protected lanes. It's going to look like docking stations where people can secure and charge these devices. And, even outside the rental program, people are buying their own e-bikes, their own e-scooters. So providing the proper infrastructure so that people can use these devices is the direction we should be going in. And I think we should be shifting the conversation toward how we do that instead of pointing fingers and trying to completely, destroy the program. It's a pilot. The purpose of it was to experiment and learn from it and figure out how we can make it better. And I would love to see this commission move the conversation toward that, how we make it better, how we provide the proper infrastructure to support micromobility in the city of Miami. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And,
Perfectly timed, 2 minutes.
Before you go, where do you go to school at here?
I don't go to school here.
You know? Where did you go to school at before?
I went to school at Robert Morgan Educational Center.
Where's that at?
That's down south in Miami-Dade Commission District 9, near West Perrine.
Well, they've done an excellent job with you. You express yourself very, very good.
Well, thank you very much.
That's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you. Please hold your applause, though. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but we don't want boos either. And so keep it inside.
Good morning. My name is Ana Sofia Pelaez. I'm a resident of City of Miami, District 3, and I'm here as a member of the Public Land for Public Good Coalition to speak about PH5. Our coalition, it's made up of 30 grassroots organizations. We've developed a list of principles for developing public land to ensure it's done equitably and sustainably. I'm here to talk about the importance of the community engagement process. We are not interested in derailing projects. We've said that before. What we do want is a public land conveyance protocols that are efficient, transparent, and where the community is involved from inception to completion. Should this development move forward, we ask that it incorporate a community engagement strategy and input from the community in the final design. There remain future contracts where public land will be subject to deployment. This means that we need a transparent policy in place that articulates the rules of early stage community engagement, as well as goals for the use of city-owned land. We would like to see a policy that incorporates community engagement by trusted partners to ensure that a project benefits multiple stakeholders, from residents to workers to small business owners. Many of you have already shown support for this initiative, and we urge you to adopt legislation that establishes community-centered protocols for public land conveyance that could become a guide for the Alapata land and for public land conveyance across the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin Coffey. Thank you all for your time. I wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Watson's making space for a further discussion of how we can deal with homelessness in the area. I think it's very commendable. And I don't have much to say because I come here as an advocate and I want to actually amplify the voices of homeless people. So if any have that experience, please feel free to just speak on your experience so that people can better understand what is at stake when safe spaces are erased. So I'm addressing item SR2, which is the ban on encampments on public property. Earlier, a speaker had mentioned the importance of safe spaces, and I can only imagine what would happen once our safe spaces are eradicated for all people. I also have to say, I have to mention it, that I did hear about a proposal of the so-called Adopt a Homeless initiative, and I would like my own proposal to adopt compassion, adopt empathy, adopt understanding, because these are human beings, and you are elected officials to represent them. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. Next comment, please.
Can I say something before you go?
Absolutely.
First of all, I want to thank you for expressing yourself very professionally. Whether we agree or disagree, you've been very professional, and that's commendable. Which district in the city do you live in?
I'll give you my address. It's 1551 Southwest 104th Passage.
104?
Yes, 104.
104 Avenue?
Passage. 104th Passage.
Okay, that's outside of the city of Miami, but you have a right to still come here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Schmidt, and I'm a social work student intern at the Downtown Miami Main Library. That address is 101 West Flagler Street. I'm here to oppose SR2 and to humbly offer more humane and economically sensible alternatives. My fellow interns and I have the privilege of working with homeless people who all demonstrate utmost resilience and resourcefulness. We meet patrons wherever they're at in their journeys, as many lack adequate support systems. Many of our patrons have the genuine desire to better themselves, but barriers persist in securing stable housing. While shelters provide crucial services, they are not a panacea to fixing the issue of homelessness. A fragmented homeless assistance and housing system, unlivable wages, lack of affordable, high-quality health care, and untreated mental illness are just some factors that exacerbate the challenges of homelessness. Even something as simple as not being able to afford the fee to obtain a photo ID, social security card, or birth certificate can prevent a person from applying for benefits, jobs, or access to safe shelter and housing. To compound this fact is that even people who are deemed deserving of help cannot access shelter due to an incredibly high demand. Cycling people through the criminal justice and hospital systems puts a much greater strain on the economy than providing long-term housing solutions. It costs nearly $2,000 a night to keep someone in a hospital bed, compared to about $10,000 a year to provide wraparound services in a permanent supportive housing environment. SR2 benefits nobody involved, from the homeless people themselves to the law enforcement officers put in the position to cause harm to these civilians just trying to survive. Invest resources in long-term housing, and consider creating a specialized task force for homeless people who cannot access shelters. Miami stands with their homeless neighbors. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Silvia Perez, resident of the Brickell Key, District 2. I'm here to talk and support RE4 on Adopt the Homeless program and SR2 on prohibition of encampments. Thank you very much, Commissioner Carollo. As a resident of the Brickell Key, there's no homeless, but I'm here because I care about the community, I care about the city, and I care about homeless people. Everyone deserves a clean bed and a hot meal. The safe spaces that other speakers have spoken about should be the shelters that we finance with our taxpayers' money. We should be made clean and safe. We all want a clean and safe city. And I want to commend you for taking care and listening to all residents, for taking action to show that you don't want Miami to become San Francisco or LA. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Julian Romero, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here to speak on DI2. Basically, there's establishments such as Riverside Miami and others that have a semi-free pass to be a nuisance to our community by being allowed to play loud music until 2 a.m. every weekend with nothing more than a $500 citation from city code. There needs to be more severe consequences when the establishments such as Riverside Miami continuously violate city code as well as the terms written in their temporary use permits, other than just receiving a citation. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comment.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
For how long approximately has this loud music at nights has been going on in this particular establishment or establishments?
This
in the Brickell
started,
area?
this started in March of 2020, and the only silver lining of the coronavirus pandemic was the fact that we actually had some peace and quiet.
Well, let me tell you why I feel so strongly in support of what you and many residents across the city of Miami and all districts have been coming to this commission on. The noise that some of these places, basically they're bars or they are restaurants that are masquerading as restaurants, but they're really bars. They're
Correct.
alcohol establishments.
Or nightclubs.
Yeah. And to give you an example of why I have brought different ordinance before us, and I'm fighting so strong for our residents in this. Over in my district, when I first got elected, I had a place that, you know, they're very wise in PR and spend their money well in PR. And they were closed down, not because anybody up here, certainly not me or the city, were persecuting a poor businessman, but because in the back where they were making the bulk of their money, for 6 years, they did not have any permits to sell alcohol. They had a big bar back there, and they lied, committed perjury to the state of Florida in their application and lied to the city. They didn't have any warrants, meaning they had no permits to serve any food, and they had no permits to have music, certainly nowhere near until 3 in the morning. And this went on for approximately 6 years until the city took action. You had a manager and administration that were honest and put a stop to it. And I'm not even going into the other areas where they built hundreds of thousands of dollars, including a second story with a hidden elevator, with no permits, no fire sprinklers, and I could go on and on. And my God, the front of the place, the back, inside, the roof, everything was changed, and not a single code enforcement inspector, building inspector, ever saw anything. But I'm the guy that is accused of persecuting a poor businessman. And this is not the only establishment that these same characters pull that in. And this has been going on with different people, different players across our districts, and it's got to stop because we cannot allow our city to be run by the alcohol industry and those that make a bundle of money and a lot of cash money at that in ways that are disturbing the quality of life of you in District 2, of the people in District 1, in District 3, District 4, and District 5. So even though you're not part of my district, and I'm very respectful of commissioners in other districts, you could all feel free to call my office when you find situations like this, because we're creating all kinds of new ways of combating this. Because what you all are asking for, what you're saying, is correct. It's been a joke how we've been enforcing this. The fines are a joke. These people make thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a night, And even if they ever get hit with a $500 fine, that's a joke. That's like paying a tip to them, part of doing business. And then the games began, or at least they used to real big, in how they would come to code enforcement and who was managing, how that would go. So you all have very, very valid complaints, and I think that the more that residents like you come before this body and express them, the quicker that this city is going to have to take real action.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll continue the discussion when DI2 comes up. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Desiree Lazrado. I'm here in support of RE4, SR2. Thank you, Commissioner Carollo. District 2 is the stepchild of South Florida. And I wonder who the commissioner is. I'm not going to take names because we cannot direct any personal stuff to any of the commissioners. But I'm here out of frustration, not only about the homelessness, about the scooter problems, about the loud music, the filth, the crime, where, by the way, police crime statistics never match a resident statistic in Bayfront Park because we are told that we need to call the police when the event is happening. Let me tell you, I live in One Miami, one of the worst places to live, because we suffer everything right there on the Riverwalk. Nobody cares about loud music, about we are being attacked every day by the homeless people. Mind you, when I address it, it's not everybody who's homeless is a criminal. But unfortunately, we are suffering there. I've come here for the first time. I've sent out in 4 years, directing it to you, Mr. Ken Russell, at least 1,000 emails, 1,000 emails. Never saw you, ghosted, you ghosted District 2. Only when the scooters were there, knocking down pedestrians, my niece was hurt. This is all personal to me. And mind you, whoever's in this room who want to support the homeless, put yourself in our shoes. And it's not only about the homeless. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I have sympathy. I come from a country called India, most poverty-stricken, third world country in the world. We feed our homeless. We love our homeless. But they need a safe shelter to be in, as well as they need to be taken off the streets. Because the aggravation and all of this makes them also crazy.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name's Leticia Alvarez. I'm a resident in District 2. I live at 31 Southeast 5th Street. And my neighbor who was here at the same lectern spoke about a business called Riverside Miami, but it's a problem all over the district. But they're right next door at 25 Southeast 5th Street. My apartment looks directly over it. And they have a temporary use permit. They're not allowed to play loud music, just as part of the permit. But apart from that, there are rules on the books in the city of Miami that says after 11 p.m., you're not allowed to play super loud music that I can hear in my condo, behind hurricane-proof glass with the TV on, So it's a problem, and I basically am here to speak about that. Other people have been here talking about the same issues. So I really, really hope that something can be done about it, because it really does affect our quality of life. And it's really difficult. I mean, there've been times, I have a job. I took time off from work to come here. On a Thursday night, 1 a.m. It's difficult. So that's why, I made the sacrifice to come here and just talk about that issue so that you're aware of it and, that you can kind of help us in our area because it's an issue.
Thank you for
Mr.
your comments.
Okay.
Mr. Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, and I agree with you. Something's got to be done. And I am I'm going to request that when the discussion item comes up, that we stress and also find a way that we enforce the rules that are on the books. That I think that is one of the biggest problems that we have. Because even I don't have so many bars like that in my district, but I have a lot of residents are also homes that have been rented, there are parties that go into the wee hours of the night, bypassing the regulation that at a certain time, at 11 o'clock, you have to shut the music down, or at 12 o'clock at night. And enforcement is a great problem, and you hit it right on the nail, man. Right on the head.
Yeah.
You hit the nail right on the head. And that is the biggest problem that we have, enforcement.
The lack of enforcement.
The lack of enforcement.
They exist.
The rules are in the book. Why they are not being enforced? That's the biggest question and the biggest problem that we have. And we got to address that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Greetings, Commissioners. My name is Matt Moore, and I'm an associate professor in FIU's Green School of International and Public Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to share my insights. I've conducted...
Professor, I'm sorry.
Sure.
International and Public Affairs, is that the International Relations Department now?
International Relations Department is in the school, as well as a few other departments.
One of my bachelor's degrees from FIU is in International Relations. So
excellent.
I'm one of your graduates.
Pause up. Thank you for the opportunity to share my insights. I've done research and applied work on homelessness for nearly 30 years. I recently published a peer review article on how people get out of homelessness in Miami and 3 other global cities. The recipe is simple. It's housing and financial subsidies and income subsidies and connections to social service organizations, family, and friends. Also, this recipe helped people achieve feelings of security about their lives and their future. In contrast, criminalization, like in the proposed motion, threatened this sense of security. There's a massive interdisciplinary research literature that shows the effectiveness of permanent supportive housing using a housing first approach. In Miami, this approach has worked. People stay in housing. Their health, income, and social networks improve. If this approach is used at scale, it reduces street homelessness and saves on costly public services. Over the past decade, FIU students and I have conducted over 100 life history interviews with unhoused and formerly unhoused people here in Miami. The most common neighborhoods they grew up in were Overtown, Liberty City, Allapattah, Brownsville, Carroll City, Opa-locka, West Grove, and South Miami. Houselessness is a homegrown problem resulting from systemic racial inequality and a lack of affordable housing. Please believe the science. Vote no on SR2 and support a large-scale permanent supportive housing program. Now is the time with COVID relief and other funds. It's the only sensible way forward for all Miamians, unhoused and housed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
You told us where you work at, but what district in the city of Miami do you live in?
I do live in South Miami, but I do conduct research in the city of Miami.
It's not in the city of Miami, okay.
And FIU is Miami's public university.
Okay.
Thank you for your
comments. But you don't live in the city of Miami. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Julie Dick. I'm here on behalf of Dade Heritage Trust, whose membership includes thousands of residents from the city, throughout the city of Miami and all of your districts. I'm here to speak today on DI-1, which was deferred indefinitely. I understand the deferral, and I believe that report came out with fairly short time to review it. I am concerned that it is deferred indefinitely and not for a date set in the future. The city of Miami has invested quite a bit of resources and gotten some very important feedback over the years in terms of resilience, in terms of improving the quality of life for residents and mobility, and our land use, as well as how to address issues like flooding and temperature management and just protect the public health and quality of life and make it a great place to live for everyone who lives here and visits. without incorporating this best knowledge and all these strategies and plans into the land development code and the code in terms of how the city is operating, how developments take place, what happens and does not happen in buildings, then it really is minimal in terms of the effect that all this work can have. It's critical that the city moves forward with updating its code, and we really hope that through that process, you're able to understand and value a lot of the green infrastructure, including we have so many beautiful heritage trees, or what we hope can be a heritage tree designation for the city in the future, that really define the character of the community, but also provide tremendous value in terms of filtration and shading that are critical for our quality of life. There's a lot that can be done in terms of incorporating these types of elements into the land development code that we think can benefit the city financially, and also just really help to implement the strategies and plans that the city's already invested in to make the city more livable for everyone. So hopefully we'll be talking about this item soon in the near future, and I urge you to get it on the agenda soon.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair,
And
Mr. Chair,
yes, Commissioner.
Mr.
You're
Chair,
recognized.
and I spoke a little, at the beginning of, when I first got here, she was in my office. And I do understand your support of having more trees in our city, and I mean, every one of us is a supporter. And I did inform her that the city of Miami, we have a very robust tree planting program, and every time that any of these streets, and that's a policy, it is redone, they incorporate trees into the public works that we're doing. And I believe, as I told you, I'm a country boy. I know what the importance of trees and how the trees work. So you will have an opportunity when we discuss this item, just to express your concerns. But I just wanted to inform that we are not sitting down and not planting trees. We are planting plenty of trees in our city and in most of the districts. In my district, I mean, we have been very, very aggressive in tree planting. So thank you for your collaboration, your support on it, and for your input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I do commend the city on the work they've done. I think there is some definite room for improvement, and we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And just for the public's information, the words indefinite deferral is a bit of a misnomer. It can come back at any time, at any meeting with proper notice. If no action is taken, it definitely comes back within 6 months. But indefinite deferral gives us the flexibility to bring it back earlier. It doesn't mean it's just never coming back. So at the latest, 6 months, but could come earlier. That's indefinite deferral. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chaplain Stanley Young. I'm a chaplain, minister, and evangelist, and a champion for the homeless. Miami-Dade has a very bad homeless problem, and someone really needs to get out of the office and get on the streets to find out. I'm going to give you quickly my testimony. When I moved to Miami-Dade County, I was homeless. I lived in my car. I lived outside of pools of hotels, and I was harassed by police officers telling me to leave a certain area. That shouldn't be happening in Miami-Dade County. Someone really needs to come up with a comprehensive plan far as to getting out on the street and to find out why people are homeless. People are homeless for a reason. I heard that Miami-Dade is thinking and consider homelessness as something illegal. That is ridiculous. Homelessness is no one select to be homeless. They are homeless because they have failed through the cracks of your system, that we need to do something to assist the homeless. I started the homeless ministry. It's called Freedom Prison and Jail Ministry, that helps people who are incarcerated in your jails and prisons. I have done that type of work for over 25 years. And I enjoy walking the streets, talking to the homeless, trying to encourage them to be a part of our great society. Help me help the homeless. That's what I came to ask you to do, to help me to help the homeless. and to assist them into getting out of the situation that they're in. I am praying for the homeless. I am assisting the homeless. I'm praying for each and every one of you council members to have the right mind and the right heart to actually to do something about homelessness in this in your community. One organization that helped me.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you.
Sir, if I may ask you, what district do you live in the city?
I do work in the Wynwood and Overtime District.
I'm not asking where you work at.
Okay, I live at 99th Street, Miami.
99th Street?
Yes.
That's not the city of Miami.
I know it's not the city of Miami, but I
Just wanted
work.
to get on the record.
I work in
I
there.
understand, sir.
All right, thank you,
And
sir.
one last question. You asked for help. How much is the budget that you presently have? In other words,
Okay.
how much money do you take in your last fiscal year for your organization? For you
My
to be
last
able to help?
fiscal year, of course, we went through COVID. But I'm looking to establish a homeless shelter in the city of Miami. Real soon, my budget for next year will be $5 million.
$5 million?
$5 million to establish and train chaplains, people who have a heart and a passion for homeless people. I don't want people who come into work to get a salary. Okay, I'm not working to get a salary. I've been doing this work without a salary for years, sir. And I love what I do for the Lord. So that's my budget for next year. By end of this year, I'm looking to feed some people and clothe some people.
God bless you, sir. But one thing I do want to clarify that I don't know where you're getting this information from. Nobody here is presenting any resolution, any ordinance to criminalize people for just being homeless. On the contrary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. Sure. Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
I'm glad that you made that, to clarify that, because I will never vote in favor of criminalizing homeless or unemployed people or anything like that, you see. And, but that is not the intent, for what I've gathered, of this commission. This commission doesn't want to criminalize anybody.
Good morning. My name is Luis Garcia, and I live in District 2. And I'm here to share my thoughts about the discussion item number 2. Riverside has a tent called Main Lounge, and they have outside speakers, and not the restaurants. That I want to leave that clear. And the bass noise and the loud music every Thursday to Sunday until the venue closed. We experienced that issue. This consistent behavior is heavily impacting my family, our jobs, and the lack of sleep also is affecting our quality of life, peace and health, as well as our property investments. Tenants have left the apartments in the second or third month of living there, and many sales have dropped because of this issue. Looking for coexistence and believing in the initial Riverside project proposed to the community, the residents have explored different angles to fix this issue in a friendly manner. Here I have some documents that I would like to share with you. Between them, we have 2 surveys that we share with the Riverside owner and management, showing how Riverside noise pollution was affecting the community. The documents shows that back in February 2021, that around 120 responders have a big problem with this situation. Riverside representatives say that they will improve the issue, and then in May 2021, there was another document survey in the building showing that nothing had changed. So I'm asking just to have the opportunity to improve the code enforcement and add more teeth to it. So if I may, I would like to share these documents with you to show you how we are finding coexistence between us. Can I?
Thank you for your comments. And again, once you're finished speaking, please leave the building so more people can come in. I understand that we do have people outside waiting to speak as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time.
My name is Gabby Cordell. I'm with the Choose Love Foundation and Miracle Messages. I am here with Patricia Jackson, and I'm going to read a statement from her. My name is Patricia Jackson, and I am deaf. I am also the co-founder of Homeless Lives Matter Miami-Dade. I have been homeless not only in the city of Miami, but have seen and lived the so-called humane treatment of this city by having my personal property taken and destroyed by the city and the police, threatened by harm or arrest. I'm here on behalf of those 100 who cannot hear and who have also been harmed or brutalized by the city ordinances and the police. I stand by my husband's words. We are living the Les Miserables syndrome. I too am ready to fight these ordinances and allowances of corrupt and brutal tactics by the city and the police are unconstitutional and unjust. While being homeless, I have witnessed the inhumane beating of another homeless person by the police who was also deaf. If the time to make a change in a significant matter, now is that time. I have seen encampments destroyed as well as my own, and being told that if I did not vacate, I was to be arrested. I have even had my wallet taken and 3 of my SSDI checks, which at the time provided my cell phone, feminine hygiene products, food, and the ability to wash my clothes. The worst of this is that my hearing aids and my medicine was taken. The police refused to train officers in American Sign Language to the point that any person who is deaf or hard of hearing can enter into a charge of not obeying a lawful order or disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. This is a clear violation of our First Amendment rights. We are afraid. In closing, I say this. Will I lose my dignity? Will someone care? Will I wake up tomorrow from this nightmare? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Yanelise Valdez, and I'm a City of Miami resident in District 2, and I'm here to express opposition to Agenda Item SR2 and RE4. We should be doing all we can to help our neighbors and community members experiencing one of the biggest hardships of their lives. You mentioned that the intent is not to criminalize homelessness or houselessness, but by making encampments illegal and defining what they are so broadly, makes it harder for people to have some stability or sense of ownership over what they're experiencing. And it indeed does criminalize people. We should instead be thinking about how to get them into permanent housing. I work with Engage Miami, and this summer, we distributed care packages to folks experiencing houselessness. We took time to speak with them and give them a space to share their hopes and their struggles. What came up time and time again is inaccess to medical care and the overwhelming need for medication, especially for chronic conditions like diabetes. The need for mental health resources, the barriers in getting financial assistance. This is what we should be focusing all of our efforts on, not making it further difficult and unsafe for people to live in our community. We should not be criminalizing people and ignoring the systemic reasons we have such a large housing crisis and houseless population because of. I urge you to please vote no on this inhumane ordinance and instead think of a plan to support folks experiencing homelessness and develop permanent housing. I also oppose RE4 and believe it is removing the responsibility from you all as lawmakers to really address the issue. We need a task force and a comprehensive plan to bring forth solutions to get people into housing, not into jails. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Janie Jackson. I'm from the beautiful Liberty City. I'm with the Miami's Workers Center, and we all here today to represent the houseless. It's one thing for y'all to run them away, but when y'all start running us who pay taxes away from feeding them, giving them clothes, giving them hygiene, and giving them the PPE that they need to survive due to COVID. You guys are threatening us as well. And putting those people in jail is not a solution. It's a big problem because they put them in jail. It's supposed to be a rehabilitated center, but it's not. They're being beat up in that place. They are being disrespected. They're not getting their medication. Just because they got some numbers behind their name, they're being called inmates and not humans. For all you guys that's sitting up on this panel, no disrespect to any person. But remember, we live in a world and it's round. And that what goes around comes around. And it could be any of you guys, family, loved one, or children. in the place where our loved one and the rest of the houseless is at. And we that's sitting in the audience as spectators, we 2 or 3 checks away from being houseless. What are you guys gonna do about it? Are you gonna help the organization build housing for these people so they can get the correct mental status that they need to move on with life and become productive citizens? I'm a product of houseless people. I've been thrown in jail. I have been told I'll never amount to anything. But guess what? Because of God sits so high and looks so low, all that is a lie. And a lot of those people are good people.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Camilo Mejia. I'm the Networks Director at Catalyst Miami. We're at 3000 Biscayne Boulevard. I also live here, Coconut Grove, 3482 Furrow Avenue. Commissioner Russell, you're my commissioner. I'm here to speak against SR2. You already have heard a lot of arguments against it, but I just want to point out that anything that criminalizes a person for refusing to go to a shelter is criminalizing, because all you have to do is just take a drive around downtown outside of the shelters and you'll see that there's a lot of people sleeping on the sidewalks. That also doesn't take into account why a person is living there. It's not by choice, but because they face a number of issues that cannot be resolved simply by putting a roof over someone's head or taking, a person into someone's home. You have to address the social issues that led to the person getting to where they are. Homelessness is part of a bigger problem that we have here, a systemic problem that places profit over human needs. And so if we address the issue of homelessness through the criminalizing lens, you're not going to not only address the issue itself, but you're also not taking into account that in the city and the county that we live, we have tens of thousands of people who are one misfortune away from becoming homeless. And so if you don't address this, more broadly, and you bring people who are impacted by the issue to the table to address access to economic development, access to education, access to healthcare, and all these other things, then you may end up with a nice policy that is going to be completely fruitless. So please do not criminalize, do not pass any ordinances that criminalize homeless people, and give yourselves enough time to bring people who are directly impacted by the issue and those who work with those people so that we can all be part of a solution.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And just a reminder for anyone who's just arriving, public comment for SR2 was taken up 2 weeks ago, and if you spoke at that meeting on SR2, you're not to speak again on that item. You're welcome to speak on RE4 and PI3, which are also homeless related, but the clerk has all the sign-up sheets from before, so I ask you not to repeat yourself from 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Emily Jimenez, and I'm in opposition of Ordinance SR2. I'm currently a senior at Florida International University studying political science. I'm here to give you guys some facts. So there are roughly over 4,000 unsheltered and sheltered people residing in Miami-Dade. That is not including people that are couch surfing. During my time working with the chronically homeless through my organization called the BC Community Project, I've heard many stories that I've resonated with. Many were residing on the streets because they could not afford their medical bills. They were victims of physical abuse. They lost their jobs through COVID, could not afford rent, or were kicked out of their homes. None of the reasons that I've listed for being homeless should justify anybody to be incarcerated. In fact, that should be a reason for assistance. For every dollar in countywide property taxes paid, 13 cents funds public health systems, 3 cents goes towards parks, and 2 cents goes towards social services. If you add all that up, that's still less than 22 cents of every property tax dollar that pays for the county's $384 million per year towards jail systems. The money can go towards creating safe spaces that can be used for transitional housing, while dedicated Housing First organizations work towards finding permanent solutions. As a Florida International University student and founder of BC Community Project, I know that there is a willingness of the community and of students that are able and willing to volunteer their time to provide medical resources, food assistance, and assistance in creating safe spaces out of the willingness of their hearts. You today have the power to vote no on this ordinance and use those funds to create solutions with the help of the community members like myself and capable students with viable ideas that can be implemented. I would very much appreciate speaking with you on building a better Miami, one that does not criminalize being poor, but rather one that offers solutions and resources to pull yourself up instead of digging a bigger hole. Please vote no on SR2. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Fania Celestine. I am the Director of Development at Buddy System MIA. I'm here to disagree with SR2 anti-camping ordinance that would criminalize homeless community members. In my work as a community organizer, I've worked with many Miamians experiencing homelessness, including Tomas. We met Tomas at a food distribution in 2020. He was living on the streets for 3 months because he lost his job due to COVID and couldn't keep up with his bills. This individual was 67 years old and only spoke Spanish. He had no family here in Miami. He didn't understand the system well enough to advocate for himself. And he had several medical problems and insurmountable health care debts. 2 days later, we were able to find Tomas a shelter through this organization called Hermanos de la Calle. Almost a year later, Tomas is back on his feet with a shelter above him and a community behind him. The answer is funding with more organizations that support houseless communities like Hermanos de la Calle, affordable housing initiatives, sober center, mental health programs, debt relief programs, and food insecurity initiatives in our community. Thank you so much for your time and have such a beautiful day.
Thank you, you too. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mariam Hosseini. I'm a business strategist, and I've taken time off of work today to speak on behalf of DI2, a discussion surrounding the establishments, including Riverside on Southeast 5th Street in Brickell. I have been a resident of Brickell on the River North Tower, the tower directly next door to the establishment at question, for the past 8 years. This is my community. I have experienced development, construction, and noise as Brickell evolved into what it is today. In fact, my apartment faces the river, and for the majority of the past 2 years, I have spent nearly every day and night in this apartment due to the pandemic. My concern regarding this matter is not that it has received greater attention than the constant unregulated noise interrupting everything I do at any hour of day going up and down Miami River, from meetings to sleep. It's the amount of attention that has been placed on reporting noise violations at this establishment that make up a small minority of our days without a clear explanation of a result of these reports and path to solution. Now, I understand that the peace and quiet of our residents is an absolute right and priority, but my concern is the cost at which this resolution will take place. The employees of this establishment and our residents deserve an amicable resolution of an establishment that preserves and contributes to the diverse makeup of Brickell, community, and landscape. A lack of clear resolution, path to enforcement, and solution of a noise complaint today is a predecessor of the potential of another years-long private development at the cost of residents who have been left in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Paul LaCroix. I'm the general manager of said venue that some of the residents here have spoke of. I want to start off by saying we appreciate all the issues that they brought forth. We appreciate you, commissioners, who take this very seriously. I want to start off by saying we, for the most part, have done everything to ensure that there is actual communication. We're going forth with shutting down all of the base. We shut down all the base. We had one guest say that at Thursday at 1 a.m. they hear music. We shut down at 11 o'clock on Thursdays. On Sundays, we have a permit till 12 midnight. We shut down at 10 just to avoid the late complaints. I myself have walked countless times with code, with police, just to show all the different things we're doing so that there are no issues. We want to work together. We do not want this issue to be in front of you guys. We do not want code and the police to constantly come due to complaints. We want to work together. The problem we're having is there might be a couple of individuals who are doing everything in their power to shut us down, but understand this, there are over 120 employees that will not have jobs based on this. And when I say I'm responsible for that, I do everything in my power to make sure that they will keep their jobs. So I bring the sound down. We shut down all bass, so there is no vibration that these residents should feel. We do not hire DJs. If you know Miami, most venues hire big-time DJs. We don't do that just to avoid any sound complaints. We're doing everything in our power to make sure my staff has their jobs. And we will continue to do that if you give us that opportunity. I have a letter here from one of the residents as well that I just want to read a small little bit that they wrote. This, unfortunately, is the case between the condo association and our neighbor, Riverside, Miami. Instead of trying to work together and resolve their differences, our association decided to go to war and manipulate our residents into calling in noise complaints so that Riverside could get shut down. Unfortunately, now this will start a course of events much worse than any of the noise that we regularly hear from them. We hear worse from boats, cars, slingshot stereo, neighbors, construction, metro movers, emergency vehicles, and jets in the MIA constantly over us. So Riverside, now we have to deal with 2 large towers being built instead of just dealing with Riverside and having a communication where we can work together.
Thank you. Time's up. Thank you for your comments. Good morning. You don't need to give your last name or address as a minor. You're very welcome to speak here, but first name is sufficient.
First name, then go to your thing, okay? Hi.
Whenever you're ready, it's fine. Take your time.
Go. Hi. My name is Emmett. We shouldn't put people in jail just for being homeless. Here's why. They're our neighbors. Always, and I repeat, always help out your neighbors.
She's going to help you with the microphone just a little bit so we can hear you. Can you? I'm so sorry. Can you?
The jails are already overcrowded, and we don't want any more ways to put people in them. If you can arrest them, you can give them a home. Spending money on a bed is spending money on a bed. Commissioners, as long as Miami exists, there won't be a single homeless person that is in jail. What are we? Arkansas? Done.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for speaking. I'll suspend the no clapping rule for a minor that takes time out of their day to make public comment and address us. Thanks for coming. Did you want to add?
Yes. Do I have 2 minutes, or is it part of his?
Yes, you have full 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danielle Rivera. I live at 2300 Southwest 3rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33129. I'm here to speak against the camping ordinance. Simply put, ever since I moved to the city of Miami, I have been on the verge of homelessness myself. Me, my son, and my husband, who has to work 2 jobs to still pay 70% of our income for an apartment. When we first moved here, there was a slumlord with horrible, unsafe conditions. My city commissioner never bothered to call me back. It took over a month working with the code department just to get hot water. It was consistent, and he filed an eviction retaliatory. He called DCF to put me in a nursing home, not just my child. Every resident in the building was elderly or disabled, and it was subsidized. There was no help. I was on my own. And if I made a mistake, we would have been on the street. If I did not have my educational background, we would have been screwed. And City of Miami didn't care. Commissioner Higgins did. Channel 10 did. Nobody here cared. If we were on the street, you would arrest us instead of helping us. You had the chance, and you continuously have ignored me since I moved to the city. You want to arrest me if I make a mistake, but you guys constantly make mistakes and then ignore us. Vote no if you have a heart. If not, we know you're all worthless.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Compare. I would like to speak on DI2. I am a master's student at Florida International University. I am an honors student, and I graduate in December. I work as a behavior therapist with autistic children, and I'm currently an unpaid intern, and I volunteer in this community. My only day off is Sunday, and I usually spend that day doing homework assignments. I work at Riverside, Miami, and it generates the bulk of my income. That job keeps me afloat, It keeps me in school. I am the child of Cuban and Haitian immigrants who cannot afford to put me through school, so I work hard to do it myself. Unfortunately, due to noise complaints, we are at risk of being shut down. We accommodate the residents of the neighboring buildings. The music is played only on the indoor part of the business. We are open 4 days a week. We close at 10 p.m. on Sundays and 11 p.m. on Thursdays. So I'm not sure why someone mentioned that they hear music at 1 a.m. We stay open until 2 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays, and there are places in Miami that stay open until 4 and 5 in the morning or 24 hours. I want you to multiply my story by 120. That is the number of employees whose lives will be turned upside down if we are shut down, not to mention the number of small business owners who do business there. I implore you to help us to come to an amicable solution where we do not have to lose our jobs. It breaks my heart for me to hear you side with the residents without having heard our side. We are humans and we deserve to be considered.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hello, hi all, my name is Norma Uriostegui. I'm here with the Miami Workers Center and we're located at 720 Northwest 55th Street, Miami, Florida, 33127. During the last reading of SR2, Commissioner Carroyo brought up a point that I want to highlight and underline, which is the subject of slumlords and uninhabitable conditions that people are living in. As a housing organizer, it is my job to go out into the field and build relationships with and develop the leadership of working class tenants. Lately, we've been focusing on District 3 and District 5 in particular. Now, I'm surprised he even brought it up considering how common of a problem it is within these districts and how the pattern of harassment from slumlords, impossible rent prices, and detrimental conditions lead to violent displacement and how it's a big part of the reason a lot of people find themselves without a home to begin with. The pandemic has exacerbated a crisis, a housing crisis that already existed with the thousands of evictions filed during a time of extreme economic hardship for a lot of residents amidst a public health crisis. Tenants need protections. Houseless tenants need protections. What currently exists is not enough, and the ordinance being proposed will only lead to more violence. We are currently working on a Tenant Bill of Rights campaign, which is proposed legislation created alongside our base of working class tenants. We would love a meeting with you commissioners to talk about it, where we can invite some of your constituents to actually address some of these issues and propose our solutions. But if you just want to put houseless people out of sight, you can just name that, because we've been knocking on doors all over the city of Miami. And your poor residents, your working class residents, your elder residents, your immigrant, disabled, low income, fixed income, residents with families, your constituents who are one paycheck away from houselessness and displacement because of wealthy people that you're making a decision to cater to, they deserve to know. We will be here whenever you're ready to make better use of your time with something other than entertaining the idea of your little adoption program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Anjuli Castaño. I live at 1060 Northeast 119th Street. I am against SR2 because I disagree with the criminalization of homelessness and find it to be a harmful and dated response. The horrific stories of medication, wheelchairs, IDs, and more being taken in the encampment sweeps will only multiply if punitive action is deemed as an appropriate response to those experiencing homelessness. The ordinance empowers officers to arrest those who seek safety on public property so long as they have offered shelter. I'm tired of hearing that shelter is being offered when as it undermines my experience working at Camila's house as a helpline specialist, which connected me to hundreds of people who were seeking shelter to no avail. I spent 40 hours a week transferring them to the city of Miami where they would register as homeless and be put on a waiting list. And most of them had been on that waiting list for months already. Through this experience, I also have come to understand why a houseless person would be weary of accepting shelter from an officer. I was fired from Camila's house after speaking out against the police brutality I had witnessed from one of the on-staff officers at the entrance of the shelter as I was coming to work. An officer was brutally bashing the head of an unarmed guest of the shelter against the sidewalk as he laid in fetal position. Before firing me, my boss asked me, how dare I question the officer who was only there to protect me? I did not and do not feel protected, and I can only imagine what a houseless person must feel. The city needs to acknowledge the precedent of distrust that lies within policing figures. We've heard that $7 million will be added to the budget addressing homelessness from the mayor. I fear this money will be funneled to an already gross police budget the more we rely on them to act as the civil servants they are not. I stand with the ACLU in their proposal for a housing-first approach with wraparound services and wish to reiterate that criminalizing homelessness is violent and ineffective. I'd also like to address the attempts of Commissioner Carroyo to undermine the comments from all who are not residents in the city of Miami. I grew up in downtown and went to school there. In support of our democratic rights, I ask you to take our words seriously and end the disrespectful tone you've had towards Housing First advocates.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Angela Pender, housing organizer with the Miami Workers Center, 129 Northeast 80th Terrace. For the last few months, alongside members and organizers with the Miami Workers Center, I've been knocking on doors, talking to hundreds of residents and voters in neighborhoods across Miami about the issues they care most about. I have spoken with too many residents who have told me about the uninhabitable conditions in their homes, horrific abuse and harassment at the hands of their landlords, even while their rent goes up and up and up. I doubt anyone in this room wants to live in a Miami where the only place our community members are finding a place to sleep is in cars or on sidewalks. But for the renters we speak with, too many are one paycheck away from losing their current home and having nowhere to go. As many shared at the last commission meeting and will share again here today, the solution to the crisis of houselessness is not arresting or fining people. It's finding community solutions that house our people and keep them housed in dignified conditions with the respect they deserve. We are here today to oppose the anti-camping ordinance and to support frontline service providers like Lotus House, who support houseless community members on a daily basis, and of course also to support our houseless sisters and brothers who can and should speak for themselves about what they want and need. We are also here to invite the commissioners to meet with us at the Miami Workers Center and the renters we have been speaking with who are very afraid of being pushed out of Miami about our policy proposals we call the Tenant Bill of Rights to reduce displacement and abuse that renters are experiencing. The renters who are tired of living with mold and infestation and don't know where to turn for support, and again are very close to becoming houseless themselves. We believe that a much better use of the Commission's time would be to focus on these solutions, and again, we would love to meet with all of you to discuss them along with their families. Thank you for this time.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Constance Collins, Executive Director of the Lotus House Women's Shelter. A home. Sorry?
What item are you speaking on?
I'm speaking on the adopt a homeless item. I'm not sure if the third item that came up is up for discussion now or not. Yes, so generally then.
PI3.
Yes.
Discussion of the homeless.
Okay, thank you. A home is as fundamental a human right as food, education, healthcare. It is essential to our prosperity, both individually and as a community. We have a public health crisis in our community. We're asking the city to form a joint task force to provide for new and improved pathways to access shelter, supportive services, financial assistance, housing to end homelessness. After the last hearing, we submitted a proposed multi-point plan. We recognize that the solutions to ending homelessness are complex. Part of that plan was to bring together in the task force representatives of the Homeless Trust, the city, housing and shelter providers, those with lived experience, housing advocates, and to listen, to develop meaningful pathways to ending homelessness based on evidence-based best practices. We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness, nor is the suggestion that individuals who are housed should take in those who are not a viable solution to ending homelessness. There are thousands of individuals all across our community that are double and tripled up in other people's homes. It has not ended homelessness. To solve it requires addressing systemic issues, the lack of affordable housing, the lack of living wage, the lack of adequate childcare for parents who need to work, the difficulty of actually securing rental subsidies and financial assistance, even when it flows from the federal government, and the importance of trauma-informed solutions. We've made so much progress. We have more work to do together, and we urge the Commission to establish a task force to do so in a meaningful, thoughtful, comprehensive way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Chair.
comments. Yes, Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Ms. Collins.
Constance? Commissioner Watson has a question for you.
We deferred this item, both of these items. We deferred both of these items on last meeting. And the irony of it is that I asked all of the stakeholders to get together, okay, to talk to each other and come up with a solution. And you didn't. Okay? You offered a plan, and another organization offered a plan, and I've plagiarized the two of you guys' plans, and will hopefully offer some sort of amendment later. But I want to kind of preempt the perception of thought that we're going to end homelessness, right? 0%. So for the gentleman who I heard said he'd been working in it for 25 years, my route when I was a young man from home to work never was on I-95. It was always through the streets of Miami. And when I drove down North Miami Avenue to get to downtown and left at night, 40 years ago, they were homeless and homelessness. And so the notion that the city of Miami, because there's a lot of cross dialogue in Miami-Dade County, and we're not the county, we don't have the capacity. But I think really and truly, okay, if we now come together, all of the organizations and stakeholders, because what you hear on this side is frustration on the fact that we're not compassionate, and we have spent tens of millions of dollars, right? And so there's not going to be an end to homelessness from this perspective. But if we do sit down and talk with each other, there's an opportunity to reduce the amount of homelessness and not let people now live in the streets. Because I don't care what any of you all say. At the end of the day, there's no dignity in living in the streets. Agreed. Even if you decide to do that, that is your prerogative. But there's no dignity in living in the streets. And as I drive through every day, because most of us in my district, there's no dignity in allowing rats and other things that's happening to be something that is the order of the day. Okay? So I just wanted to point that out as we continue, and I continue to massage this as we go along the way. Okay?
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Nicole Jury, 1040 Jefferson Avenue. I'm a Miami Beach resident and business owner. And I'm here to tell you guys that homeless people do not have a zip code. They actually do not even have a place to live. And the fact that we're all here from all places of Florida advocating for humanity needs to be taken into account. Any decision that this City of Miami Commission makes will affect any other county and any other city in the area, as well as other states further up, because like I said, they do not have a zip code. Therefore, it's the responsibility of all of you and all of our government to bring that homelessness percentage to 0. All of you and all of us together, okay? I'm opposing completely any type of incarceration or any type of resistance against camping. I understand that we're not happy having them camping outside our streets. I understand it doesn't make our city look pretty, but it's our responsibility to make available what they need to get out of where they are, because tomorrow it could be you, or even me. I'm actually a single mom of 2 children. I've lived in District 8 for the majority of my younger years. I've lived in the northern Miami, and being that we are all here today, it's a prime example that there is humanity behind the issue that the homeless community is facing, and we all must come together. Miami Beach is here to tell you all, so are they responsible? Everybody needs to do something.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anshu Badrani, and I am a resident of District 2, and I'm here regarding DI2 to discuss Riverside, Miami, and the noise issues that come from Riverside. I live in the building right next to Riverside, and I dread being in my home Thursday through Sunday because of the noise that Riverside creates. It baffles me to hear people talk about how Riverside, it's only open until 10 p.m. when Friday and Saturday nights it's open until 2 a.m. If you check their Instagram, it's very clear that they hire DJs and they treat it like a club, because it is a club. I've called code compliance and police non-emergency more times than I can remember, and to no avail. They'll issue the citation. On one occasion, a code compliance officer told me that they had issued the citation, but really a $500 fine is nothing to an establishment like Riverside, because that's one round of shots. And so it's the cost of doing business for them. And I've also reached out to the mayor, I've reached out to you, Commissioner Russell, with no response. I understand that violations have been issued. That's not an arguable fact here. They are in violation of the code. What my question is now is what's going to happen, like what is the resolution to breaking the city's code? And so I believe this issue can be resolved amicably without the loss of jobs and in favor of the residents of the area. Riverside probably just needs to invest in the same technologies that every other establishment invests in to be up to code and not violate the noise ordinance. And so in the meantime, we need our elected officials to step up and stand up for us, because we're without recourse at this point, because calling code and calling police non-emergency has not worked thus far.
Thank you. Could you tell me your name again?
Anshu Badrani.
Anshu, and your last name?
Badrani.
Badrani. And you wrote to my office? I just want to make sure you got an answer, and if you didn't, I want to find out.
I did not get an answer.
All right, I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rosalie Wiley. My address is 720 Northwest 55th Street. I'm here talking about SR 22. Commissioner Washington, you just spoke about what you guys can do to help the homelessness. Just like this place is full with people speaking about the homelessness, I think the best thing would be is for all us to get together with the homeless in here and sit down and communicate with the homeless and see where do they want to go from where we're at. Because we're all speaking about homelessness, which none of us are not homeless, but can't say won't be soon. But I think if you would talk to me, if I'm a step away from walking out the door of being homelessness, to find out what can you do to help me so I won't be homeless, I think that would be best for you to come and communicate with me. Each one of you commissioners, I'm quite sure in each one of y'all district, y'all have homelessness. And if you don't, be proud. But in this world, wherever you go, it's homelessness, because people are not able to live with the prices that we have to live with. A one-bedroom here used to cost you $300 to $400 a month. Now, if you don't have Section 8, you're looking at $800 to $900 a month. And if you're on a fixed income, that does not give you somewhere to stay. In order to stay here, you have to live with somebody illegally to be able to stay. And you're not comfortable living with someone. So then that puts you in the line of being homeless. So I think the best thing would be for each one of you guys to sit down with the homelessness and communicate with them, because they can tell you how they feel about being homeless and what can you do to help them from not being homeless. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Clatil Neto. I'm one of the Riverside employees. Riverside always wanted to be the good neighborhood, to be a good neighbor for the community. The goal is to be the backyard of the residents. I had the opportunity to go to a meeting in the association of the building that's complaining about the noises, and saw the survey. They handed you a copy. At that time, we left that meeting with certain commitments that we fulfilled. We installed doors, we removed the bass speakers, the subwoofers. We installed more speakers to keep the volume lower, and so on. And right now, we're considering even the main lounge that was mentioned by one of the residents to sort of disassemble partially in order to have no issues with the sound, and that's it. And other than this, what can I say? The neighborhood is very noisy. it's not only Riverside. We have our hours of operation. Sometimes there is misunderstandings and misinformation with the hours because there is noise income from everywhere. We have the properties is riverfront. There are boats passing by with loud music. We have airplanes, we have the cars, we have the bridge opening. And right now, this building will face a different kind of noise because the other side of the building neighbor is a construction site. So it's gonna be noise it's the cost of progress. Progress is noisy, and in the end, what I could ask you, if COVID almost killed us, I beg you, gentlemen, commissioners, please do not kill us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sabrina Velarde. I am the Policy Director with Miami Homes for All. Our business address is 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33136. I am personally a resident of the City of Miami, District 4. I am a newly minted homeowner as well, and I have lived in Miami my entire life. I'm here today to speak in reference to SR2 and to thank those commissioners who have listened to advocates and service providers and publicly shared that what the city needs to end homelessness is more permanent supportive housing. We understand the pressure to end street homelessness quickly. We share your urgency, but we also know that measures like these will put an increased financial strain on hospitals, police departments, and jails. All costs that would be better invested in housing. Permanent supportive housing is proven to be the most effective and lowest cost solution to homelessness. It is also true that measures like SR2 have been shown to exacerbate homelessness by making it harder for those who are unhoused to secure shelter and housing. Commissioners, we're asking you to vote no on SR2 and to instead consider the following. Identify and invest in permanent supportive housing. Use American Rescue dollars to acquire and rehabilitate buildings. Identify and buy hotels or other surplus properties and convert them into housing. There are two immediate opportunities. Beckham Hall, which has been used as a shelter and has been vacant for several years, and the George Ayers Virtue House, which can be rehabilitated. Use ESG dollars for rapid rehousing resources to assist people in accessing housing directly. The City of Miami has made great strides in reducing homelessness. We are at the lowest numbers since 2014 with only 510 individuals living on the street. As advocates, policy experts, and City of Miami residents, we ask that you vote no on this ordinance so that we may work together to ensure that those numbers continue to decrease. I look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Myra Jolie, 1221 Brickell Avenue. I hear everybody here has an opinion about the homeless, but nobody has said what is the definition of a homeless or a houseless. And by the way, no houseless will be able to run for the City of Miami here because they will take you out if you don't have a zip code or you're not a homeless within the City of Miami, so you know. But now, let's see, who are the people who are suffering with this? Is it the residents? Is it the homeless? I don't know if there is no money to take care of things here because our mayor talks about $16 million that's being made on Miami coin or Bitcoin. Why that money doesn't go to serve the homeless? I just ask. But there is another thing that I want to add. There was a reporter called Guillermo Descalzi who, for some reason, ended up being homeless in a crack house or whatever. It took one, maybe friend, maybe somebody who worked with him called Gratas, to get him out of homelessness. Here, we don't want to take the blame individually. We want to take it as a whole, because that way, nobody's responsible. But let's put something in perspective. What will it take for each one of the ones that are supporting the homeless to make a project out of one and take care of that person and bring them to their side and teach them how it is to get out of where you are just from the inside out? Because no government is going to get us out of where we are. And when somebody comes to this microphone and say, it could be you, no. Don't tell me that it could be you. I I want you to be me. I don't want me to be you. You have to remember that, because there are people, there are residents that are living in the only place that they know, and they cannot go anywhere. Now there is a problem. When the big times developers, they want to put residences
Ms. Jolie.
where the commercial places are, and commerce where the residents live, you always going to have this problem.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Melanie Ramirez. I reside in 3145 Mundy Street. Good morning, Commissioners. I am here in reference to RE4. Items like this and SR2 are not based in best practices or solutions. The needs of folks surviving on the street are individual and based on each case. Instead of ordinances that make it difficult to find homes, we need investments in housing and supportive services. I was in a shelter for 9 months, and from that experience, I can tell you that not many things are achieved. I am currently staying in a transitional housing program that supports my goals in education, employment, and my well-being. Supportive housing has provided me and many others the opportunity to be self-sufficient and independent. We need to invest in solutions that have been proven to be effective. A year ago, around this time, I was working fast food while living in a shelter. Now, thanks to them, I'm working towards my degree while working on multiple projects and have shown me that I am capable of so much more. I am living proof of these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Betata Mercado. I work for Riverside, and I just wanted you guys to think about the fact that it's not just a business, like we all have jobs there. A lot of people are coming in here and complaining about noise complaints. We get noises from everywhere. We have the volumes down, we get bad reviews because our music is not loud enough for the guests that are coming to our place. So I don't understand how we have so many noise complaints. The lady that was here earlier, she says she's called the cops, she's called so many people. Why not try to talk to us? Just like we're all human, we can have a civil conversation. She could have came to our place and spoken to our managers, spoken to anyone in regards to the fact that they can't sleep or whatever the noise complaint might be. If you have hurricane-proof windows, there's no way that they should be hearing our music. So maybe they need to speak to someone else in regards to those windows. But also, again, like our jobs, they were the only place, one of the only places that were hiring during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, I was doing hosting, and many of the people that live in that building kept coming up to us and saying that they didn't even know that we were open because they couldn't hear us. So I don't understand why we're getting so many different noise complaints and people just bashing us for music being too loud when we get complaints for music not even being loud enough. So just please just look at it from actually our perspective. If we don't have these jobs, a lot of us are gonna end up homeless too because our rents are staggering in the prices. And this is like the only job that we're able to have that's able to help us pay, you know, our bills. I mean, if we don't have them, then what are we gonna end up being at? Excuse me.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
My name is Daniel Edenberg, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on SR2, the proposed anti-encampment ordinance, and furthermore, put an end to the encampment sweeps that have been destroying the few things these people have. It's insane to dehumanize to the degree where we have police-protected trash trucks picking up tents with claws. Carollo, in the last meeting, you spoke on how your constituents are living at the poverty line and paying outrageous rents to slumlords. Those folks are a step away from being displaced to the streets. The absurdity and dissonance of your statements to stay homelessness in Miami is a choice right after prefacing on the unstable living conditions of your constituents in Little Havana. Please take a moment to leave this illogical, loveless mentality behind. This ordinance is predatory in nature by creating fines for living on the street. Research shows that criminalization exacerbates homelessness. So why are you going to exacerbate homelessness instead of providing housing and more resources to aid these folks? It's foolish, fiscally irresponsible, and downright evil.
Thank you for your comments. Please direct all your comments through the chair, not directly at anyone on the dais. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please,
I like
sir.
that shirt. It's pretty cool.
Good morning.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and for hearing comments and taking this matter seriously. My name is Sabrina Henneke. I'm a third-year medical student,
and a founding member of Miami Street Medicine. Working on the streets and bridging gaps in care that exist gives us a unique medical perspective to talk to the homeless people of our community and really learn and understand their stories. I would like to first tell you a bit about some of the stories we've heard from our patients based on the criminalization they've already experienced and how it would get worse if this ordinance SR2 were passed. Take Mary, for example. Her every possession she had was thrown away, including her epilepsy medicine. That's how we met her, was she was seizing on the street. Another patient had his heart failure medication taken, and instead of getting housing, he was very close to being document ready, which is something we help our patients with. He lost his ID, his birth certificate, everything he needed to get a job and get housing, and he was back to square one because instead of the system working for him, it worked against him. Homelessness is a public health crisis. Dispersing people through street sweeps only makes matters worse. On RE4, I'd just like to say we're speaking about data-driven responses to homelessness that will work. And respectfully, 2 weeks ago, we watched you make it up in front of us. It doesn't seem very data-driven. These sweeps and criminalization directly contradict CDC guidelines and have been called out by the United Nations. 2 weeks ago, you thought we were pointing to California as an example, but respectfully, we'd like to say that there are examples that do work, and although California has much of an issue, there are places like Finland, which have implemented Housing First and have eradicated homelessness in Helsinki. You might ask how can we just hand out homes? That doesn't seem like it makes any sense, but it actually saves cities money, lowering costs of arrests, jail housing, sweeps, and emergency room visits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Morning.
But what does Dr. Fushi have to say about it? Fushi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Irfan Koankaya. My address is 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue, 33136. I'm joining the community to stand against SR2, the Anti-Encampment Ordinance. Now, like it was mentioned, the city of Miami has made great strides in reducing homelessness. I mean, you've made great strides. We're at the lowest number since 2014 with 510 individuals. Unfortunately, if this ordinance passes, much of that work is going to be undone, guaranteeing that in 5, 10, or however many or so years, we're going to all be sitting in this exact same room discussing this exact same issue. The problem is that those 510 or so folks are going to struggle to qualify for housing, find and keep employment, and on top of that, they'll have to pay the fines and fees that come with a criminal record, fees that can quickly add up to hundreds or even thousands of dollars, making the difficult of escaping homelessness infinitely harder. We need to fight homelessness and not homeless people, and we do that with housing, not handcuffs. This measure only exacerbates the problem, so I propose that we use these best practices mentioned to expand on the existing work together, the work that this city has often already done. And since we all benefit from ending homelessness, and I know you're in a tight spot, I know you want to as well. So in short, some of those best practices are like identifying and investing in permanent supportive housing, as was mentioned, using ARP dollars to acquire and rehab buildings, using existing ESG rapid rehousing resources to assist shelter-resistant individuals in accessing permanent housing placement options directly from the street. And now the list has gone on, and I'd be happy to meet with any of the commissioners to discuss this and give full recommendations and work with you all to come with a solution. Because this is an issue we all want to solve, and like was mentioned, these are data-driven policies that have been proven as ineffective. There are studies from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition and the Urban Institute, and pretty much all the studies say the same thing. Permanent supportive housing is both cheaper and more effective. But ultimately, I'm just going to end this by saying the most important recommendation that we all have, that we're all here today to give, is to vote no on an ordinance that puts people out of sight rather than into homes, and we look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you for your comments. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Terrence Cribbs-Laurent. I am currently seated as the City of Miami Black Police Precinct Courthouse Museum Executive Director. I resided at 665 Northeast 83rd Terrace. I currently am couch housing at 1495 Northwest 74th Street, Miami, Florida. If you know what couch surfing is, that means I am homeless. For the first time, you probably thought that houseless or homeless people looked a certain kind of way. But this is how they look. They look like this. And many of the residents who would probably want to be here could not be here because they're on one check away from being houseless. My circumstances are different than a lot of people. There are a lot of different reasons why I've chosen to continue to house serve and to use my support system to support me. As many immigrants that come to this U.S., they do. But my circumstances do not mitigate the problems that we have throughout our city. And you've heard many of the ways that we can deal with this issue. I know many of you all know me, and many of you all would have never thought that I was houseless. As of September 1st, I had to move my mother back to Tennessee after 6 years of bringing her here to take care of her because her Social Security would not allow her to stay at our home because of price rising. I made a conscious decision to not put her in a houseless position, but that I would continue to fight. And so that is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Dr. Armin Henderson. I live in District 4, I believe. I am here to oppose SR2. There are a lot of reasons that people have already expressed around why SR2 is detrimental to the living standards of those who are already out on the street. But I want to talk about it from a public health standpoint. When you criminalize people for the way in which they find themselves out on the street, first of all, it's not a personal issue, as you heard my friend Terrence talk about his journey to become houseless. It's not a choice that people make. The rent is too high. The homes are too few. People are getting evicted. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and these are problems that more and more of your constituents find themselves in. The last thing we want to do is to criminalize them further, okay? By arresting people and putting them in jail, by doing sweeps out on the street, you're moving individuals to other parts of the city. One of my colleagues at the hospital came to work one day and she said, you know what, Armin? It's all these homeless people who live in the park. She lives in Coconut Grove. And what's happening is that the sweeps that you're conducting in Overtown are pushing people to other parts of the city that they haven't been to before. And so she's upset that her children have to step over needles, et cetera. But she doesn't know that, that they're being criminalized. They're being moved all over the place. And so I just want you to talk, I just want you to understand the health impacts of what you're proposing. People who live in Liberty City, who live in Overtown and downtown Miami, they're already at a decreased life expectancy. Sometimes over the range of 15 years, they die earlier than you and me. And so by further criminalizing those individuals, what we're doing is further decreasing their life expectancy. And so the things that you put forth, you may think that they're funny, but they have real impacts on people's lives. And so I'd like to get together with people who are impacted, like Terrence, like other individuals who are houseless or unsheltered or who live in unstable housing, and bring them together to talk about solutions and not just propose things on a whim.
Thank you, Doctor.
Because it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Figliozzi. I live at 1750 North Bayshore Drive, and I'm employed by Riverside, Miami. I believe God put this on my heart today to say, first, Commissioner Reyes, as a survivor from cancer, I just applaud that. My mother, a two-time survivor of cancer, passed away about 2 years ago, which led me to come down and relocate to Florida from New Jersey. In that time, I was introduced to Riverside. They were very welcoming. I came in at, put it lightly, a bottom barrel spot position. I've worked my way up, and I come here today with my employees that are limited here. The others are at their second job to stay afloat in Miami, asking for not what would be another chance, but to see what hand Riverside was dealt with. 2 years ago, Riverside opened up. A month in, COVID hit. We had an 8-month layover till things opened up, and a curfew at 12 o'clock midnight that only was taken back months ago. With that, we have been dealt with so much between our employees, and we try and accommodate with whatever headache arises so we don't have to deal with any further issues. An issue like noises. We don't have a DJ. We haven't for the last 2 months. We are in a down season in the hospitality industry in Florida. It's too hot. No one wants to go hang out in this heat. I have limited people at the venue. As of right now, I have limited hours. I keep going back because of attendance. As of right now, I have music, only a Spotify playlist. I don't even have a DJ employed. And with that, I just say, consider the lives, the 120 plus employees we have at Riverside that are greatly affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So we're just hitting noon right now. Commissioners, what I'd like to do, because we have about 30 more speakers waiting to speak between inside and outside, and at 2 minutes apiece, that's about an hour of public comment left. We also have 2 CRA meetings to take up, as well as lunch before we get to the business of the day at all. So what I'd like to propose is a 10-minute break for us right now, so we can just get refreshed and finish up public comment before we take the break. Does that sound good to you guys? Good. All right. So we're going to recess just for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and finish up all of the public comment for the regular agenda, and then we will take up the CRA meetings and lunch. Thank you.
CRA meetings.
We have both the Omni and the Overtown.
But we did Omni the other day.
There were 2 items that were deferred to at a special meeting. See you in 10.
Go.
You ready? Calling back to order the City of Miami City Commission meeting. Thank you all for being here. We are still in public comment. I understand we have between 20 and 30 speakers remaining inside and outside of the hall. Once you finish speaking, please exit so others can come back in. You have 2 minutes to speak. You'll hear a little tone at the 30-second mark. That's when time to start wrapping it up. Please speak directly through the chair, not directly to any commissioner or anyone on the dais or to the audience. And please keep everything civil. I really appreciate everyone today. It's been a good experience so far. You're very welcome at public comment. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Taylor Moore, and I am a student at the University of Miami School of Law. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to share comments on the anti-camping ordinance. This proposed ordinance would punish people for simply trying to survive. Essential life-sustaining activities such as sleeping, eating, camping, and sitting should never carry criminal consequences. The anti-camping ordinance would actually trap people in a cycle of homelessness. Punishing life-sustaining activity merely shuffles people around and doesn't actually solve anything. It's actually counterproductive. Issuing fines, citations, and arrests, leading to court fees and jail time, only makes it more difficult for people to get out of poverty and access housing and employment. A single arrest or conviction can result in a lifelong sentence of living on the streets. Instead of helping people escape living on the street, criminalizing homelessness just creates a costly revolving door that circulates individuals experiencing homelessness from the street to the criminal justice system and back. Criminalization is also extremely costly. City resources would be spent on enforcing an ordinance that does nothing to actually address homelessness. According to a Central Florida study, housing just 50% of the current chronic homeless population there would save the taxpayers a minimum of $149 million by eliminating expenses for law enforcement, emergency room use, and hospitalizations. This ordinance is ineffective, it's costly, and it violates basic human rights. I urge you to please vote no.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Albert Gomez, 3566 Vista Court, Miami, Florida. I'm here in support of RE6. Ali, God bless his soul, legacy, nonviolent champion, historically connected to Miami. I'm full in support of street renaming. RE7 in support, but how we need more. How do we do it? Substance in the resolution is needed. If we're going to make these claims, intent is only one thing, practice is another. RE4 in opposition as written, adopt a homeless. Language matters. I'm on the UN Chaplains Association Advisory Board. I'm several advisor to several nonprofits. I respond to disasters and deal with homelessness constantly. Dignity and the language that promotes it is important. Advocate, champion, mentor. There are ways to funnel funds to bolster programs that make differences. Let's try to use language on ordinance that promote dignity. SR2 in opposition. Dignity requires respect. How we treat our most downtrodden defines us. Where I understand the need for to address encampments, there are better ways to do it. We need to set up a process that drives dignity and gives them the rights that they deserve. RE9, D1. I'm in support with more definition. These resolutions and discussion items need to have real actions. Enhancements without dealing with what's happening right now is a missed opportunity. Currently, contractors are spewing silt into our bay with little to no water containment controls. Let's increase our code enforcement budgets right here. Focus on the sites, fast track ordinance like the permeable pavement ordinance, which is ready to go and move to a discussion item. And let's consider more bold steps like a moratorium on below ground parking lots. We need to act now if we want to save our bay. It's going to be on a road to recovery or in its death on your watch. Let's do it for our kids.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Maggie Marcourt. I'm a student at the University of Miami School of Law. The proposed anti-camping ordinance, SR2, being voted on today is a violation of human rights. Punishing people experiencing homelessness for sheltering in public violates human rights to housing, to life, and freedom from cruel and degrading treatment. The anti-camping ordinance infringes on property rights as well of people experiencing homelessness, as it is dehumanizing not only to enter, but to tear down people's shelters and discard everything they own. We cannot fine or arrest our way out of homelessness. Punishing people for living in public does not solve anything, but there is a lot the city can do besides criminalization to serve the homeless population and to further your goals of getting people off the streets. Importantly, offering shelters is not the only answer, as they are a temporary solution and not a long-term one. We need to put people in permanent and safe housing that gives them stability, especially when the CDC has specifically recommended that unless individual housing units are available, cities should not clear encampments during community spread of COVID-19. As a solution, Miami should adopt a housing-first approach and focus on getting people into permanent and supportive housing instead of shelters. For example, the Homeless Trust should be using FEMA funds to support access to non-congregate housing. Miami is now the second most expensive city in the U.S. to live in, and we need to invest in long-term solutions to housing. We should turn our energy and our resources to addressing the root causes of homelessness and stop treating people like criminals for merely existing in public. This proposed ordinance hurts all Miami residents, and the city must respect the dignity of every person in Miami and should look towards enacting policies that help the community rather than further marginalizing the most vulnerable. Please vote no on this harmful ordinance.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Alexander Carpinacci de Castro. I'm a restaurant owner in Riverside. I'm the owner for the Mexican restaurant. The Riverside, they give me the first opportunity for give me my own restaurant. I was a executive chef in a lot of restaurants in Miami. I have a good experience, and they give me the opportunity. Now I heard the TUP were revoked because they have a noise complaint. I have my employees. I pass a difficult situation, 2 years for open my own restaurant. I keep my employees during the COVID. I pay their salary. I not abandon no one of my employees. Now, I don't know what to say for them because we can't operate this weekend. And I think this thing, the guys can have a conversation, but I don't sell alcohol, I don't sell nothing, and my business is shut down for your work. Please thinking about, please.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Neptune. I'm from my organization, Virtuous Hearts. I wanted to speak on the issue of homelessness. There is a very big issue with a lot of the things that they deal with. The anti-camping, it puts a heavy burden, a heavy load on them. I personally am out in these streets on a regular basis, feeding them, clothing them, and trying to find and resolve issues for them. Many of the things that they have endured are from the people that they call green jackets, where they endure abuse from them. Items have been stolen from them, not to mention items have been stolen from. There are those that are wheelchair bound, who their wheelchairs are taken along with identification and a whole list of other things. Many of them have accomplished where they're trying to be back on the workforce again, but the very items that they need to start over again are now missing. I would suggest that they can get funds to provide more housing to remove them off from the streets, which will resolve a very big issue that's going on. The anti-camping just makes it very difficult. I think the way for it to be resolved is finding funds to build more shelters, that way that they aren't in the streets anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hello. My name is David Peary. I'm a resident of the city of Miami and Commissioner on Ray's District, 139 Southwest 31st Court. I serve as the federal class representative in the Pottinger versus City of Miami federal consent decree. In effect, I was the lead plaintiff in Pottinger. And I assumed that role in 2013 and was involved in a federal mediation efforts to modify the agreement through the 2018-2019 federal court litigation in which Judge Marino terminated the Pottinger agreement. Commissioners, we've been here before. We've done this before. The anti-camping ordinance is not new. The arrest provisions were tried in 1998 when we had 5,000 people sleeping on the streets of Miami. As a result of violating the civil rights and widespread arrest of the homeless, the city paid out $1 million in fines and fees. And then we got slapped with a 20-year federal consent decree that was only lifted in 2019. Why in the world do you want to go back to that? Okay, isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing and expecting a different result? We've done this before, okay? Why do you not think that we won't get the same result of new lawsuits, new violations of civil rights? And what's worse is that we're going to be paying more money to not solve the problem. Arrests are simply a way to make homelessness worse, a very expensive way to make homelessness worse. Here's what we should do. We should establish a joint task force that will look at real evidence-based solutions to ending homelessness. We should support Homeless Trust efforts to put the people, the unsheltered street homeless, into temporary housing, non-congregate housing in hotels and motels, and then provide them a path to supportive housing, to permanent supportive housing. This is what's going to end homelessness. If you simply arrest people, if you don't mind, I'll wrap this up very quickly. If you arrest people, you simply put them right back on the streets. They don't stay in jail. They get released and they go right back to the same place where they were before. And so you're simply making the problem worse. I urge you to vote no to this horrible, terrible ordinance that will not solve your problems or achieve your objectives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just want to check we've got the 2-minute timer. Go ahead, sir.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. Sorry, English is not my first language, so I'm going to try to do my best. I'm Glauber Silveira.
Sir, we have a translator if you'd like.
No worry. Thank you. My name is Glauber Silveira. I'm here to talk about the DI2. I'm the owner and manager of Alwa Miami, a restaurant inside Riverside. We have more than 15 employees and more than 60 people living from my business, and I'm responsible for them. In 2020, we are open only for 3 months. This year, 2021, we are running under the COVID situation, and it was really hard. We are doing our best, and sometimes I feel very sad when I heard we are making thousands of dollars. We are not making thousands of dollars. To be honest, it's the opposite. More than twice, I was at the property and I accompanied the city officials measuring the volume of the music around the property, below the metro mover, and we are below the limit, the volume all the times. We have a lot of customers coming from the Brick on the River, that our neighbors, and they love the place. They have great time and they are regular customers. But I respect those are feeling harmed. And I believe in balance. And I believe you can find a way to fix any kind of problem, but if you work together. We are living week by week, and now we are closed. 1 week, if you close 1 week, we're gonna be dead soon, for sure. We need a week by week to make money and to give the employees we need to give for these people. The COVID almost killed us. Please help us to not die at this moment. We need to work. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments. Good afternoon. Just a moment. Could we ask the Sergeant at Arms to let more folks in so that we have a full lectern on both sides? I think there's still more people waiting outside to get in. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marley Wise, and like my colleague, I'm a business owner in Riverside. I will be very, very straight here. We've been working very hard in this low season, this past months, because, low season, we got less customers and it's a less job, but the salary is still the same. It should be paid to our employees. That's been very difficult. As a vendor in Riverside, I invested all my savings on this business and my efforts, and left my life behind, London, England, because I came here 1 year ago. Bought this business. Now we have Riverside closing down. Our staff to be paid every week. I just would like to ask you guys to, come to an agreement for both sides. I mean, something can help us carry on with our business, carry on pay the salary for our staffs, and provide to his family, food, everything, and to our family too, and for the residents as well. That's what I mean.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Amezaga. I represent the Miami Riders Alliance of 2103 Coral Way, Floor 2, and we're a proud District 4 local business. Today, I'm going to speak on FR1, which relates to the scooter program in Miami. Since 2018, when the scooter program was established, we have had millions of rides using these scooters. This year alone, we've had 1.2 million, about to break our record of 2019, which was 1.3 million. So we're very proud of that. The Miami Riders Alliance has sponsored the Mobile Miami Coalition since December of 2020, which has been a coalition of 7 scooter operators. That's all of the scooter operators in Miami. And we've come together to self-regulate to create a better program for the city. We've engaged in productive talks with the city, which have constituted geofencing of local properties. It has come with more regulation on the self-regulating level. And we've also instituted a reporting tool for local residents to report scooter violations in the city of Miami. We've fielded almost 1,000 complaints since May when it was launched. What's at stake with this scooter program, if you are considering it today, are 150 local jobs, $6.8 million in local annual wages, and $3 million in city revenue that have been collected, but $4.2 million in guaranteed revenue over the next 5 years, which are building projects like the micromobility network in downtown Miami. That's 2 miles of protected bike lanes, which everyone can use, not only scooters. And that's providing safer passage for all District 2 residents who visit downtown, and not only District 2 residents, but all residents of our metropolitan area, all 5 million residents who choose to visit downtown Miami. And I'd much rather a tourist on a scooter than one of the slingshots that we see all across our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alana Greer. I'm the Director of Community Justice Project. I'm here to speak on a number of items. The first one is D1, the Miami 21 Task Force report. I understand that was deferred, but I did want to bring attention. We sent a letter to your offices on behalf of several community groups who had both concerns and hopes about the future of the zoning code, and we'd love to make sure that those impacted communities are at the forefront of the discussion and continue to engage with your office about it. I also wanted to speak against PH5. The groups we work with in Allapattah, we're very concerned to see that the Allapattah Branch Library was again on the agenda, and really wanted to make sure that the high school students who came out and spoke so passionately about the need for that site, the storytelling garden that was just recently opened, that we're being very intentional about community process with giving away public land. And finally, I wanted to speak against RE4 and on PI3. People have spoken at length today about all the reasons why this is the wrong decision for Miami. Criminalization is not the options that we should be pursuing, nor are RE4. I also wanted to speak beyond the morality of this issue, the ways it's going to impact people is key, but I also wanted to talk a little bit about the fiscal impact. You've heard about the reams of evidence that show that this is not the solution. This does not keep people off the street. We've seen it play out here 30 plus years ago. We've seen it play out in other cities. But I also wanted to draw your attention to a recent study by researchers at Harvard and Stanford who studied Miami-Dade jails. And they found that choosing alternatives over a night in jail had a net fiscal impact between $55,000 and $99,000 per person. And so I personally, as someone who cares deeply about this city, and it's not only its reputation in the world, but how we treat each other, I really, really hope that you think deeply about your choices and that we choose a path that is going to move us towards ending homelessness and not towards deepening this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Vicki Millette, Executive Director of the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust, 111 Northwest 1st Street, 27th floor. I'm here today in opposition to the anti-camping ban, or the camping ban. I spoke to you during the first hearing. I'll start by saying we do have a plan. It's called the Community Plan to End Homelessness Priority Home. It's filled with implementation measures and strategies to reduce homelessness, some of which are never realized because of funding. We have a functional zero plan that we're working with your city on, and I hope you've had the opportunity to be briefed on that plan that has a number of additional strategies and implementation measures. This ordinance that's before you today is not part of those implementation measures and strategies. While it may not seem today that homelessness is down in this community, it is. Our total homeless population is at record lows. Our unsheltered numbers are the lowest they've been since 2014, and that includes in the city. We are finalizing a federal application in our offices. That federal application brings down millions of dollars in funding from US HUD. And US HUD embeds in that application questions about what is your community doing to not criminalize homelessness. And so this does not bode well for that application. We have to explain to US HUD why anti-camping ordinance, which is making national headlines, is happening in our backyard. We are very much housing first focused. I should mention that when we did the homeless count in August, and we had that record low number, 1 in 4 of those individuals on the streets of Miami-Dade were 60 years plus. So in essence, your camping ban is going to detrimentally impact seniors. I think there are other options. We've employed some of those options. You have 3 new substance use focused outreach teams on the streets. They're connecting with the Idea Exchange. They're connecting with housing. We'll house people straight from the streets. We have multiple housing opportunities, some of which have been mentioned at this dais and some of which have not been mentioned, which can add capacity to the system. And we need landlords. The CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, did bring new resources, and we have clients today in the hundreds running around with subsidies in their hand looking for units. We've worked with you through condemnations. We've worked with you through COVID. We've put 7,000 plus people in quarantine and isolation sites who are experiencing homelessness. And we ask that you work with us today. And I am in full support of a task force together with the energy that we've harnessed today to try to put together a plan that not only serves the community, but serves your interests as well as the interests of
Thank
the
you.
housing advocates. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor of Miami. My name is Karen. I am a United States Navy veteran. Unfortunately, I have used up my GPD program, Grant Per Diem, with the United States military. I cannot use it for the third time. I am unable to go to the shelters. I have exhaustively tried to contact the city of Miami for almost a year now, and to no avail. I left messages and were never returned, but hey, I'm grateful. I'm here today right before you. I'd like you, the mayor, to come forth with leadership and show what you're made of as a mayor, and consider abolishing the ordinance about the homeless. I can't help my situation. I cannot ask for the third time for the Grant Per Diem program. They only help each veteran twice in a lifetime with a hardship. That's why I'm before you today. Please remove this ordinance. It will cause more calamity for the city of Miami and the county.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Karen, for sharing your lived experience with us. My name is Megan Hennings, and I'm a law student at UM and an intern with the People's Economic and Environmental Resiliency Group. I'm here in opposition of SR2 and RE4 and to comment on DI1. When hundreds of our fellow Miami residents are living on the streets, it's not a sign of individual failure, but of something much larger. With several thousand more people living in shelters and temporary housing, the city of Miami is systematically failing to provide and ensure truly affordable housing for its residents. Today's proposed policies that criminalize and push responsibility for the citywide failure back to individuals neglects the massive role that the city itself plays in our current affordable housing crisis. Historically, racially discriminatory housing and zoning policies segregated Miami and decimated predominantly Black neighborhoods. We're still seeing the long-lasting effects of these choices through the racial disparity in the housing crisis today, with Black residents experiencing disproportionate rates of housing cost burdens and homelessness. With current climate gentrification, communities of color are being fleetingly displaced as developers seek higher ground to build housing unaffordable to those who have been there for generations. The Miami 21 zoning code has facilitated and quickened this process through the fast tracking of special area plans and reduced public input on development. With excessive housing costs, shelter services overwhelmed, unhoused folks are left with little ways to survive in Miami, and there is simply nowhere to go. Criminalizing these survival tactics does nothing to solve the larger issue of housing instability. We have an opportunity now to set a global example with innovative and compassionate solutions to housing challenges that foster true stability for all. We urge you to consider the historic, systemic, and structural aspects of the city's housing crisis as you make decisions regarding homelessness and zoning policy today, as it's all interconnected, just like us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Adrián Madriz, 1990 Northwest 4th Court 33136, District 5, and proud resident of the city of Miami. I am speaking against SR2 and RE4, and I will tell you that as a resident of the city, as a proud resident of Overtown, I frequently see unsheltered people under the overpass leading to Camillus and in other places around the city, and I do not like seeing it. I do not like seeing it because it is incredibly unjust. I think it is a failure of our society to adequately take care of those who need the assistance the most. And so I share with you the goal of wanting to make sure that we get to a point where we never have to see another person on the street anymore. But I will say that if you ask those very people, they will say they are 100% willing to go to an actual home as a way to get off the street. And I think that's why there's a certain kind of elegance in the Housing First policies, because that's exactly what it attempts to give people. And it has proven effective in many different cities, and I'm happy to show you with supporting articles and documentation. I also want to say that it is extremely expensive to do a criminalization of the homeless because, according to a recent article, it says that Florida cities can anticipate spending about $80 per night in the year 2022 on every single person that spends a night in jail, per person, compared to the cost of supportive housing and services for homeless folks, which is under $50 a night. Lastly, I do want to say that on D1, which is the Miami 21 Task Force, I hope that going forward that there is a much more robust community engagement process for that task force and the recommendations. I do not like the process that was established already, and I would like to see that change moving forward. And I would also like to express my extreme discontent at special area plans. I think that they are the devil. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon.
Thank you for that. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Olson, and I'm an artist, and I speak in opposition to the homeless encampment ordinance. We come together today to protest against inhumane laws. It seems to me that laws like this get snuck into the system because we have hypnotized ourselves. We have hypnotized and brainwashed ourselves into believing that we do not have to look into the eyes of another human. As an artist, my skills come from observation. The growth of my practice is a result of observing others, being aware of my surroundings, and becoming mindful of the life of others. When I say others, I mean to say that in current societal standards, we no longer see other human beings as an extension of ourselves. We have hypnotized ourselves in believing that we are not connected. However, if you were to look into the eyes of someone else, there is no way you can defeat that underlying feeling of connection. On that same notation of this statement, I have reason to believe that we have grown fearful of looking into the eyes of other humans, especially our homeless brothers and sisters. I have reason to believe that as a society, we are scared of looking at our homeless brothers and sisters in the eyes simply because deep down, we know that compassion and sympathy comes from this underlying feeling of connection. As an artist who creates abstractions, the power of my paintings lies in the mark making, and the power of the mark is intrinsic to my observations and being mindful to the value in the lives of others. That being said, I must ask, what kind of marks are we making today? Are we making marks based on love and connection, or are they rooted in fear? I must ask, the laws that we are creating, are they based on the value in the lives of others, or are they rooted in fear? As someone who continues to observe the state of governmental affairs, I must say that I see that authorities that have power to do good do no such thing when we make laws like this. I see that the value in the lives of our brothers and sisters are not considered when we pass laws like this.
Thank you.
I see that the authorities that govern us civilians no longer feel like being human when we pass laws like this.
Sir, time's up.
I'm not done yet.
2 minutes for everybody, I'm sorry.
As a society, we must reflect on ourselves, consider the connection of others, and pursue a future where we can help each other instead of making laws like this.
Just close it up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. We just have to be fair to everybody so everybody gets equal time. It's not to cut you off or be rude, but please respect everybody's time. When you hear the 30-second beep, time to start wrapping it up.
Hi, my name is Ana Del Rio, and I'm here to speak on behalf of SR2. I am here to explain why it's not a good idea and what you should do if you're looking to reduce homelessness, right? So first, I would like to start off by explaining that this criminalization of homelessness, what you're trying to do is deter, right? You don't want someone to think it's okay to be homeless because if they are homeless, then they could get arrested. I understand. Like, for example, the United States is based off the deterrence theory. Most of our laws, that's how they are. If you want to kill someone to get a revenge, you're gonna have to double think about it because you could go to jail for life or you could be sent to prison here. I mean, you could be sent death penalty here in Florida. The thing is, listen, don't raise your eyebrows, listen to me first.
Please, through the chair.
Yes.
Just speak to me.
I'll speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all ears.
Chairman Russell. So going back to what I was saying, I understand the intention is to reduce homelessness, but the correct way is not to criminalize it. So as many people here have explained what you could do, what other ways, I mean, look at Finland, for example. They were able to bring down homelessness to almost 0%. And this was during the pandemic. And it's not like they had...
Which city?
Well, for example, they had homelessness in their city. I'm sorry?
You had mentioned a place that had eliminated...
Finland.
Thank you.
Yes. Finland was horrible. They had homeless people in their capital, people making makeup tents, housings, and they were able to bring it down. How? How were they able to do that? By the housing first method. So, although it may sound radical and crazy, housing first method, you have to think about how it works, because otherwise, by criminalizing it, you're gonna waste people's tax money and not fix the problem.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Acting Chairman Russell and City of Miami Commissioners, my name is Kat Dusterhouse. I'm the chair of Florida Now's Task Force to End Violence Against Women and a member of RAIN's Speakers Bureau. My legislative work includes Donna's Law, which eliminated the time limits for prosecuting child rapists, Gale's Law, which establishes a rape kit tracking system in Florida, and SB 1530, which establishes statewide sexual assault response team protocols and trauma-informed victim interview training requirements for law enforcement. But years ago, I was homeless. And what I needed then is what people need now: houses, not handcuffs. Adding trauma on top of trauma is not helpful to breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness. That's why I oppose SR2, the encampment ban. The United States Interagency Council Against Homelessness sets our national best practices, and they chose housing first because it has consistently been proven the most effective solution to reducing homelessness, not only homelessness recidivism, but also in considering cost. While housing first works, criminalization doesn't. It's expensive, ineffective, and often cruel. The Miami Herald reported it costs Miami taxpayers roughly $230 per inmate per day to house someone in jail. Even without incarceration, the cost of law enforcement officers and prosecution is not insignificant, and they have better things to be doing. If you want people off the streets, please send social workers, counselors, and housing specialists, not armed law enforcement officers. I can only imagine what being met with criminalization instead of compassion would have done to me when I was facing homeless. I might not be here today. As the chair of Florida Now's End Violence Against Women Task Force and someone who has experienced homelessness myself, I'm asking you to vote no on the encampment ban and focus on helping people off the streets with a housing first approach. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Cuesta. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ernesto Cuesta, Brico Homeowners Association. The reason that I'm here today is because I want to briefly speak about Riverside. The reason that we got involved with Riverside, as you are aware, is because Brico on the River is one of our associate members. So we have a responsibility to get involved once of our members are being impacted. And
a little closer to the microphone.
They reach out to us because they felt that the quality of life that was impacted by the establishment. So we got involved to mitigate this situation. We got involved with, as a matter of fact, they are representatives here, and they can attest to that. We met them many times, and unfortunately, the residents continue being affected. We, as you are aware, we are pro-business, pro-development. We are not in the business to shut down anybody. We have the best intentions to support since day one. When they come to us and explain to us a concept of Riverside, we support it. And we are more than glad, and I spoke to a group earlier today, if they have a better plan to mitigate the situation they have now, and on top of that, according to them, they have a new management starting Monday or something like that. Brico Homeowners Association will be in the best interest to support them. But we need to see a plan, and our neighbors have to be complacent with what they are saying. The reason that they are at this point with the city is because the administration, acknowledge that they are violating the code. It's like when you are running a stop sign. There are consequences. as of October the 21st, they were fined and they acknowledge that they're violating the code. So this is beyond Brickell Home Association or my clients or my associate members. This has to do with they are violating the city code, and they have to understand that. So, but as of now, again, we have the best interest to help them out. But as of now, the city is the one that decided to take that action. And we feel strongly that the city is correct because they are violating the codes. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Louis Puig, 2710 Southwest 31st Avenue. I'm not here with a problem, I'm here with a solution. I am the operator, I am the manager that took over Riverside. And as of a week ago, there have not been any noise incidents. Very simple. We got smaller speakers, we put the speakers facing a different way, now there's no problem. I'd like to provide my phone number to all the owners of the condominium next door. And if they ever have a problem with noise, they can call me up personally, and I'll take care of it. So there is no more problem at Riverside. I just want all our employees to get their jobs back. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I believe we only have 2 speakers left. Is that correct? Good afternoon, sir. You can pull the microphone down a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Landon J. Woolston, 14311 Biscayne Boulevard, 33181. I'm here today to address items SR2 and RE4. I've been a housing advocate for almost a decade now, and as a social worker, specifically, I worked with LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness here in Miami-Dade. On the front lines for years, I can tell you firsthand our local systems and services are still not adequate in meeting the needs of people experiencing homelessness, especially those with multiple, intersecting, oppressed identities and challenges. At the end of 2016, my own partner and the love of my life, Diana Hemingway, a neuroatypical, disabled, transgender woman, took her own life. While those who did not know her well would say that it was simply because she was mentally ill, the real reason is that our local systems and organizations failed Diana. She had experienced homelessness 6 times in her life and could not bear the thought of experiencing it again. She was routinely denied employment in Miami-Dade that she was well qualified for, and with homelessness on her immediate horizon, she would soon be left to make an unthinkable choice. Much like the LGBT youth I've served and advocated for alongside in our community for years, Diana was met with zero support and compassion when she approached many of our local social services. And on the street, she was routinely harassed by police while experiencing homelessness and housing instability as a youth. Rather than having to go back into the system, which is still largely ill-equipped to meet her needs, or risk the violence that LGBTQ people faced while unhoused, she simply chose to die instead. The young people I've worked with over the years face these unthinkable choices daily. Many choose the streets because they're actually a safer alternative to our systems. By allowing for the criminalization of people experiencing homelessness, they have even less options when simply looking for a safe place to sleep at night. If either of these ordinances move forward, people facing houselessness will die, whether at their own hands, the hands of the police, or the system. We can and we must do better. I implore you to vote against both anti-encampment and adopt a homeless person, and in favor of the creation of a comprehensive task force to address these incredibly complex social equity issues.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Betancourt.
Good afternoon. Brenda Betancourt, 1436 Southwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, resident and voter of District 3, so I do live in the city of Miami. To me, just a quick question to all of you about homeless. We do see it everywhere, every single part of the city. It's not just in a specific district. I know that downtown Miami is more homeless than my district, but we still have the homeless everywhere. Supporting the homeless in the time of need is like supporting your friend when they need it. The city of Miami has a team who support these homeless. Have any of the commissioners or the mayor have actually walked with this team to see if this team is doing what they're supposed to be doing? And the reason I'm asking you guys is this question is because when you actually speak with the homeless, the perception of working with your employee who give you the paycheck, who put in that position to you, and when they're working by themselves with the person who's supposedly be needing that help, it's not the same. It's not the same when the person works with the boss to take care of customer or when you are actually taking care of customer by yourself. And I just want you guys to keep this in mind. Like I said one time to my friend Ferrer many years back. Us, the resident, gonna be a resident until the rest of the day we die. You guys sitting in the dais have a click of time backwards. And whatever action you make in the dais, we always gonna remember us, the residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Torres, good afternoon.
Well, we're in the afternoon now, right? So, James Torres, president of the DNA. Officially want to introduce myself to Alex Del Portilla. Good afternoon. We are looking for your support on FR1. I've reached out to your office several times on that. The Downtown Neighborhood Alliance, along with Edgewater, has said enough is enough. We know it's in a pilot stage, but we're wanting something that's not coming out as of yet. So we're looking for your support and the rest of the fellow commissioners on that item. The other item, SR2, that everyone's been talking about, we firmly stand with Commissioner Joe Carollo on those items. This issue, and I did this on purpose by design to kind of wait last. I've seen everybody from all walks of life here today talking about this issue. But the funny thing is, I've never seen anybody in downtown walking the neighborhood as I have as president of the DNA. I asked myself 2 days ago, I'm gonna ride my bike throughout downtown. I did that. I ran into an officer that was doing bike patrol. Ran into a homeless. What do you think he had? Crack cocaine with him. Doesn't live here. Is from Georgia. This is a problem, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed in a way where we can all come to a viable solution. The key word here is viable solution. But again, the DNA firmly stands on SR2 supporting Commissioner Joe Carollo. And we're looking forward to having further discussions on this item, not only from a commissioner standpoint, but also from a mayor standpoint, and then taking it from there. Greatly appreciate your time and efforts, Commissioner Joe Carollo. I hope that you get the sufficient votes to move forward on this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak at public comment on any of the remaining items on the city agenda? You may not, sir. 2 minutes for every person, but thank you for coming and thank you for advocating. Last chance for anyone who hasn't spoken yet on any of the remaining planning, zoning, regular agenda items. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I'll be closing public comment now, and before we break for lunch, I just want to take up RE6.
Before you do, can I have the clerk read into the record the letter from the Flagler District Business Improvement District?
Yes.
And if, I thought you had it. Could you make copies for all the members of the commission, city attorney, also manager?
You'd like it entered into public comment? Or?
I would, yes. This unanimous vote that the Flagler Business Improvement District took.
So this is resolution number 2021-22-001, a resolution of the Flagler District bid. It was approved unanimously on October 11, 2021. Support for SR2, number 10623, prohibiting encampments on public property. Whereas public properties, including public right-of-ways, parks, streets, sidewalks, and parking lots, exist for the purpose of facilitating ingress and egress to all buildings and facilities and maintaining attractive and welcoming exteriors to be enjoyed by all members of the public. And whereas the unauthorized use of public properties for camping, where they are neither intended for nor designed as a campsite, campground, or site for temporary human habitation, tends to impair, obstruct, or otherwise distract from the use for the property's intended purpose. And whereas the act of unauthorized camping on the properties tend to endanger the health, safety, and well-being of those engaged in such camping, as well as the public at large, and whereas the historic Flagler district of downtown Miami is striving to maintain its status as a thriving commercial and mixed-use neighborhood, and its businesses and residents have unduly been impacted by encampments on public property. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors of the Flagler Business Improvement District, the Flagler District BID, hereby supports approval of SR2, number 10623, prohibiting encampments on public property. We sincerely appreciate Miami City Commission consideration and encourage approval of this important initiative. Please feel free to contact us if we can provide further information. Board members Dylan Finger, Daniel Pena, Sergio Rock, Gary Ressler, Randy Alonso, Executive Director, Terrell Fritz. It's a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Flagler District BID.
Thank you very much. Please enter that in the record and share with the commissioners.
The only other thing I'd like to state before we move on, I kept hearing individuals that for the most part do not live in our city, are not residents of the city of Miami, say time and time again that what we want to do and what we're doing with SR2 is to criminalize homelessness. That is not so. In no way does that ordinance says that if you're homeless, you go to jail. Not whatsoever. So we'll discuss that in detail this afternoon. And for anybody that wants to come back, I'm going to have a little treat so that you could hear from many of the homeless themselves that I talked to recently.
Thank you. Commissioner Watson, I understand you want to take up RE6 before we break for lunch, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, please.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it. Well, I want to amend the item. I'd like to amend the item to include a marker at 4610 Northwest 15th Court and a marker at 6101 Northwest 17th Avenue. Why? In the context of the street naming, the history is such that Mr. Ali lived at 4610 North. I'm sorry. Mr. Ali lived at 4610 Northwest 15th Court every day before the listing fight. He traveled through our neighborhood, played with the kids before he went to Miami Beach. And 6101 was his first business called Champ Burger. So there would be markers there. The mosque where the street will be renamed is where he went from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. And so that is the historical significance of those amendments, and I wanted to make sure I put that in because, of course, Mr. Elvis Cruz made note that I did not have that in there.
Thank you. So I'll make it a motion by Commissioner Watson, second by Commissioner Diaz-Labortilla.
And invite all to co-sponsor.
It sounds like we're going to have a unanimous co-sponsorship of this, and thank you, Commissioner Watson, for bringing this.
So in doing so, before you vote, Mr. Ali's son is here, and I'd like to have him step forward for a second.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Muhammad Ali Jr. I came on behalf of the Ali family. I want to thank Jeffrey Watson and Honorable, I can't see your name over there.
Everybody's a co-sponsor, so thank all the honorables at this point.
All the honorables.
All the honorables.
All of you all. Thank you for honoring my father's name and labeling the street after him. And I'm here to just be here for that.
Show the ring.
And also, I want to give you a gift. Everyone in this room, a gift. I'm a Muslim. That's my religion.
Oh.
My name is no longer Cassius Clay. Drafts another thing against my religious belief. I murdered a rock, injured a stone. Hospitalized a brick. Man, I'm so mean I made medicine sick. I done wrestled with a lion. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning told thunder jail. Man, I'm so fast. I could turn off the light, hit switch, get in bed for the room get dark. That's fast. I also have a website, Muhammad Ali Legacy Continues. And we also have a non-for-profit. It's called Muhammad Ali Legacy Continues and Anti-Bullying. And the reason why I'm doing this is because my father was bullied. He got his bike stolen, but led him into boxing. And then when he was boxing, he was bullied in the ring by Sonny Liston. He put some stuff in my father's eyes where he couldn't see, but lost the fight anyway. You know, cheaters never win.
Amen.
And so I was bullied also as a kid in junior high school. They wanted to see if I could fight like my father, but I wouldn't show them. He said, "You scared of me?" I said, "No, I'm only scared of God and God only." So I'm doing this anti-bullying program also because I know how it is to be bullied. I've lived it. It's very embarrassing. It's depressing. And it's not like back in the day. We used to get bullied and be friends. Now they're doing harm to themselves and others. And that got to stop because the kids are our future. My father died so they could find the Muhammad Ali within them. They could find the greatness that God made them for and live for that purpose. And we also doing something with homelessness too. But that's neither here or there. We're doing anti-bullying. And we're going to not stopping with the children. We're doing single-parent home bullying. We're doing job placement bullying, police bullying, senior citizen bullying. There's a whole lot of type of cyberbullying. Whole lot of bullying is going on nowadays that we need to stop. And this is what my organization is going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your comments.
And this portends something that hopefully I'll be able to announce shortly as a part of a bigger program. Thank you very much, everybody, for co-sponsoring.
Don't go yet. Go back to the mic. Go back to the mic.
No, not yet. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Carollo, you're recognized.
Yes, I asked him to go back to the mic 'cause I want to end this
Everybody better want to be
morning,
like Mike.
early
No.
afternoon meeting in high note.
Okay.
None of you guys knew Muhammad Ali.
You know what? He actually traveled with my father.
I did.
Yeah.
We were friends. We made one very special trip together throughout the United States. We went back to where I was raised at in Chicago.
Okay.
I took him to the elementary school that I went to in Chicago, St. Jerome's. Got to see that my pictures were still up. I was a very young commissioner then.
Was it still there?
It's still there.
All right.
The nuns make sure that that's protected night and day.
Good.
We went to other different states, and during that trip, in the plane, we were sitting always together. I said to him, I said, Muhammad, which was your toughest fight? And even though there were many people on the plane with us, because it was a private plane we were flying in, but a large plane, he looked around and then he said softly to me, Joe Frazier.
That's funny.
Now, he's got a different version of what he was told when he was a kid.
Well, I
You
asked my
tell us
father-
so now.
I asked my father, I said, Daddy, I know you had a whole lot of professional fights in your life. What's one fight you'll never fight again? And it's funny you said Joe Frazier. My father told me something different. He looked at me, he said, Joe Frazier, no. He said, Foreman, no. He said, Neon Spinks, no. And he thought about it, he said, your mama. I'm going to tell you why he said my mother. Because my mother used to sneak out the house and go to karate class with Bruce Lee. And my mother didn't tell my father because my father would have thought that they had something going on together. So my father snuck into the house one day, right? And put his hand on my mother's arm, my shoulder. And my mother flipped him. He got mad. He said, the woman crazy. The woman don't know who I am. Then he looked and he said, how did she do that? He didn't know she was sneaking out the house going for karate class.
That's great. Well,
hey, look, he gave her back the key. He never snuck in the house again.
well, talking about the key.
Huh?
I'm talking about the key, and I'm sure he didn't give her back that key.
Oh yeah, he did. He gave her back
not the key. We're very proud that back then we gave your father, right up here, the key to the city of Miami. It was a special private ceremony that we had for him. And we gave him the key to the city then. So I know he didn't give that key away.
No, he didn't give that one away.
Let me, Mr. Chair, let me just say in finishing that in my office, I have on loan a statue from Ali Liston II. Anybody and everybody's welcome to kind of come through and view it. And it's been on loan now to me for about 30 days in the beginning of a bigger project to speak about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further comment from the dais? All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We now have Muhammad Ali Way in the city of Miami.
All right,
As
thanks.
amended. Thank you. Just to set the table for the afternoon, Commissioner Watson, I understand you may want to bring PI1 before lunch as well, but that's up to you if you'd like to make that motion.
Motion, it's a quick one, so move.
Okay, it's moved, seconded by the chair. This is Sawyer's Walk, PI1. Is there any discussion from the dais on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. So as we break for lunch right now, what we're going to do is have the Omni CRA meeting and then the Overtown CRA meeting. Then we'll break for lunch, and we should be able to come back at 3:30 for the remainder of the day.
3:45. We're going to take at least 15 minutes in this. I have to see my mom. So
We will break for lunch and come back at 3:45. In the meantime, we're going to have the Omni CRA meeting right now, as soon as we switch the tape, and the Overtown CRA meeting right after that. But we will come back for the remainder of the morning's agenda at 3:45. So we're in recess. Commissioners, don't go anywhere. As soon as the clerk is ready, we're going to have the Omni CRA meeting. Come on.
Steve, are you a registered lobbyist? You got to register before you can lobby.
to have a homeless impact fee. I found the money, you can get it. Secondly, I am here today also regarding the homeless. I was walking my dog this morning at 7:45 in the morning when I was accosted, and the reason I wasn't here is because I was having chest pains. I was accosted by a homeless man, breaking his shirt, yelling at me, and telling me how he was going to destroy my dog and I with his bare hands. There are 2 phone calls to 911 between 8 and 8:15 this morning. I was right here in front of City Hall. I do not deserve that living here in the city of Miami. As a 54-year-old woman working for One Sotheby's, I should be able to walk to the park safely without having someone tell me that they are going to kill me, that they are going to F me up and destroy me, as I had to run across 4 lanes of highway to get away from this man. So raise your hand if you think that's a fair way to live in the city of Miami.
Ma'am, please address the...
Thank you. Joe, do you think that's fair for me to live in a city like this? Or do you think a homeless impact fee may help the situation where we can find a solution?
Commissioner Carroll, you're recognized.
Look, let me be as straight with you as I
Without
possibly
political
can.
posturing, please.
No,
Thank you.
There's no political posturing here, not unless that's what you've done. Of course it's unacceptable, but this is just the point that I've been making, so thank you for making it for me. The problem that we have in Miami is not a homeless problem per se. It's a drug addiction problem that has caused a lot of mental problems in people like that. Whoever came at you clearly was on drugs. And look, I've seen this already so many times throughout our parks and throughout our city. Most, not all, of the homeless population that we have out there are out there because they're addicted to drugs, whether it's one kind or another. Many have mental problems because they've been burned out, checked out because of drugs. And this is what we're trying to solve in the most humane way, because this is a problem that unfortunately was created by our federal government, and I'm talking Republican, Democrats, whoever has been in the White House for decades. They'd let our country be invaded by drugs. It's worse than ever now.
Yes.
And this is the outcome of it, what we're seeing across America. Not just Miami. Now, the problem we have in Miami is that at least half or more of the homeless population we have out there has come from other states, other parts of the world to us. But some are very nice people, but some can get real violent. And I'm going to tell you more. We have observed, and I certainly saw that Sunday, this weekend when I was out, that a lot of the men that are homeless in parks are carrying knives. Legal knives, I'll say this, at least the ones that I saw, but nevertheless, they could hurt you real bad, being legal knives too, once they're open up, and they're 3 to 4 inches long. So what has happened to you is not shocking for me to hear, because it's happened to others, and it's going to keep on happening unless we take severe action.
Well,
and that severe action includes being compassionate. It includes being as gentle as we can with people. It has to include a lot of mental issue help that we need to bring, and a lot of drug addiction help that we need to bring for these people. But we cannot resolve the homeless problem ever in our city if we keep allowing people to come from all kinds of other parts of our country or from other countries to Miami.
Well, I can tell you that I do know with Judge Barbara Labora, who I've worked with on the Lotus House, that her drug-free program does work. I know it's not easy, but her program does work. And I think you should look into that because they have to go through the court system. They have to be drug-free, and I'm sure you can look into that with Constance. Again, thank you for letting me speak. I'm sorry I didn't come earlier, but I physically could not because of what happened to me. I thought I was having chest palpitations.
Well, that's understandable. And I am very sorry what's happened to you, too. And this is why we're taking this problem head on, because we don't want this problem to keep repeating itself to women like you or to even men in our city or to children.
Just think of possibly thinking of a homeless impact fee with the developers.
Well,
I know it's something touchy for you, but just think about it. You have a whole finance program that can create a chart.
Thank you, Ms. Savage.
I'm willing to look at anything that would make sense, and I'm not going to shut the whole door on your suggestion. But what I don't want to do is to create more expenses for people that can't even get into apartments nowadays, because that money that the developers are going to have to pay for any kind of impact fee like that, they're going to be putting it on the rent that people pay each month. Now, I'm not saying no. I'll look at any possible suggestion and look at numbers to see how we can make something work. But what I am not going to keep on doing is keep throwing money into the huge business of so-called homelessness, so that a lot of people keep getting the gravy train, keep getting higher salaries than the ones they had before, because homelessness is a business to some. And that's an issue with me.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Savage. Would you mind going to my office, please? It's just in the back left corner of the building.
Okay, I have to show a house at 5.
It's 420, but I just want to make sure they've got your information and you're in touch with our commander for the area where this happened, so that they're very much aware. I want to make sure it's at the commander's level.
Albertico knows me.
But have you reported this in a way that they
I
can
reported
take action?
it on video camera.
All right, if you're
at
satisfied,
News Today.
because I don't want anyone else to go through what you went through this morning.
Right, I understand.
All right.
They
Thank you
have
for
it all.
coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry what happened to you, George.
Agreed.
I really am.
Could I get a motion on PI4, please? This is the pocket item regarding urging regulatory agencies to take action on the the silting in the bay.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Could we look at the CA and PH agendas? That's CA 1 through 7 and PH 1 through 6. Is there a motion on those?
Okay, hold on. CA 1.
I'm sorry, CA 2 is a 4/5, we cannot take that one up. But it's the CA agenda and the PH agenda, other than the
CA
4/5 item.
And the P.
H. So-
H.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. This PH1, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program funds,
Yes, sir.
can it be explained to me a little in more detail?
Mr. Mensah?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is George Mensah, the Director of Department of Housing and Community Development. The PH1 agenda is the allocation and approval of the programs for the ERA2 program. The city received about $22 million from the Treasury. We already have in our coffers about $9 million. So the PH, this allocation, we received $9 million, and we are allocating the $9 million to the various categories. And I can list the categories the commissioners want. So what we'll do is that will be able to move over to the program. We already have, as of yesterday, completed the entire ERA 1 funds. So we have been able to finish spending all the monies. So if there are any questions, I'll be able to
Yes,
answer
how much
them.
money is in the total pot?
Let me give you the exact amount. Okay, the exact amount is $22.7 million, and we've already received $9.1 million.
Who receives 1.9?
$9.1 million has been received in the city's financial system.
Okay, so 9 point,
Yes.
9.2.
9.2, but the total was 27, right?
No, the total is 22.7.
22.7.
And we received 40%, which is 9.1 million.
That's what are we going to get on hand?
We have it in our hands.
We have it in our hands.
Yes.
And the only thing that we have to do is accept them.
Accept them and then distribute them. And then the rest, we cannot get it until we spend the first batch.
As we spend this one, once we spend this one, there's some more coming.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the CA and PH agenda?
Yeah,
Moved
there
by
is a motion, there's a second.
Commissioner Reyes is the mover, Commissioner Carrillo the second. Is there any further discussion from the dais?
Nope.
And this is for all of them except for CA2.
Yes.
We have 4. So would you like to include CA2 in your motion, Commissioner Reyes?
Yes, now we can.
We do have 4 now.
That's right.
I don't mind at all.
Okay, so it's the entire CA and PH agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on CA 1 through 7, as well as PH 1 through 6.
Okay.
REs, let's see if we can take the easy ones.
They're all easy.
RE 1 through 3, is there a motion for parking surcharge, the FEMA USAR monies, as well as the Securing Cities program?
Parking surcharge?
RE 1 through 3.
Art,
This is the consulting
did you
services.
work a better deal for us? Okay, I'll go on that trust.
So is there a motion for RE 1, 2, and 3?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Carrillo. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And Chair, just for the record, RE1 had a substitution for backup documents, not for the legislation. It doesn't amend the legislation, just backup documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrillo, did you want to take up your RE4 and SR2 at this point, or once we have a full day?
Let me see if these guys are ready, because I have a little show for you guys. I actually probably had more interaction with homeless than 95% of the people that we heard from today here, on both sides. Are they ready? Okay. If our IT people are ready, if you could begin. Commissioner Reyes.
Did you want to start it off by moving an item?
I was just wondering if RE8 was.
We have not passed it yet.
Okay. RE8, sure. Yeah.
There is a motion by Commissioner Reyes for RE8, seconded by Commissioner Carrillo. Is there any further discussion on the dais regarding RE8?
RE8, we're all going to give our input to the city attorney, right?
You guys don't see it?
No.
This is RE8, the police chief.
We all will give input to the city attorney.
Okay.
The thing is, just directing her to present it, bring it so we can discuss it before 90 days before the election.
We got time.
Yes, sir.
So maybe if we could instruct her to bring her sometime after the first of the year.
That's
so we
right.
could
90
have a nice
days
Christmas.
before the next election.
Yeah, okay.
90 days
All right.
before the next election.
All right.
All right.
Okay?
So moved.
It's been moved
18?
by, I'm sorry, I think it was moved by Commissioner Reyes.
And also-
seconded by Commissioner Carrillo.
Also, can I include RE9?
8.
Yeah.
You want both items?
That's
in the
right,
motion?
RE9.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Those funds are your dollars, right?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
4 homes that are single-family homes that we are going to
Move
Yeah,
10.
but I'm saying that you're not taking from me. It's
No,
yours.
sir. I tried very hard, but you are very careful with your funds. You know?
All right, Commissioner Reyes,
I second.
Commissioner Watson would like you to include RE10 if that's
Absolutely,
all right. All right,
absolutely.
And the seconder
right.
as well?
Yes, RE8, 9, and 10.
9 and 10. Is there any
So
further
we get rid
discussion?
of the REs.
All right, Commissioner, on RE8, I will support you on this one. I want to see what comes back. Obviously, the committee concept I want to see how it works.
Yes.
And who makes the end decision?
You could give the city attorney your input too, and
That's right. He will get it. I will get it. We'll do it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on RE8, 9, and 10. And just to clean up the rest of the REs other than Commissioner, could we do RE7 as well? Is there a motion
Sure,
for
the
RE7?
motion.
Motion by Commissioner Carollo, second by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
RE5, was that?
That was deferred till November 18th.
Okay.
Okay, and then we only have
Within the RE agenda, the only thing left is the Adopt a Homeless Person Assistance Program.
RE4, and then we have
SR2, if you like. as
SR2.
well.
Let's do them both together because they're both sort of hand in hand.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carollo for RE4 and SR2. Is there a second?
RE4. I just want to add to the encampment of public safety, of public property. I believe that I do believe that we have to make, a move. We have to make some decisions. What has been done doesn't work, but I want to propose an amendment that we will not. This will not take an effect until we have a location that will be where the homeless can come and we can take them. And I'm proposing
that portion of it.
Okay, that portion.
What
I'm going to try to propose, what I'm proposing, it is that we will have a place that would provide with bathrooms, showers, and the facilities, all the facilities that they will need. You see, one of the biggest problems that we have in downtown and we have all around is that those people, the people that are on the streets, they defecate and they urinate whatever they can. And since there is not, according to the law, as I was saying, since they don't have a bathroom near or close or some places, there's no consequences. To that effect, at DDA, we are proposing 5 different bathrooms. 3 that we have the assistance and the help from everybody, and 2 additional that Omni is going to finance, the Omni CRA. So I would like to have a resource center where we can direct the homeless before we enact this.
But Commissioner, we do have the resource center.
Where is
that we've been paying for? The Homeless Trust is a resource center.
No, what I'm saying is, if we don't want it on the street, because I say that they cannot encamp in the street, we can direct them and say, we have these places, just like we have for feeding.
Well,
we have to identify.
But this is exactly what we're saying in this ordinance. What we're saying in the ordinance is that you cannot do this. You cannot be camping out anywhere you want to. And we have instructed the manager to find 1 or more locations within the city that they can go. Now, those locations are going to have much better facilities than they have now.
Absolutely.
Whether it be tents, outdoor patio bathrooms, or what have you. But
what I wanted to say it is, and I agree with you 100%, that the enforcement of this ordinance, we have to have that identified before that. So we
Mr.
can
Manager, have you been able to identify some sites that you can open up? I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
No, we're talking about the same thing, but I don't want them just to go and try to get them off the street without they having a place, an alternative place that they can go.
But think about this. We're hoping that with all the money, the $7 million plus a year we're given to Homeless Trust, Camilla's House, others, that there are going to be beds in these places. Beyond offering.
Yes, but also one thing one reason that I would like this resource center, because by having them in that place, you see, we will be able to bring all the support system that they're supposed to do now with the feeding ordinance, and it's not been done. I have heard many people here, everybody comes and talk about homeless as if they were a uniform group of people. You see, we have different type of homeless. We have homeless. What I would like to know in that count, how many are homeless because they lost their job? You see, I think it's the minority. And there's a lot of jobs going around, and maybe we can guide them and train them for the jobs, and that's another thing that we can. But there is also the great majority, and as I have found out, they are mentally ill or they are totally addicted. You see, addicted. We pay for many beds at Camilo's house, and we pay for, I don't know how many beds, but most of the time they're empty, because as the police goes around, and in particular in that town, they offer them shelter to go to and sleep in those beds, they are rejected, you see. So I would like to take the opportunity that when we have them in that resource center, that we can bring also the support system and try to get them into rehab and all of that, capture them. You understand what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair?
You're singing my song. The problem with moving, even the heat team trying to move people, if you don't have somewhere for them to go, you're just shuffling them around and causing even more disturbance. And what I'm getting reports of is neighbors feeling that there's new homeless in their neighborhood. Homeless is going up. The homeless just came from the neighborhood where they got the cleanup happened down the street. Because if there's no shelter space for them, there's no place for them to go.
But shelter, when we talk about shelter, we have to understand that it goes two to tango. It is for the shelter to be here and for the homeless to accept them.
Yep.
Well, see, that's not happening.
So let me just clarify where we are. Commissioner Carollo has made a motion. He does not yet have a second. Commissioner Reyes has requested an amendment.
I will second without
condition of the amendment
with a commissioner.
We're in the discussion. If I could go back,
that's fine,
to show what I want to do. If I could show the video that I have, and then let's go.
Then we'll see if we have your second.
Then let's return to this.
All right. So then the motion is just withdrawn for the moment. We're going to have discussion, show the video, and then you'll reintroduce the motion.
That's correct.
All right. That's fine. You have the floor.
Okay, before you start rolling, can you put the voice so you could hear? You homeless out here? My name's Joe Carollo. Are you homeless out here now? Where are you from? Michigan. Can we help you with going to a shelter, getting you some space there where you could be helped at and have a roof over your head?
Nah, because I'm getting ready to go, I think, to Tennessee.
So. Oh, you're moving out to Tennessee?
Yeah.
How long you been down here?
I've been down here 2 years.
2 years. Where are you from?
I'm from here, originally in Chicago.
Excuse me?
I come back
From Chicago to here you come back? Yeah, well, would you like to be able to go to a shelter?
Yes.
Okay. How are you, sir? Are you homeless, sir? Sir? Yes. Is there any way that we could help you go to a shelter? Sir?
I'm all right.
You're all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm African.
Excuse me?
African.
I'm Joe Carollo. How you doing today?
All right.
Good. Are you homeless, sir?
No, I'm all right.
Huh?
I'm good.
Okay, are you from Miami or where are you from?
Right here in Miami.
Right here in Miami? Okay, but you seem to be homeless. Can we help you?
No, I'm all right, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
We could help you with a shelter.
Well, they
Excuse me?
Last officer came in saying the same thing. I told him no, I'm straight. And they've been on about the dinner.
I'm not an officer, sir. I'm not a police officer. But I just wanted to see if we could help you. It might be rain today. You'll be out here in the elements. They'll get you warm food there, a place to sleep, roof over your head.
I know all that. I know about all that. But I'm good.
My name's Joe Carolio. How you doing? Was wondering if you wanted to go to a shelter. Okay. Where are you from? From Miami. Looks like there might be rain today. You get all wet out here. We could get a roof over your head, a bed, warm food.
I've been in the shelter before.
And what's the problem with the shelter? You don't want to go there.
I just don't want to go anywhere. I'm getting ready to leave anyway.
Okay. Where are you heading to?
Georgia.
Georgia.
My family down.
Okay. How long you been homeless, sir?
Since like 2015.
2015.
Okay, right now.
Sir?
I'm okay right now.
You're okay? Okay, how long have you been homeless for? Excuse me, a couple of years? Okay, and you said you're from Miami? What part of Miami? Excuse me? Huh? Hialeah. Okay. All right, well, if you change your mind on the shelter, any of the workers that we have in the park, please let them know that you spoke to me and you like the shelter. Okay? If you're homeless, to help you maybe go to a shelter, get you a roof over your head, get you a place to sleep, get you some food.
I actually have money, and I need access to my bank account. So technically, I don't need to be in a situation like this. So
Seems you're homeless. Are you homeless, sir?
yeah, I'm in the streets.
Okay, where are you from?
New York.
New York? Okay, can we help you get into a shelter where you have a roof over your head and a bed and some food?
I'm trying to get back to New York. I've been caught up between Cyprus, Law, and Cuba.
How long you been down here?
Not too long. I just recently got out trying to get back to work.
Okay, you sure you don't want us to help you with a shelter?
No shelter, no shelter.
Okay, God bless you, sir.
All right.
Can we help you on, we're here, my name is Joe Carollo, and I want to see if you would like to go to a shelter where you could have a bed and you could have some warm food.
Nice to meet you. I read a lot about you. Okay. Yeah. We're okay. We're expecting to go to our friend's house.
Okay.
He's going to let us stay with him
Good.
a couple of
Good.
days.
Good. Okay. Are you from Miami or where are you from?
Actually, I'm from New York.
New York.
Yeah, but I've been here a couple of years already.
Okay, you've been here a couple of years. Okay.
In Miami.
Well, if it doesn't work out with your friend, which I hope he does, if you see any of our workers across the street in the park, tell them that I spoke to you and that you'd like to go to a shelter. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, sorry. How are you, sir? Good. I'm Joe Carollo. I'm sorry to startle you. Wanted to see if we could be of help to you. If you needed a shelter to go to, it looks like it's going to rain. And if you wanted to go to a shelter, get a bed, get some food. Huh? No? Where are you from?
Nassau, Bahamas.
Huh?
Nassau, Bahamas.
Where?
Nassau, Bahamas.
Bahamas. I'm Joe Carollo. How you doing? Yeah. Doing good? Good.
All right.
Good. You're homeless?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you from?
Miami.
Miami. Okay. How long you been homeless for?
A few years.
Okay. Well, can we help you go to a shelter, have roof over your head? It's going to rain today. Get some food in you.
No, I'm working something else different. I have a justice case.
But in the meantime, you're out in the street. You know, rain is falling on you, the elements. What can we do to help you in the meantime?
Well, basically it's waiting for the case to develop in court.
We could change your mind, or you change your mind at any point. Let us know, and we'll be happy to help you. Go into a shelter, be able to get food, and hopefully they could get you a job.
All right. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. See you.
Take care.
You too.
I'm here today to see if we can help individuals like you go to a shelter, be able to get a roof over your head and food. And where are you from?
Miami.
You're from Miami?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you be interested in going to a shelter?
No, I don't think so.
Why is that?
I've been to one of them.
What's the problem with them?
You couldn't find a place to stay in.
Excuse me?
Couldn't find a place to stay in.
You couldn't find a place to stay in it?
Yeah, no place to stay when I got ready to get out of the shelter.
Okay, so you couldn't find a place to stay after the shelter. But, well, if we could put you back in the shelter, would that help you or not?
Yes, sir.
Or would you like for us to send someone and try to get you into a shelter?
When?
Well, as soon as we can, maybe right today. Would you like that? We'll be happy to do that for you. How long have you been homeless?
Long time.
Sir?
Long time.
Long time? Yeah. We could help you in any way. Are you from Miami?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Over there on the beaches.
Where?
Over on the beaches.
On the beaches? Yeah, but where are you from originally?
Beside the water.
Yeah,
Miami.
From Miami. Okay, so you were born in Miami. Okay. Well, you look to be homeless, sir.
I don't know what you're going to do, though.
Well, we'd like to help you and offer you shelter with food and a bed to sleep.
I'm going back over there. Hold on.
Well, why don't you like being in a shelter?
I got a Port of Miami.
Yeah.
So I gotta get out of the shelter for 5 o'clock to go to work. I can't make it later.
You got to work at what time? At 5?
I gotta go to work at 5.
Okay. Well, it's good. It's good that you have a job. I'm glad.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to get some money to rent a place.
Tengo dos amigos míos que el amigo mío llegó de Perú hace un mes y no tiene casa, o sea, está en la calle.
Llegó hace un mes de Perú.
Y necesita que lo ayuden. Un señor que anda también junto conmigo, estamos juntos.
¿Y usted de dónde es?
Yo soy puertorriqueño.
Puertorriqueño.
Sí.
¿Está homeless también ahora?
Sí, estoy en la calle también.
Sí, pero ¿de dónde estabas viviendo? ¿De dónde viniste para acá?
Yo vine de Puerto Rico hace 3 años.
Es peruano, ¿no?
Sí, ¿cómo sabes?
¿Qué tiempo lleva acá?
4 días.
4 días.
Ya. Yo estaba en Jacksonville.
Estaba
el
en
año pasado.
Jacksonville.
Puedo hablar libremente, yo sé que están grabando.
Sí, no, pero...
Yo soy asesor gastronómico también. El señor tiene su profesión, el señor tiene su
¿cómo
historia.
está? ¿De dónde está, señor? Puerto Rico. ¿Qué tiempo lleva en Miami? Monday?
Yo llevo más o menos.
Ya, ellos llevan poquito aquí.
You don't have any place to stay?
Microphone.
It is bad. And everybody knows that. I mean, everybody that's driving around. Could you please come to the mic?
William Porro, Director of Human Services. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Had you identified places that we can provide the facilities for these people that are now on the street and they are camping there to go into that location and be able to stay there?
We've
I mean,
talked about.
they're not going to be confined there. They can go out and all of that, but they cannot camp on the street. And that's one thing that I want everybody to know.
We've talked about a couple of locations there in the city. We need to delve in it more in terms of costs and things like that. But yes, I think we're on the same page. But if I can say, commissioners, I think to part of the solution to the problem, and I believe that there's a lot right now that's going on to amplify, to expand this continuum of care that we all struggle with, is that it's not just about shelter. We can get them off the streets, and we have the beds. COVID has thrown a wrench in the whole thing. But more importantly, on the other side of that spectrum is affordable housing, or this supportive housing, let's better call it.
You're talking about long-term housing?
Yes, treatment beds. There's all of the, if we can somehow, commissioners, expand a little bit here, a little bit there, in the short term, I think it's going to be much more beneficial than just trying to put everybody in shelters, for example.
Absolutely. But do you agree with me that now that if we get them out of the street, you see, and we need a place that they could go, and we're going to use that place as a resource center that we can capture and try to provide, treatment. Some of them will not like treatment.
Absolutely.
I mean, they will. I have a lot of faith on a Judge Lyman
I agree.
initiative. I do have a lot of faith. But meanwhile, until Judge Lyman is not ready to go, if we can get them, you see, they can go to a place that they have facilities, and there's no excuse then to be defecating in the streets, because we're going to have bathrooms all over downtown. We're going to have a facility where they can go and do what they need to do, and they even can take a shower. Are we capable of providing those services?
Yes, I've gotten quotes already in the short term to do,
How soon before this is going to pass? If this passes, how soon can
For example, in terms of the feeding ordinance, for example, if we were to supply bathrooms, I can supply 10 bathrooms, 10 washing stations in all 5 lots.
Okay.
Literally within a week or two.
Okay.
I mean, there's a cost to doing that and maintaining it. And then if I can be frank, I don't know if that's going to solve the issue in terms of just bringing more homeless to the area. I don't know.
I'm a firm believer, and I'm sorry to say this, that we will never end homelessness. It's a choice that some people make. You just saw it. It's a choice some people make it, and we had it. We had it since I remember. But since the hobos, you see, we had people that they don't want any responsibility and they'd rather live like that. But what I want to do is, and also everything got worse when the Supreme Court, ruled that we have to, nobody have to be in an institution. You see, against the will, and they open up Bellevue, all the mental institutions, they open it up, and people didn't have any place to go but to the streets.
Well, if I can share as well, COVID has thrown a wrench in it, because before, when we had the 10 overnight beds, all of a sudden no treatment center will take somebody off the street, just without being tested, because they'll infect the entire place. So I'm looking at rapid tests so we can get into Camilla's house.
In your opinion, taking this measure, plus providing them with a place to go that could be a resource center, that they could be captured by, professionals that are like psychologists, and also, I think that they could be even treated there, because some of them are on the medication, and make sure that they take the medication and all of that. That could help a lot, right?
I agree. If I can share as well, today a couple of times somebody mentioned something about Finland. I went online as of August 21st. Finland had 4,800 people on the streets with a population of 5 million.
Yes.
We have countywide 900.
Correction, they still have 4,120.
They
I
do,
just saw
yes.
it. Just
And actually, there's a group of those that they categorize as living with friends and relatives.
Yes.
So.
That's the Adopt a Home Finish program.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to provide the facilities and everything for and the locations that you're going to determine.
I will work with the administration to do exactly that.
Mr. City Manager, are you going to be working with them, trying to provide a resource center so they cannot camp in the street anymore? If they pass this, they won't be able to camp in the street. They have to go to some place. You going to provide those places that they can direct or we can direct them to?
Yeah, Mr. Porrell's already been working on a budget, a sort of a comprehensive budget in terms of facilities. For us, it's just identifying 1 or 2 locations, and then sort of transition that long-term into a long-term plan, which is some of the other stuff that we've been working on with the American Rescue Plan money as well.
Okay.
So we have sort of a comprehensive plan that we're going to work on. It's some of it's short-term, and then there's really a long-term.
In other words, this is not just an ordinance that is going to be, you got to get out of the street and that's it.
Absolutely.
It has a comprehensive plan behind it.
I think this is the perfect time with the American Rescue Plan daughters to see how we can intelligently look at the things that are already there that we can leverage.
I'm willing to give it a try.
Yes, sir.
I'm willing to give it a try. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, let me ask you a question. Mr. Porter, what's that comprehensive plan look like? Because clearly there's some really elements to the resolution that should include some things that we should know about.
Yep.
That's going to give credence to what we're talking about at this point and give people an understanding that what we're doing is something that we're not getting into the business, because I spoke to Mr. Collins earlier, we're not getting into the business because we don't have the capacity to do that. But we do have the capacity to bring these partners together and ensure that they, in effect, also help out. 2 instances that I will talk about, because I saw the tape, but I can tell you in the last 7 days, and now just 2 hours ago, right? 4 people. 1 mother with a family of 4 daughters, on the verge of now not being in a spot, in a home. Okay? 1 family, and yet she feeds a homeless person sitting in the front of a MLK building that probably should have been fixed up, but has not been. And yet it was painted a week before signs went up, right? This is someone who lives in public housing feeding someone that lives outside. There's also a family who've moved a single mother and 3 kids into their home. They're in public housing. And another who I talked to on yesterday who moved a single mother and a family of 4. I'm not talking about people taking in a person, taking in families. So it's real. Absolutely. And so from that perspective, we don't want to get into the business, but we want to do a lot to, 1, help city residents, because Miami residents, taxpayers don't want to pay taxes for everybody, particularly people from other parts of the country. And just recently, I looked at a mold-infested building, and once I say something to do something, 7 more families need a place to go, right? And so we're going to have to, Mr. Manager, spend a couple dollars. We're going to also have to now do some of those things, centers and the like, because we can't just do one part of it. We have to do additional parts of it. And that community, we should, at some point, I'll stand to do it, bring them together, because they clearly are not talking together, talking to each other. And there are stakeholders, and they are in the business of homelessness. They are in the business, make no mistake. Some have different business models than others, but they are in the business. But they have to talk to each other, and we have to come together, because one of the corporations has been looking to help, 1. 2, Red Rooster asked for help from the CRA to do a daycare program so that they can keep their employees and keep employees who now need to work so that they too won't fall into the category of homelessness, right? And we also, so because people think we don't have compassion, right? We also, in a program that the mayor and I did earlier in the year, we have, on 3 parks in my district, we have childcare services so that people can go to work.
Yes, sir.
And the CRA has a training program. CRA has a training program that allows people to work from the street. We bring them in. So I think that we have to be a little bit more aggressive in partnering, making sure for city residents, and ensuring that all of these guys that now work in the business of homelessness, they in effect come to the table so that it doesn't seem like we're doing a singular action,
Yes, sir.
but doing something that's more comprehensive. We're not going to end it, but we can reduce it. I think I'd also thought maybe we have 300 achievable number, 300 achievable supportive / transitional shelter beds, right? And so we do have to make a financial commitment of some sort, but please come back to us to let us know what that's going to be so that we all can be abreast of a plan, because too often we're now labeled one way that we're not doing. And label is one thing, but saying what you're not doing is not accurate, because the child care program we do at a loss. So we are doing something, and the public should know that part of it as well, because it's easy to take shots at some singular action, but if it's tied to a plan outright, then the entities that are involved can help us, and we can partner with them, and also make Corporate Miami has to be a part of this as well. And since some of them do want to be, then we ought to make sure that they are.
I'll work with you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to ask this question, and is that that part that comprehensive plan, I mean, that this ordinance, it is part, has a comprehensive plan included in it that you are going to define as areas where they can receive treatment and they can take a shower, do whatever they want. And also, listening to Commissioner Watson, I believe that you have to incorporate, we saw a lot of people coming through here that they claim that they are assisting the homeless, and then they want the program to keep on going. You see, well, I think this is a good opportunity to everybody. Everybody said, well, let's work together. This is a great opportunity to work together. Where the city of Miami, we are going to keep in some place. We are also are going to provide all the needs that they have in order to be out of the be protected. They're not going to be out of the environment. And they can come, and if they are feeding, or they are providing counseling, or they are providing medicine, well, they can come and work together with you guys.
Absolutely.
Is that possible?
It's possible, sir, if I can work with all of you.
With permission, I mean, I'm going to request from the Commissioner Carollo, can we incorporate that into the order?
Incorporate what?
Incorporate that we are going to, this is part of the comprehensive plan, that it's going to be, that they're going to be out of the streets, and they're going to go into a place that we're going to provide, and in that place will have the resources that they need.
I think we need to talk more, because what I don't want to do, Commissioner, I'll tell you right now, is kill the effectiveness. If the votes aren't here, so be it, but I don't want to water this down to a point that it's not going to be effective. Now, if I can, let me go to what I showed here, because I wanted to show that, and I didn't speak so everybody could hear and see it. There was a total of 18 homeless people that you saw in the screen that I spoke to. Out of the 18, let me give you a breakdown. 5 were from another state. 3 New York, 1 Michigan, 1 Illinois. 4 were from a foreign country. 1 from Africa, 1 from Antigua, 1 from the Bahamas, 1 from Peru. 2 were from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Out of those 11 that were not from here, 2 had just arrived. 1 said he had arrived 4 days ago from Peru, and the other gentleman said he had arrived here a week ago. That's one of the gentlemen from Puerto Rico. Out of the 7 that claimed they were from Miami-Dade County, 5 said Miami, so I'm putting them down as City of Miami, but not necessarily. 1 from Hialeah. I don't know if we should include that in the out-of-state or in the local, but you guys tell me. And 1 from Miami Beach. Even though from some other statements he made to me off camera, I do believe he was from out of state, but he said Miami Beach, so I'm putting him down as Miami Beach. So you have 11 out of the 18 that are either from out of state or from a foreign country. 5 that could be City of Miami, 1 Hialeah, and 1 Miami Beach. So this shows you that you have a great amount of homeless people. I believe it could be as much as a majority of the people that we have out in the streets that are not from here. It's a problem that's being sent to us from other places. The other areas that I think were observed there was that some of the people that I went to speak to have some very serious mental problems and drug issues. Now, these are 2 areas of services that we have to provide, and I've always mentioned that. Last but not least, the most important part, you saw me asking them, in some cases, almost pleading, to go to a shelter where they would have a roof over their heads, they would have a warm bed, they would have hot meals. They didn't want to go to a shelter. They refused. In fact, the 2 that said that they would go to a shelter, very soon Mr. Porras sent people there. 1 took off right away, and I think there was 1 left, Mr. Porras, right? And he said no, he didn't want to go to the shelter. So that's the essence of the issue, because I keep saying the foundation of the problem that we have out there is not a homeless issue as we thought of homelessness in America before. What we have out there is a problem of addicts, individuals that have gotten strung out in numerous different drugs, and that's caused mental problems in many of them, and they don't want to go to a shelter for 2 reasons. 1, as one of them told me, they're too strict. In other words, no drugs. You're not going to be able to use drugs in a shelter. And 2, you're not going to be able to acquire and buy drugs in a shelter. And this is the key reason why this huge population of addicts that are homeless don't want to go to a shelter, because they can't get drugs in a shelter. They can't use drugs in a shelter. They want to be out in the streets so they could get strong, high, big time, like the lady from District 2 that came here, and the problem she ran into that you've all heard. Now, we're looking for compassionate solutions, and we have in the city of Miami. My God, we have spent more money per capita than most cities in America. We have spent tens and tens of millions of dollars in past years. This year's funding alone is over $7 million, and that doesn't include hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional monies that we spend in paramedics, fire, police, and other services that we provide to this population. But the solution is not going to be that we're going to take money from where we have very little to put this population, majority from out of state or out of the country, in front of the line to build houses for them that, for the most part, they don't care to be in it at all. And frankly, in the state of mind that many are in, won't be able to maintain any kind of home like that. So what I try to show in the additional part of the video is what our city in different parts is becoming. What you saw there is worse than third world. I've traveled in my lifetime to dozens and dozens and dozens of countries. I've seen it all. And I will tell you that what we have out there in the countries that we call third world here, you don't see it like that. This is as bad as it gets. And there are people out there, and I'll say it again, that are perfectly content with that because that's how they are going to make a living, get a higher salary. Others, I'm going to use a new word that's been thrown around in many ways. Others have weaponized the homeless against the rest of us, all the other residents of Miami, to use as a weapon against us for their ideological reasons. Now, when I've shown clear videos that you have streets, sidewalks that are being blocked, that individuals cannot go through those sidewalks because they're being blocked, whether by tents, whether by other items. You see the whole line of bicycles in one. Where do you think those bicycles are coming from? Do you really think that they're going them to buy them at Kmart or Walmart? No, they're being stolen from our neighborhoods. That's why, at least before the pandemic, you would see small freight ships come to the port of Miami, and when they leave, they'd have all kinds of bicycles on top. Those were bicycles that were being stolen from our homes and other stuff that were being stolen. This ordinance is very clear. Let me go through some parts of it so that we can be clear in what we're voting on. It will not allow any police officer to take action unless they take certain steps before, including to make sure that there are shelters. Otherwise, they cannot take any steps. But what it's doing, most of all, like you saw in the video that I put there, with piles of garbage being thrown out, is we're going to make sure that all these areas that you saw in that video and others that you didn't see are going to be clean 3 times a week. Because what is happening in these encampments is that they are becoming a real health hazard to the people that are up there sleeping in those tents in the sidewalk and to the rest of us, all Miami residents. Those are real health hazards that we have an obligation as a city to clean them up, to protect them and protect us from it. Let me go over, Commissioner. It says the police has tender. It says when a police officer, before they can take any action, the police officer has tendered the written warning required by subsection C1F off and has provided a reasonable time, 2 hours, for the person to pick up his or her belongings and comply with the prohibition. Yet, if the person has not complied, then the police officer has verified that there is available shelter bed for the person, and the person has refused the offer of shelter. Then and only then can a police officer take action. After giving them reasonable warning that we're going to come and clean, they have to move whatever belongings they have there, and we have to provide a shelter for them, know that there's a bed to take them to. Otherwise, they cannot take any actions. Yes.
Can I say a couple of things?
Sure.
You're accusing me of
I'm not accusing anyone of anything.
No, hold on a second. I've been saying of watering. I don't want to water this down. The only thing that I want to do, and I agree with you that we have a huge problem in our hands, and we have a bunch of people here that they are not from the city of Miami. I know that we have people. Now that winter comes, we're going to get more from other cold states. The problem is that we're going to clean our streets. Me more than anybody has been always against having people camping on our streets and doing what they're doing. And I don't give that nobody, be a homeless or be a person that is a millionaire, has the right to go in front of a business and defecate in front of the business and do their things in front of the business. Nobody, because if I do it, I will be arrested. You see? And I think that nobody is above the law here. Everybody has to comply with the law, and that's why I ask always the city attorney to make sure to inform the police and inform us what we can do. But we have a reality here. We are moving them from one place, and we tell them, you got to leave. But we are not proposing. What I'm asking is that we have a place that we can tell them, because to build shelters for those people now, you see, I don't think there is enough. We can tell them, and what I'm saying is, you got to move from here. We were not going to accept you to be blocking the street, blocking the sidewalk. I agree with 100%. I don't want to, be jumping over fences when I'm walking downtown. You're going to have a place that you will be able to go. You don't have to, you don't want to move you from 1st Street to 3rd Street. You see? Because if we don't have a place that we can guide them to, then what we are moving them from one street to the other. And then we are creating a lot of problems.
You are right.
And the only thing,
and I understand that.
And the only thing that I want is to create a place, you see, make sure that we have a place that they can go to that place.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
I think in the series of ordinance and resolutions that I have brought, that we have passed some and are in the second reading of some, it's a combination that covers everything. For instance, I think this is clear that we have to take compassionate and humane steps before anything can be done, and we have to find shelter. Otherwise, we're not going to move somebody.
Agree with you.
Now, beyond the shelter, this is why I had the other, I believe it was done in the form of resolution or instruction to the manager, a resolution where we requested of the manager, and I think this is where you're coming in,
Okay.
that we would identify different places that, look, if they didn't want the shelter, if for any reason we have the shelters full, then we could have an additional place where they can go. Now, we will be responsible of providing a bed, providing bathroom facilities. I would include in that mental and drug counseling, or however you want to describe the service that we have to provide. But what we do not have to provide is a five-star hotel service and encampment. This would be that instead of a small tent they're going to be out there, maybe it'll be a nice big tent. Maybe we could even have air conditioning, maybe fans, or maybe we could build something. I mean, I designed stuff that we could have out there in a matter of 3 or 4 days, and it's going to be super comfortable, as strong as any construction that you have here in Miami, and it's not costly at all. So
That is,
now, I'll tell you what happened. When I mentioned, if you remember, that we have, my God, close to 1,000 acres in Virginia Key, that could be one place that we could have. I know that a lot of my friends, your friends from Key Biscayne, and not near me,
NIMBY.
and this is the problem, that everybody wants to dump their problem in the city of Miami. And we're taking everybody's problem. We can't do that any longer. Look, what I am asking for, that our residents are going to be treated with the same courtesy, professionalism, and the same rights that homeless people are in our streets. Because what's happened here is that we've turned our world upside down. Our residents are the ones that have become second-class citizens. And this is not right in any society. How in the heck can people come here and demand that we provide 500 new housing units, as I've shown you, where the majority of people are not from Miami, they're out of state or out of the country. And then on top of that, yes, as I said before, when we have so many needy people in many of our districts, that, hey, they would love to give up and say, the heck with it, you know, why should I be doing 2 jobs? Why should I be having to sacrifice so much just to put a roof over the heads of my kids in Little Havana or Norristown or Little Haiti or Liberty City or Alapata or Flagami, if now all I got to do is say, I'm homeless, I'm going to go in the street, and I'm the one that's going to the front of the bus, and I'm going to be given a brand new place. You know, Camilla's house, somebody here, I think, or I received a call from Camilla's house. Now, that's the brothers of whatever they are, the Shepherd, or they're from another state, by the way, that came in here. Well, I remember when I was a kid commissioner in my early 20s, I had that priest that ran Camilla's house, and he sat down with me, and he said, you know, I control over 1,000 votes of these homeless. So if you want to be reelected in the future, this is what you got to do and play with me. And I did not respond to him as the altar boy that I once was. I think that's part of the reason many years ago he was finally taken out, and for more things. And yes, I keep saying it, this has become a major business. And you hear the only solution that all these people are giving you is, You got to bring more millions of dollars, more millions of dollars. Yeah, so they could get more millions of dollars in their hands. But what about the rest of our people? What about the need? I mean, I'd like for some of these television cameras to go with me through Little Havana and see how a lot of the people live and the rents they're paying for the places they're living in. They could have given up, go to the streets, but they haven't. You know, go see Commissioner Watson. He'll take you through Liberty City, Little Haiti, Overtown. Commissioner Diaz-Portilla can take you through Alapata. And there are sections, Flag Avenue, the Commissioner Reyes can take you. And even Commissioner Russell, that lives in the most expensive district, affordable district in Miami, he could take you to a few places in the West Grove that would meet the criteria that I'm talking about. It is not right that all the attention, all the money is being demanded for individuals that the main problem they have is that they're addicted to drugs. Now, I'm not saying that every homeless out there is like that. The guys that I ran that had just come in, one from Puerto Rico a week before, and the Peruvian guy, those are different stories. But the videotapes that I showed you, me interviewing them, those images didn't lie. You see the problems that many of these people have. And again, what happened to this lady is going to happen more and more again. And I'm going to say something more. What really concerned me when I went out this weekend to get those interviews was the fact of how many of the homeless that we have out there are carrying knives for self-protection. And I don't know how many incidents we've had, but I know we've had quite a few of homeless attacking homeless and homeless attacking our residents, like the lady that was here today. So, Commissioner, I put something here that I think is lays a good foundation to work from. And we know this is not going to be the whole solution, but at least we're taking the steps that none of these people cared before until we brought this up.
Yes, sir. And as you remember, we've been talking about this for a long time.
Yeah, we have.
And we've been talking about and something got to be done. And I agree that we should try to get them out of the street because our residents, they have rights too. But what I'm saying is that we need not to move the problem to another place.
No.
That what we have to do is to have places that they can go and also support that they can get. Why? Because amongst those, and I'm going to talk with a clear conscience, among those that they are, unfortunately, they are addicted, there be some that could be recaptured and could be saved.
There are very small percentage. But
Very small, but there is a percentage. Yeah. One is enough. And also I'm going to tell you this. As I said when I first started speaking, I believe that the majority, the great majority of the homeless are not because of economic reasons.
That is correct. That's what I'm saying.
And if we get it, I mean, we try to provide them. I mean, we're going to get them out of the street. We need a place that they can go.
Yeah, but let me tell you what's going to happen.
Okay. No. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that, well, they are just going to go and they're not going to go into the place.
No. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. What I am going to say is that once that population that are not economic homeless, as you stated, and this is what I was saying before, that are homeless for drug addiction, understand that they're not going to be able to move from one part of the city to the other because we're going to apply the law equal in any part of the
They
city.
will leave the city.
They're going to leave the city of Miami, and most likely they're going to go to another part of Florida that's warm, or they're going to go back to whatever state they came from.
Yes. But
But they're not going to be in the city of Miami, where we're spending our money for people that are not from here. I mean, some of the statements that you heard from the people that I interviewed when I asked them, how long you been here? Some were telling me 2 years, 3 years. Well, where are all these programs that I've been told, and this group and that group and the other? Because these people have been recycled during all these years here.
Well, I don't think there is any problem, as you stated before, to give a directive to the city manager to find a location, and as you stated,
We had done that before, it's a resolution.
it's a resolution.
So that works hand in hand with whatever else we got here.
Apply that resolution, and I don't think that gonna need much time to find a place and get it ready.
Look, I'll help you find people
Thank
that
you, sir.
maybe will donate sufficient tents or coverings that would meet our requirements. The good thing is that now we're going out of the hurricane season. So we're going to have a whole 6 months soon, no hurricanes, so we could gear up for this. It's not like, we're in the middle of the hurricane season. But, Mr. Manager, Virginia Key, and I know I'm going to get a lot of my friends that are ticked off at me again. That's a place that we have a lot of room, that we could put a lot of services there. We could put trailers for mental health professionals that we could bring. We can, bring trailers that would have medical facilities, others for drug addiction, and I don't think that if what we're being told by some that this is what they want, well, here's exactly what we're doing. But I submit to you that you're going to have a huge part of this population that no matter what we offer them, they don't want it because they've been checked out already. They're burned out with the drugs. All they want to do is be in the streets, buying drugs, using drugs, with nobody telling them that they can't use them. That's why in all these places that we want to clean up 3 times a week, you see all the syringes from them shooting up.
Absolutely.
How many of them throughout the past years have we found dead out in our streets? Or from some of the other drugs that wonderful country of communist China is sending to us to destroy us so they'll never have to fight a war with us, a real war, so they could destroy us with drugs like they're doing. And you see it across America. What you're seeing out there are not economic homelessness. This is not FDR's depression that he went out to help real homeless people for economic reasons. This is a different type of homeless that we have out in the streets now. And it's a very challenging one because you got people there that are schizophrenic, bipolar, all kinds of mental issues that derive of their drug usage, and they're addicts. That's all they care about, getting their next shot, getting their next high.
I will add to that. I was talking to an expert the other day, and something that really scare me is that it is could be a lot, but could be a few sexual predators that they have been labeled sexual predators. They cannot leave, establish themselves close to school or very difficult for them to find housing, that they are among the homeless population. Do we have the resources to identify or go out and try to identify that population so we can get rid of them?
Well, I think that I can get back to you on the specific process, but that is looked at now, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but there's providers here. No one can go into a shelter at a level 2. In other words, if they are found that they have something in their background like that, they can't be.
But that probably that could be some of the ones that they refuse shelter because of that.
It's
possible. It is possible because it amazes me that you are on there's going to come a big storm and you're offered shelter and you refuse it. It is either because you do have a serious mental illness or because there's some problem there. And I would like for you guys to make an effort to try to identify it, because if that is true, it's very dangerous. That's very dangerous for our population. And Mr. Carollo, I have seen, you have seen in the news some of those probably, I don't know if they are under the influence of drug or they are because of mental illness, that they they have to jump and started beating people without any provocations. And I'm afraid because I have family and I have people that are a lot of, my district, we have a lot of elders. A lot of elderly people. That senior population is very fragile, you see, and could be hurt by them. Okay, if I think that we have talked about this a lot. You are gonna be doing the finding out you might call it shelter, or you can call it whatever.
We've instructed the manager already through a
Okay.
resolution to do that. And if you want, you could incorporate the resolution as
Let's
part of this ordinance.
incorporate that resolution as part of this ordinance. And also, please invite everyone that has a program or that provides assistance to the homeless to go to those places and bring their expertise and see how many we can save. Okay?
Commissioner Watson.
Yeah, let me just say that I think that save two things. One, and I don't think any of us, I'm not interested in maybe watering down, as you say, their proposal, but I think what I at least like to see happen is people understand that we are trying to address the issue as opposed to avoid the problem, one. And two, most importantly, not see what we're doing get lost in somebody else's description of trying to change the narrative. What I can tell you in working with the CRA, and we've had probably a little bit more than success in this sense, I was stopped in doing some things that I thought and Commander Joseph thought would be helpful, simply because it does cost our police department more because we're not in sync. Why are we not in sync? Federal programs for housing are not in sync with people who are homeless. They're just not. And so a lot of what the financial help that can be used can't really be accessed by the providers, service providers, or what have you. It's just really screwed up, and so we have to work on that front. Two, we're not in sync locally. They'll go out and spend probably, I don't know, Chief's around 4 hours on average if they take somebody in, and our judiciary will let them out an hour later. And so it gets to be kind of crazy. And I think that's why it's important to have something not singular, but comprehensive, because hopefully we now get a chance to do what we're trying to do, which is help / move, reduce the homeless on the street, as opposed to now the cycle of spending money, because that way it doesn't really make sense either. And so I think that that's the biggest thing that I would like to ask my colleague, if in fact we can do something. I don't want to water down what you're talking about, but if we can do something that allows for something comprehensive that helps us, rather than have the police officers doing what they're doing. And now if we go ahead and they put somebody in the system, they'll let them out. And they do. They take 2 hours to do it, take another 2 hours, take another 2 hours to write it up. And by the time they finish writing up what they just did, these guys downtown let them out.
Commissioner, there's nothing that prevents any additional plans to be brought forward on top of this. But what basically we're being told is, by a few, is that, first of all, the way that they have characterized this ordinance is totally false. This is not criminalizing homelessness at all, whatsoever. We have laws in the city that apply to everyone, and those apparently want us to exempt homelessness from the laws that we have for all the others that live in the city. But the characterization that this is an ordinance to criminalize being homeless, it's not so at all. What I'm not willing to do any longer is to keep feeding the beast of the business of homelessness. I want to come with concrete actions that will see real solutions. And that includes truly helping people that have mental problems, have drug addiction, knowing well that the percentage that you're going to be able to truly save are not super high, but at least we have an obligation to try. What we don't have an obligation to do is provide Ritz-Carlton, Rolls-Royce services to the homeless, or frankly, to anyone. This is government. The best that we could do at times is a Volkswagen, maybe a Chevy or a Ford.
Or a motorcycle.
I don't want to go into the scooters, so don't mention that. But we have put together a good foundation to keep building on. And these are the only solutions. Maybe we could do others. And I will say something that I didn't think it was the case, but I did see it out there. There has been a drop in the homelessness out in the streets. And, you know, not to the level that we're being told, but there is a drop. Now,
They're going to California.
I suspect that because we have been more vigilant
That's right.
in the cleanups and everything, we're not as welcoming as we used to be. And people from other states, other parts, are going somewhere else in Florida or where they came from. But for whatever it's worth to those in the business, I did see a drop. I mean, from what we used to have at Bayfront Park and Parade Park, Old Bicentennial Park, there's been a drop. The areas that you saw in the concentration that I showed in that video, they were even worse before, and that looked bad in what I showed. Okay. Anyway, I will put my motion back.
There's a motion by Commissioner Croyo. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Is there further discussion? So I'd like to say a couple things, Commissioner Croyo.
Second with all the.
Well, he hasn't accepted your amendments yet.
No, I have.
You have.
We're
I'd like
going to
to-
include
okay.
the resolution.
With the resolution.
Yeah, with the resolution that we passed before.
You're going to provide the centers and all of that.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify that I believe the amendment should be to the SR item concerning the prohibition on encampments, that it include a section at the end to clarify that resolution R-21-0373 adopted on September 13th, 2021, which directed the city manager to define alternate locations, be complied with pursuant to today's discussion.
All right, you got it there.
Thank you. So seconder, motion, the mover agrees and the seconder is to the seconder's condition. I'm not going to try to change your mind, and you may have your votes on this, but I do want to say why I disagree with you, and I think we can have that healthy debate, because I know that this comes from a place of frustration to try to solve the problem. I know you are trying to solve the problem.
We're all frustrated with it.
Yes. But I'd like to speak a little bit to the criminalization side of it and the concerns I have there, and then to the resources that are available to us that clearly you've lost trust in. Everyone you, and I appreciate you bringing the video. It was actually heartbreaking. It was really hard to watch because it really humanizes what people are going through. You see the fear and confusion in their eyes. You see they're not of clear mind. They're distrusting. They're nervous. They don't want to come in. But if one of those people had had a unauthorized heating element and there was a shelter bed and they refused it and they were given 2 hours to clear out of that spot, they could be subject to arrest. It is possible. And they're not of clear mind to accept what's been given to them. And hopefully through our outreach and our green shirts and our Lazarus Project, we could break through with them and convince them to come in. But it isn't an immediate thing. They're not going to look at you and immediately trust you right off the street. And that's why people that work in our program and those who we entrust from the different programs to do that outreach specialize in that. I could hear in your voice you were sincere in offering them what was being offered.
But especially with rain that seemed it was coming.
Clear. And I've been out prior to a hurricane coming and offering. Yes. And there's a little more openness at that point, but you still see the fear and distrust in their eyes. Clearly, you've had years of experience with the shelters and organizations in our community, and the anecdote you made about from the 1970s, perhaps, with Camilla's House. I can say that I've been...
Not that far back, Chair.
Well, you said when you were a young commissioner.
Yeah, this was the 80s, not that far back.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I know that some of you think that I was here when we founded Miami, but I didn't go that far back.
But I have to say this. I've been out on the census count overnight more than once. I've been to every one of the organizations that we fund together as a commission and as the CRAs. And the people like Vicki Millette, Samiria Hudson, Constance Collins, who am I forgetting? Hilda Fernandez, that was the one I was forgetting. They are the people who run Chapman, Lotus, Camillus, and the Homeless Trust. And what you're proposing that we create as a resource with the medical and the wraparound and everything, perhaps out on Virginia Key, is what they offer. They offer those wraparound services, counseling, job training, clothing, day programs, night programs, short and long-term care. But if
Commissioner, this is why we're saying that we send them to shelters.
Yes.
Before we could take any action.
Absolutely.
If we don't have a place to send them to, then we don't take any action.
Right, but the previous resolution that was already passed about seeking new locations and asking Mr. Porro to find those locations. If it's Virginia Key, for example, it is so far away from the existing services that could be reaching them. And it's going to be very hard.
I don't think Virginia Key, you see, I know that we have a lot of places under the expressways and things like that we can get them there, but I think that what we're doing by keeping them all together, we are facilitating the job that they're doing. We are facilitating them and making it easier for them to reach to where they are. Because if you have to go one by one, and instead of when you have a concentration, it's my opinion that we're facilitating the job, but nobody's taking away the good job that they are doing.
Well, my worry is that we're replicating what they do, but maybe not as good as they do it, because we're going to be trying to manage and seek new resources, and we're going to be feeding a new machine. But I'm not trying to
We
debate.
won't know until we try it, maybe.
Yes, I mean, I'm willing
But this
to
is
try
just.
this.
But please let me finish my point, because I can see that you've lost trust in the system that exists before us, because with nearly $60 million going to
Absolutely.
an organization, and we still have the issues on the streets, I understand where you're coming from. But I have been at Chapman and watched someone, I don't know what their term is, but graduate, receive a key. They have a ceremony where they give them that key. They are getting out of shelter and into an apartment of permanent supportive housing. And it's a celebration. And it's
that
not,
can happen.
But it's not jumping the line. We're not taking that person right off the street and taking them into, they've got to go through that whole process that this person went through. And so it's just helping grow their process, the missing pieces. They've got a pipeline that is jammed. And so the shelters are full. And if we could just provide that relief valve, and I mean, Constance doesn't take a penny. This is not a paid person here who's profiting off the system. This is someone who's giving back, and this is really hard work these people do. And I don't see them as taking advantage of our dollars. If we want to watch them and make sure it's being spent efficiently and never being misused, I agree with that. But I do not agree with discontinuing or the funding that we're giving to them, because I see it being spent well.
What
I
do you
see it really
propose,
needed.
sir? We'll leave it status quo? You propose a status quo
No.
without doing anything, or doing something where we can provide, or we can facilitate
Thank you for asking. So
to all of them, facilitate the contact with the homeless, and at the same time, we are protecting our residents. I mean, that's the way I see it. And that's why I was very adamant about having a place where they will be able to receive, be able to have facilities, will be able to receive all type of support. I talked to Constance yesterday, and I told her, you see, and she said, we need to build resource centers. That's what I want to build, a resource center where they can go, you see, they can go and they can have, they can have a bed, or they can camp there, everybody could be able to go and work with them, because I believe that some of the work that has been done, it is excellent. I am a firm believer in Hermanos de la Calle, and every time I can, I will support them and I will contribute to them. They're doing an excellent job, and there are some of the guys that you're doing an excellent job, and we will. Because of this, it doesn't mean that we cannot work together, but we can work together and at the same time, you see, try to save or to reach those people that could be reachable, and also protect our businesses and our residents. You see? I mean, it is unfair, sir, whatever you might say. And I told Candace, we have been, you see, one thing that really has irked me, and I tried, and I'm talking about this. Listen, in 1983, I was the economist for the Overtown Park West Redevelopment Project. At the time that Camilo's house was on Park West, you see, part of my job was to relocate Camilo's house, because we knew that if we didn't relocate Camilo's house, that that area will never redevelop. And we knew it. Even if you don't like to think of like that, but people are not going to invest there, you see? And that affects our economy. And I drove, Commissioner Carollo was referring to Brother Paul. And I drove Brother Paul looking for a place all over Miami, including Little Havana. He wanted to come to Little Havana. I said, why? You want to destroy a neighborhood. He said, you're not going to get more indulgences from the Lord by destroying it. I mean, but then I decided to run for office, and I left in 85, and I left that job. But what I'm saying is I've been dealing with this problem since 1985. I used to go and volunteer in Camilo's house and serve food. I used to talk to them and do all of that. This is nothing new to me. I've been in touch and trying to help the homeless for a long time. And I know, and that's where I learned that there are different type of homeless. You see that everybody, I heard people come to this microphone and state that we have so many homeless because they have lost their job due to COVID, and they don't have a job. They are, I mean, wherever you walk in Miami, you see a sign that said help wanted. You see? It says, it reads, help wanted. You see? That's why I know that the majority of the homeless, they are not economic homeless. I mean, there might be some, and we need to help them real fast. Tesla does a great job with abused women. You see? But that is transitional. She gets them, she protects them, she trains them, they find a job, and they leave. And they leave, and they work. And that's an excellent job. And I help her anytime, and she knows that, okay? What we're trying to do here is different. What we're trying to do is, okay, let's get all those encampment out of the street, out of downtown Miami, out of 14th Street. Let's clean our city, and at the same time, they're going to be roaming our streets because they have not be prohibited from walking in downtown Miami and walking. That's their freedom, that's their right. You see? But let them go to a place. I mean, you want to have your tent, can have your tent here. You see? And at that place, everybody that it is providing services could go and talk and meet with them and try to get their trust and try to get them into into a treatment, if that's what they need. You see, we have, Commissioner, we have ex-homeless working, and you know that, the ambassadors in downtown Miami. You know that DDA, you did that. Remember? You did that. We can keep on doing it. There's no reason why we cannot do it. There's no reason. This does not preclude us from doing it.
I understand. Let me just finish my thought then, and then we'll close out the conversation and vote. My final concern is that some of these actions, especially under the ordinance, the camping ordinance, could be used against us as a city as a violation of civil rights if somebody refuses shelter and then they are arrested because they have a heater or they have more than 3 feet of personal belongings. And that'll start putting us backward where we were under lawsuits in Pottinger. And then it's us, we're fighting against our own homeless advocacy system where we should be arm in arm. And so my hope is to rebuild trust with whatever you've lost with the system that is meant to solve this problem for us. And continue working together. But I'm not here to convince you because I know where you're coming from, and I know you're well entrenched in that. You believe in your ordinance. I'm just explaining why I can't.
I do, and I'm also a believer that there are some out there that want to see more homeless people in our city because they have weaponized the homeless situation in our city. Last suburb, Commissioner, the police vehicle that got burned in the first day that we have problems in the streets, those pictures of that police car with a huge flame all burning up, that was a homeless person that burned that. You know where we found him a few days later? In a drug overdose in the hospital where he died. Now, maybe we all believe in coincidence, and maybe there are coincidences, but where did he get the drugs, so much drugs, to end up in such an overdose after he did something like that? Or was somebody trying to reward him for his actions in burning one of our police cars? I took time going through all the arrests that we were making, through a fairly sizable part of that summer, and 7 to 8% of all the arrests that we were making were homeless people. Someone was weaponizing them against the rest of us. So this homeless situation is something that has been weaponized. When I see, and these were identified by our police officers, our police department, through the facial recognition system that we have, which is excellent. We're the only department in the state of Florida that has it. And some of these so-called advocates of homelessness that had just arrived from Venezuela 2 months before, where they had gone with the Che Guevara Bolivariana International Brigade to receive training over there. And these were the ones that when they came back, we saw them in teams of twos organizing people that first day when Bayside was looted, where they try to enter our police station, they burn our car, and more. I get the picture of what is happening with some people. I'm not trying to throw everybody into the same pot because you have people with a lot of different reasons and ideas of why they're taking this position. But what I'm saying is that there is a radical group out there that is trying to take advantage of this situation to use the homeless situation as a weapon against us. And if they want to go to court again for ordinance that are constitutionally sound, so be it. Maybe we could go all the way to the Supreme Court this time. So finally, we could do something not just for Miami, but for the whole rest of the country.
Mr. Sheriff, can I call the chief of police in here? And talk to him.
Chief Morales.
Chief Morales.
You're recognized.
Good afternoon. Manny Morales, Interim Chief of Police.
Go ahead, Commissioner Reyes.
Chief, I had witnessed driving around downtown Miami because I drive around downtown Miami, although it's not my district. I'm the chairman of the DDA, Downtown Development Authority. And I had witnessed more than once drug transactions. Drug transactions that they are, very to the open eyes. I'm going to give you an instance. Miami Avenue and Flagler, right at the corner. I saw a guy that he was dressed like as if, he had shorts and used a baggy t-shirt, but he was very clean to be a homeless. And he was just walking, pacing the street, and I came around. And right there when I was waiting for the light, I saw him go, bend over, pick something, homeless came in, and the exchange took place. And you can say, well, where they got money? They panhandle, you see? And there was a transaction there. Another time, just by Miami-Dade Community College, it was at Walton campus, there was another transaction that I witnessed there at night. Can we step up I will say that I don't know what you can do. Maybe you can do undercover, take some undercover actions or whatever you can do. But there is a big problem, a big drug problem in that population, and we have to go after the dealers. We have to go after the dealers. And I will really appreciate it if you start such as a task force or whatever it is, so they can go after the dealers. And we can stop because they are the ones that are feeding, you see, the habit of those people that are hooked. Okay?
Commissioner, and there's no doubt that there's the criminal elements that hide among the homeless. We've done the vast majority of the heat detail arrest. That out of the 540 homeless contacts, we've only had 21 so far since August. But the bulk of those 21s were for narcotics, and some of them were for arrest warrants that they had. So we'll definitely focus on the attention. And when we're doing narcotics, we always prioritize the sellers versus the users.
Yes.
So they take the priority of our time.
Absolutely.
We'll make a note of it. Too.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Carollo, just to clarify, is your motion for both SR2 and RE4?
Well, this motion was for SR2.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, could you read that into the record, please?
Unless you all would like for me to make them all into one, I'd have no problem.
You're going to say, well, what's
We can take them separately, it's no problem.
Let's take it separately.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Barnaby.
I'm sorry, one moment. Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. SR2 is an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 37 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Offenses Miscellaneous, more particularly by adding a section to prohibit encampments on public property, providing for definitions and penalties containing a severance clause, and providing for an effective date as amended.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes 4-1. Am I correct? 4-1, Mr. Clerk.
Do we get a new city attorney? I don't know if you got a promotion or a demotion.
Well, I want to listen. Hey, listen. Why are you sitting away from the chair? I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Well, no. But hold on. That's where the mayor used to sit all the time. When he was now you see who the real de facto mayor is. Okay. Okay.
You know, Commissioner, now I know why the city attorney stays awake all the time, because it's a much harder chair than the ones we sit on. Yeah. Right? They're different. So we're going to move this one over there and this one over here. Because makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion passes on SR2. Would you like to take up RE4, Commissioner?
Yeah, we could discuss RE4. Look, RE4 is very similar to what we have had for decades in the state of Florida. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here in any way. In the state of Florida, through the state, we have children and families. They use a different concept and name where instead of calling it adopt a child, they use the word foster parents. And they do pay foster parents most of the times to take care of children. Obviously, they do backgrounds to them and so on. What I'm proposing here, instead of calling it foster parents, is to adopt a homeless. That if someone wants to go the extra step in helping a homeless, and I showed some homeless people here that had recently come from foreign countries. You can see that they were well-educated people. They were not affected by any kind of drugs that you could see. So if there are people that would like to adopt a homeless, they have an extra room in their home, they want to put him in their living room, that this would facilitate it. And then we would instruct the manager to establish a procedure that after we can confirm that indeed they're helping with a homeless in their home, that we could provide through some of the monies that we have in different of the homeless groups, associations that we have, that we could provide them a certain amount as a stimulant to help with food, with utilities. I don't know how far that would take us. I don't know if it'll get us one, none, or 50 or 100 homeless that someone will step up. But it's we won't know unless we put it out there.
I have a legal question, Mr. Min.
Yes, sir.
If the Adopt a Homeless program were to be enacted and the city were somehow starting this, and let's say out of the goodness of their heart, somebody were to want to take in someone who was homeless, who appeared to be of sound mind and not drug addicted, but let's say they did have problems and they end up attacking the person that they are staying with, that we are, is there a responsibility the city might bear or an exposure to the city because this resident maybe is not equipped to recognize the danger that they may be in or that they've been exposed to a danger?
It's a very good question, Commissioner. What this item is a directive to the manager to create a program. We would obviously work with the manager to ensure the proper waivers and documentation is done to ensure that the city is protected to avoid any potential liability.
Okay, so maybe we have the homeowner or the resident who wants to do this sign waivers that indemnify us and keep us from being responsible. But morally, are we responsible if one of them gets hurt because they're not equipped, but out of their goodness of their heart, they're trying to do something? I again see a good intention here, but I'm very concerned about the potential consequences.
As much as we are on the scooters.
I think it's a little different. But I think there's concerns with this concept.
Yes, there is also, I mean, I don't want the city of Miami to be spending money.
Nope.
If instead of adopt, I'm going to throw something out that maybe we can find people that in the Goodwill, they could sponsor.
Well, you could call it a sponsor.
But not receiving any stipend. I mean, that they would sponsor because they want to, like, hey, people are sponsoring and there are circles here. And
look, it's the same thing. You know, if we want to change the name, you know, it doesn't matter.
Where the money will come from?
Well, whatever money we offer, first of all, is going to be a small stimulant. It would come from different places like the Homeless Trust, other places that we could go to where there are grants that we could get, and it would only be based upon whatever grants we get that we will provide, not from our general fund money.
First, we have to direct the city manager to investigate the possibility of getting grants for that.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, look, I heard some people here that I'm sure they're sincere, that they're going to want to come forward and help with this. I don't think we should hold back to see if we have any money or not. I mean, part of the resolution would be that the city would try to get grants or other funding that would not come from our general fund, and we will provide help for food and utilities to the effect of whatever we get in grants or other donations. I mean, there might be some that might want to donate money for that.
But we shouldn't.
No general fund money.
no general fund money, but we shouldn't close the door also to any good citizen that want to sponsor.
Well, exactly. If you want to use both words so that, you know, some people
I
feel
like
better,
sponsor more
then
better.
adopt a homeless or sponsor a homeless. I have no problem. We can use both definitions. And, you know, I will be happy to go forward with, you know, using both definitions and moving forward with it. But let's give it a try. Let's see how many of the people that have been saying that they want to do more can do more.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're recognized, Commissioner.
did we take our American Recovery money, Mr. Manager, into general fund? No? We took it some kind of way.
Yeah, we had a percentage of it that was used as a revenue loss, and then those programs, some of those programs that we created in terms of the allocation, are used and then taken from the general fund.
So, but does that mean now, based on what we're talking about, we would not be able to use any of that money towards any programs that we're doing? Any programs relative to this resolution or any others?
I want to confirm eligibility, so let me see if I can get. Yeah, so the American Rescue Plan money can be used for homeless programs. It can be. So it doesn't have to come from the general fund.
Yeah. Well, I made it clear, and I think that's what Commissioner Reyes we want to see also, non-general fund money, meaning that's money that comes directly from our taxpayers in the city.
Could you come back with some potential sources? Or some analysis of any institutions that are providing funds for this? Because I think this is going to be innovative. I haven't heard of this program in the United States. I don't know if it exists.
No, I think that's embedded in the reso, that, you know, to come back with a.
Yeah, that is embedded in the resolution.
A plan, so, I mean, obviously, if there's any financial need as part of it, it'll have to be incorporated. Yeah, if there is.
I am sure that there are going to be a lot of good-hearted people that were here talking about this, and some that didn't make it, that would be willing to do it without a cent for food or utilities. So, there's a motion, gentlemen.
Moved by Commissioner Carollo for RE4. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. We didn't have a motion before, did we?
We're going to have or sponsor.
Yeah, we'll include adopt a homeless or sponsor a homeless. The sponsor doesn't get any money from grants.
So that's an amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, that is an amendment.
Seconder approves the amendment? All right, is there any further discussion?
And that doesn't mean that the person that adopts will get any money either. It depends if we are able to find it.
All right.
And I think we could.
No further discussion on the resolution? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes 4-1. That's RE4.
By the way, Mr. Clerk, did that nice fellow, Thomas Kennedy, when he was here last week, and I brought this up first as an idea, actually the last meeting, not last week, did he come up and sign up? I figured he'd be the first one.
No, sir.
Okay, all right, well, maybe, you know, he'll come sometime.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I believe that last vote was actually 3-2. I believe Commissioner Watson voted no.
Thank you. I stand corrected. The motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Now let's.
FR1, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla.
I'm going to ask that we defer this item to the next commission meeting.
Okay.
That is November 18th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Motion to defer FR1.
Second.
You're not
Second by
ready to go?
Commissioner Reyes.
I'm always ready to go, but not just today.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
well, I'm going to say it. I'm in a good mood today. I'm in a good mood. Let's just wait to have a conversation moving forward.
Okay.
Just a question for the manager. Where is the RFP process?
Do you really want to have the debate, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm just curious when, like, what the timing is, because
I would take your.
If I were you, I'd take.
How are you? I would quit where
take
your
the
head.
deferment and run with it.
Take the ball, run.
Take the deferment and run with it.
Annie, we're good.
Really? Okay.
All in favor of the deferment, say aye.
Aye.
Deferral?
No.
You want to take it up today?
We will have the conversation, Commissioners, November 18th, I think. We'll be in a good place.
All right. Motion passes 4-1 or 5-0?
4-1.
4-1. He's getting me back because I 4-1'd him twice today. Or he 4-1'd me twice today.
I don't want you to feel lonely.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to PZ2, please. Is there a motion on PZ2? This is the gambling ban. And if I'm not mistaken, we're taking first and second reading today. Is that correct?
No, sir.
We're on second reading.
I believe you're on first reading.
Well, you need a motion first.
It was
Yeah, no, but I'm looking to
Okay,
see if it's first
this
or
is
second.
first reading.
It was
Yes.
deferred at the last meeting.
It was deferred at the last
All right,
meeting. All right.
I'll make the motion on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Corroyo, seconded by...
For the purpose of
Commissioner Watson.
having more discussion on it.
Of course. This is a big issue. Obviously, statewide, it's a big issue, and it affects us locally. So, we need to have a consensus to move forward, or at least a majority anyway. Yeah, for my part, I think we have gambling in the city of Miami. I think the congestion it brings is the main concern for me. I don't have a moral stance against gambling. But this basically, hopefully, will protect us if the state moves in directions that we don't agree on, or if other entities try to move into the city of Miami. It may or may not. We may get preempted regardless of what we do here today, but I think we should have our residents and our local businesses prioritized. And so, just for a clarification, Mr. City Attorney, this would not affect existing establishments in the city of Miami, correct?
That is correct. As drafted, it specifically states that, but even if it wasn't drafted away, that is the state of the law.
Thank you. So that should be very clear to Mr. Havenick that this is not a threat to his business. In fact, it even could protect him.
Well, that's Mr. Havenick problem, you see. But my problem is that out of principle, I'm not going to tie the hands of the city of Miami for whatever it is. And neither do I want to start just for the sake of having an ordinance. We're going to have ordinance prohibiting gambling or prohibiting liquor or prohibiting any other activities. I think the city of Miami, when the time comes and to make a decision, I don't like to relinquish our authority or relinquish our options like that. Even if what you said, if the state goes in any direction, you know that we have to follow what the state says. And the opposition to gambling, I don't gamble. I don't even play the lotto. And I think that I've seen it. The gambling type of gambling that affects more the low-income population is the lotto and those little machines that were in the bars. You see, those are the ones that affect the most. So it's not because I favor anything that has to do with gambling, but out of principle, I would never tie the hands of my city, never.
So you're against, I understand.
Yes.
Is there a motion from anyone? Is anyone interested in this ordinance?
Well, I just made a motion.
It's
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't make a
it's
motion.
removed
I
and
apologize.
it was second.
And
Yeah.
who was the
Seconded by
second?
Commissioner Watson.
Watson, thank you very much. I apologize. It's been a long day already. So we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Title?
It's an ordinance.
Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Chairman. It's an ordinance of the Miami
First
City
reading.
Commission. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by further amending Article 1, titled Definitions, and Article 6, titled Supplemental Regulations, to prohibit gambling facilities containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much. That's first reading.
On first reading.
On first reading, correct. This will come back.
It will.
All right. All we have left, if I'm not mistaken, are 2 discussion items and the pocket items from Commissioner Watson. Commissioner Watson, do you feel PI3 was sufficiently discussed with regard to the comprehensive plan for homeless that you were requesting? It was a pocket item, but you did jump in on the other 2 items. Would you like to discuss further or consider PI3 closed?
Well, I think that like I said, it was not necessarily, don't want to see us have a singular effort, but also be perceived as taking into account other components of trying to deal with the issue. And so I think it was fairly discussed, and I'll come back and maybe put something on the table that also takes into account that comprehensive plan that Mr. Porro was talking about, as well as some other components. Because we can't expand ourselves or do something because we don't have the capacity to do it. And I think a lot of these organizations that are so-called partners in this effort, by way of the pandemic, they may not have been given some sort of financial grace. And so to create something new would duplicate versus having them already have things in place that we should probably buttress up. So I'll bring something back to help in the effort.
All right, thank you. That's PI3 fully discussed. PI2, Commissioner, Directive Minimum Housing Standards. Commissioner Watson, that was your item as well.
Yes, there is a real problem, and what happens is that when you say something, then there again, it triggers over into a whole nother avenue. There's a real problem with older facilities in the private side. When residents complain, and I wish I should have put pictures up like Commissioner Carollo, when residents complain, then you have to now take people out of those conditions. And so clearly, people should be able to come forth, say something to code. We also should be able, when they do that, be able to move in and have some sort of resources where we take them out, transition to some other locations, and move forward. Because otherwise they won't complain, and it causes a whole other set of circumstances as a result of it. So my idea on the minimum standards for these facilities or apartments is that, in fact, maybe the building department, along with the manager, can come back with something proposed to us that will allow people to be able to call, get relief, and we now have some opportunity to assist them in transitioning out of bad living conditions. I have 3 apartments on west side on the river that I guess at some point somebody wants to tear them down. They've been vacant, and people have moved in, fixed them up. They don't pay rent to anybody, and all of a sudden at the last minute, on short notice, they get thrown out. And so I'm looking for to the administration and the manager to come back with something that we can look at that allow residents who are living in squalid conditions to get some sort of relief when they, in fact, come forward and say something.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, you're clear on the direction? Thank you, Commissioner Watson. And your final discussion item, Commissioner Watson, is DI3 building issues. So I'll go ahead and take that now.
I guess at some point I'd like to work with, or let's see the manager. I just saw a neighbor complained, and someone was building a building, getting ready to, and they didn't have a permit. Come to find out it was a double address, but still no permit notwithstanding. And so 2 things with that. There are a couple companies, one called Priority Holdings, and others out there building without building permits on lot lines, not setbacks, all kind of things, pulling permits for windows and building whole houses. And so we have to be vigilant about that in that process and tearing them down or whatever we need to do with them. But that's one component of it. The other component is if the police identify a house or building or something of that sort by way of illegal drug activity, vagrancy, whatever the case may be, they should not take 6, 7, 8 months for them to get a response, and it should immediately trigger some sort of process, Barnaby, some sort of process that allows for an immediate action to be taken, because in a lot of neighborhoods, maybe you guys don't have in your neighborhoods, a lot of neighborhoods, people just shy away from saying anything because nothing is done. You have to know it because you see it. And so since they see it and nobody does anything, they don't say anything, right? And so if the police says something, that should jump something in the front of the line to ensure that we either, one, tear it down, two, or whatever we can do under state law. If we can't do that, then we need to go to the state and change the law. And so that's more of a right-hand, left-hand thing, but at least procedurally, and we have a lot of processes not working for people, but procedurally, that should be something that we take a look at.
Absolutely. Jose Regalado, Assistant Director of the Building Department. Earlier today, I spoke with Interim Chief Manny Morales from now on, for all the unsafe structure meetings that we have with each of your offices that are monthly, we will have an NRO attend the meeting and increase the communication across code, fire, and police.
All right.
And we'll continue to work.
And I found out from Mr. something we can do on the legal side that shortens that process as well.
Yes.
We will work with the administration, yes, sir.
All right, thanks. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that's DI3. The final remaining item on our agenda is, Commissioner Carollo, your discussion item regarding enforcement against businesses for city code violations.
Yeah, this had to do with the item that we asked to be placed beginning in Brickell.
A little closer to the mic.
The item that we had different residents come and speak about today.
Commissioner, you actually have the representative of the residents here, the president of the BHA, and you actually have the principal of the establishment sitting together and not fighting. That's a good sign to start. I hope to see a positive outcome, because everything is about the balance between quality of life as our priority as a commission and obviously trying to have fruitful business survive in the city.
Do we have the president of that particular building of the homeowner association?
That's a good question. I mean, their building is within the BHA, so Mr. Cuesta does represent them.
Well, I don't know exactly how wide his reach is.
Understood.
I saw a lot of people, and I was surprised that came today to discuss about that particular place. Where I'd like to start is, if the manager could give me a breakdown as to exactly what has been happening there and what has the city done. You saw that there was a lot of people that were complaining, that couldn't sleep at night.
So I'll let Robert sort of give you an update on the open code enforcement citations there. Some have been appealed. I know there's a couple other that haven't been adjudicated yet. And then we'll give you a current status on the TUP, the temporary use permit. And then the conversations we've had with the owner and the operator, in particular with regards to some potential corrective action, which would allow them to reinstate the TUP too. So, Robert, if you want.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Robert Santos Alborna. I'm the Code Compliance Director. So at this point in time, and I'll give you a quick synopsis. In the past year alone, we've had 41 cases, complaints at this property, at 3 property addresses, 2 folios that encompasses the Riverside. We have at this point in time 10 violations, 3 civil citations that have been paid, and there are currently 4 that are on appeal at Circuit Court.
What are the 3 citations that have been paid, and for how?
For noise.
How much?
The process right now is $250. Okay.
Yeah.
$250 for the first citation and $500 citation thereafter. So there is no increases. So we have, yes, Commissioner, I understand.
Yeah.
And I think therein lies one of the challenges.
Absolutely, and I think you have been very keenly aware of it since you've become our code enforcement
Correct.
director.
Last time I was here, I commingled processes, and I want to make sure that I don't do that. One of the concerns that I have is that after the $500 citation, our current process, with the exception of the Wynwood bid, which is a pilot, we have nothing else. And technically, you and I have discussed about cost of business.
Yeah.
And so at this point in time, with this specific property, in addition to that, there's been a revocation of the temporary use permit. I went Monday and talked to one of the principals of this property. I also had a conversation with the second principal, where I advised that because of the revocation, at this point in time, they could not operate. There's also a revocation of the business tax receipt. So as we speak right now, unless otherwise advised by my chain of command, they are not to operate. Now, there are discussions that property owner, the business owner, that they know they're technologically savvy. They can take some corrective action to ensure that the sound is not excessive and it doesn't escape the chamber. And it doesn't, that we don't identify the noise violations. But until they do that, at this point in time, there is a revocation of the temporary use permit, and there is a revocation of the business tax receipt.
I noticed there were some people that came and spoke that are employees of the facility who were actually planning on going to work tonight. I guess Thursday's the first night of the week that it opens, so they had assumed it's open, but it's not going to be open tonight. Is that correct?
No, sir. As of last night, we posted the property and going through our due process, but the property was posted with both revocations.
Got it. So I was talking to the city attorney to understand the process once a TUP is revoked. And sometimes you don't fix things until it gets to a point of no return, right? Because that's when it's dire enough that sides come together to try to solve an issue. And I think I saw that today between the new manager that came and spoke and all the people that represented both the residents. Everyone's at their wits' end. So it's either over or it's going to get fixed. Now, is there a path through which they can reapply for the TUP, or it can be reinstated if the administration is satisfied with their
The answer to your question is
corrective
yes, there is a path. So after they need to do certain due diligence and ensure the city that corrective action has been taken by way of technology, doing a number of things. And when the city, which includes zoning and us, when we are satisfied that corrective action has been taken, a TUP can be reinstated. The concern, the flip side of that is, let me take a step back. One of the things that I'm very mindful of is we're code compliance. What we want is that exactly, compliance by the businesses so that it can coexist with the residents. I am hopeful that we can find that path. But if we don't, to the outliers out there, I'd like to create a process similar with as the bid, where the scofflaws and the bad players cannot proceed under cost of business. So it's a balancing act. I am hoping that we can find one here.
Thank you. Commissioner Correa, you're recognized.
Well, I think he's explained the actions. Look, I don't know who the owners of these establishments are. In fact, I've never been to them, so I'm not quite sure where they're at. I'm reacting to, I think, the legitimate problems that so many residents there have expressed, just like I have in many other parts of our city. And this is a recurrent problem. And I think that, we kind of hit the nail on the head and the essence of it, that a lot of these establishments, what they got to pay is nothing. First time's $250, then is $500, which is, maybe one good bottle of something that they sell, and it doesn't hurt them. Mm-hmm. The party goes on. And this is what we got to change in our ordinance. Mm. And then some of them, I'm not saying these people are like that, but some others know how to play the system. And in fact, they had people within the system that would help them. And they kept stolen the fines and so on and everything. In fact, some point next week, there was a chap in one of our districts that had, I think, a $300 fine or $500. I'd like to see if that was ever paid. And somehow I think I'm going to find that it never was paid, and everything falls through the cracks. So it's a system that is broken, that we got to fix it.
Well, the biggest teeth is revocation of their BTR or their
well,
TUP.
yeah, and that's all that he could do now, and he certainly did it. That's why I have nothing further to say. Now, I don't want to see people shut down.
Right.
If they truly can redeem themselves and are willing to work so that they respect other people's rights too. But I don't know what the problem is exactly, why violations they might have or not. And this has been another problem that we've had, that building, other departments, everyone's been blind when it's convenient.
Well,
They don't
Commissioner,
see anything.
as I've said to you before, it is my intent to tweak the process, bringing into place a three strikes you're out resolution.
Yeah.
Where at the third, this is why we have the Wynwood bid as a pilot. Where the third time, we issue an NOV and we bring that respondent before the Code Enforcement Board. And let that respondent explain to the board why is it that they're going to be better operators. The board may decide to pull the BTR or the certificate of use. I hope we don't. I hope that we give that one opportunity, but I think that process brings teeth to our entire process and make sure that we don't have the scofflaws that are going to try to test the system. So hopefully with that process in place, we can replicate that. I would tell you this, we don't have any problems in identifying noise. Whether it's plainly audible, excessive, unusual, unnecessary, our staff identifies noise. The issue, the challenge is on that after the second violation, that $500 citation, it is not a deterrent for some businesses. So hopefully with this process, we can move forward and find a better balance.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Through the chair. We cannot apply the same type of ordinance, the Wynwood ordinance. How much is, can we, taking proper legislative action? How much is do we increase the fines in Wynwood? It went to 1,000?
It's the same, no. I've been corrected. Originally, when I came here, I talked about some of the plans that I had wanted to put in place through my chain of command and the city manager. But the Wynwood pilot is $250, $500. And on the third one, we issued the NOV, which we'll bring to Code Enforcement Board. The board has the ability to issue a higher fine. This is why I talked with... And it could be up to 1,000.
It's 250,
Yes,
500, 1,000.
It could be 1,000.
It could be, and then what?
The next one could be 5,000 under...
Okay. Because as you well stated, you see, you can be without a license, a permit or a license.
Right.
And $500, even 1,000 is the cost of doing business. You see.
Correct.
That is peanuts compared
Understood.
to what, because a bottle will sell for $200-300.
Or higher in some places.
It all depends. You see, VIP section and all of that.
Mr. Chairman,
it's just it's a minimum cost.
if I can try and assist the code director. So the legislation concerning the Wynwood enhanced penalties, that is coming back on second reading November 18th.
Yes.
As drafted, the director is correct, and again, there's ticket violations, and there's a process before the Code Enforcement Board. With ticket violations, it's $250 for the first offense, $500 for the second offense. If it goes before the Code Enforcement Board, as proposed and as passed on first reading, a first offense found by the Code Enforcement Board is punishable by up to $5,000 per day, and a code violation for a repeat violator that goes before the Code Enforcement Board.
Okay.
If it's found to be irreparable and or irreversible, is punishable by up to $15,000 per violation. So it is increased penalties, but that is limited to the Wynwood program that the director spoke about.
We should, I don't know if should start thinking about legislation to extend that to the whole city.
For the fee structure, I wouldn't be opposed, but for the other process regarding decibels and megahertz, et cetera, I'd like to see how it works in Wynwood before applying it.
After we test the
Right.
decibels and all of that, but the fee structure should be increased, should be changed.
All right. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Okay, I'm sorry. You have a problem with your ears?
Any further discussion on DI 2, I believe it is? No. All right, seeing none, we'll close that discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And I think I'm going home.
Is there any further business for this morning's agenda? All right, we have the Omni CRA and the Overtown CRA, which should be relatively quick, but we are now adjourned unless there's any further business. Thank you all for your advocacy and your patience and being involved. We are now adjourned for the City of Miami Commission meeting, and we will start the Omni